Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, and friends beyond the binary, it's time for the podcaster who's creating a highway to the sleepy zone. And I'll keep you floating into the dreamy zone. And I'm not out of things to rhyme. Why? Because it's time for me to start Sleep With Me, the podcast that puts you to sleep. Hey, are you up all night tossing, turning, mind racing, trouble getting to sleep, trouble staying asleep? Well, welcome. This is Sleep With Me, the podcast that's here to put you to sleep. We do it with a bedtime story. All you need to do is get in bed, turn out the lights and press play. I'm going to do the rest. And what I'm going to do is create a safe place where you can set aside whatever's keeping you awake, whether it's thoughts running through your head, feelings running through your heart or wherever your gut, sensations running through your body, noises running through your window or through your partner's nostrils. It could be that, it could be, changes in light, whatever's keeping you awake. I'd like to take your mind off of that. I'd like to distract you. And here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to send my voice across the deep, dark night. I'm going to send my voice across the deep, dark night. Sorry, I had to say that twice. So nice, I said it twice. I'm going to use lulling, soothing, creaky, dulcet tones, many, many meanders, and twists and, well, not twists and turns, bends. Take 2 steps back, 1 step to the right, 1 step back again to the left, and then I'll spin around, and then in order to go 1 step forward. Kind of like Mother May I. If you ever played Mother May I with yourself, and oh boy, please no snickering when I say things like that. Okay, let me just sit up for the new. If you're new here, welcome. Let me tell you a couple of things. This podcast doesn't work for everybody. For the people it does work for, it does take a few tries, but you're under no pressure, one, to like this podcast or me. I'm just here to try to help you, distract you, and put you to sleep. You're under no pressure to fall asleep, though. That's the kind of I'll tell you about that in a second. But you're also under no pressure to listen. Very quickly, if you're new, you'll realize, oh, wait, this is a man who plays Mother May I by himself. He does call it Mater May I, and he uses an accent when he plays it. Alone at his age, which is above 12. I think people stopped playing Mother May I, unless you're a babysitter. Any babysitters listening, work it into your toolbox. It's a good thing to have in your toolbox. And yes, you can make it more dynamic for the modern age. Parent May I, guardian May I, teacher May I. You could even use it like or Mother Earth May I. Make up your own character. Nanny Prudence, I don't know. That may be what I call myself. That's during a whole nother. Anyway, also alone. Do I do that alone too? But so if you're new here, I didn't even mean to do that, but obviously I showed I'm not qualified for anything you'd need to listen to closely. And please don't stand outside my windows if you hear me start any sentences with Nanny Prudence. Walk away. Don't even walk slowly. Just turn around and get out of there. Or plug your ears and hum. Anyway, new listeners. So if you're new here, here's the structure of the show, just so you know. Oh, by the way, I think when this comes out, I don't have this all put together yet, but it may be Goonies Week. And this may be the first episode of Goonies Week. So welcome to Goonies Week on Sleep With Me podcast. And all that means is we'll have 3 Goonies-inspired episodes. But so if you're new here, here's the structure of the shows, just so you know, and then you can say, well, maybe this isn't for me. I hope it is, because I really would love to help you fall asleep. But 5 minutes of business at the top, that's what allows us to make these shows, pays bills, pays a little bit of the labor that goes into them. Then we're about 5 minutes into a 12-minute intro. It kind of sets the tone, it kind of disorients anybody that's here, and I try to make a metaphor about what the podcast is about. I thought I was going to make it about I guess somehow I've gotten into a game of Mother May I, or describing that, so I'll have to describe that for the second half of the intro. But the intro is, it's long-winded. It's been described as that, and It's a kind of it's a microcosm. Thank you. Holy cow. I think my vocabulary has grown by 4 or 5 words over these 500 episodes. Holy microcosm. That was a misuse of microcosm because I was so excited. Never mind. I almost said it. I did say almost microcosmed. That doesn't even mean anything, but it's funny, but it is funny. I mean, it's, okay. So, where was I? If you're new here, so the intro will go on. You can fall asleep during the intro. A lot of people do. Not everybody does. Then we'll do tonight's Goonies Week Tale of the Tape, which I'll kind of explain later, but it basically means my memory's terrible. I'm the worst paraphraser on the planet, but I tend to remember things like minor details, and I'm able to try to describe them. And like for example, the movie The Goonies from the 1980s. All of us know, I could probably spend 15 minutes describing what Chunk was wearing. Lawrence, red jacket, plaid pants. Plaid pants. I think I had that same pair of plaid pants like 10 years before the movie. I don't know if I ever saw Lawrence's waistband, but I'm pretty sure it was elastic. So if you're new here, here's the thing: you don't need to listen. Like you can start listening, and if you say, "Geez, but this is distracting. It's taking my mind off stuff." It's not funny, but it's a little bit. It's different in a semi-amusing way. I'd say, "Oh boy, I've won you over, haven't I?" Mother, may I take 2 steps forward? You may. Okay, but can I take 4 steps back to try to describe something to the audience? Okay, Mother's not speaking. Okay, so you don't have to listen, but you can kind of listen, and as you drift off, but you're also not under pressure to fall asleep. I'll be here for about an hour, and I'll be doing my best to take I'll just be being myself. I'll be doing my best to be myself in absentia. That just popped in my head. It doesn't fit there, but it kind of does, because I have, like, most people's brains have like a go-to, you say, hey, narrative brain, or what's the next twist? And my brain is saying, processing, my brain buffers, it processes, it has wheels that spin in both directions, clockwise and counterclockwise. And my brain has more, has a 405 error codes, 501s, 505s, whatever you need. And then I say, well, let me just go back to Chunk's jacket. It was a red jacket, a windbreaker, correct, again. And so that's that's the person that makes the podcast. And I guess I was saying it's a little bit like a game of Mother May I, like the way I make the show, because sometimes it takes, say, well, we're going to need 4 hops on this one. Can everybody do 4 hops? And that's not so much to talk down to anybody or anything. It's kind of whatever is keeping you awake, whether it's thoughts, brain bots, I call them, overthinking, anxiety, or anything else. Like, I like to just, get the mood up in the slowest way. Say, well, let's take 4. Can you take those 4 hops in slow motion? Oh, okay, sorry. One of BrainBot said it's a participatory game. Oh, participatory. Thank you, correction brain. Okay, there's a brain bot raising its hand. What's your name? Randy the brain bot. Oh yeah, you could call me Matter. Matter, may you take 4 slow motion hops? Wow, that you may, all of you may. I don't know. I'm getting red light, green light, and Mother May I mixed up. Sorry, I started this game. What is the purpose of Mother May I? That's because red light, green light, I understand. Oh, it's just a way for babysitters to waste time, kind of like a sleep podcaster trying to take your mind off stuff. Okay, you brainbot on the side with that pink stripe. What's your name? Holga. Yes. What was you? May you take 3 corkscrew spins? No. But you may take 400 pirouettes in as slow as you can. 1 pirouette. That's exactly 2 pirouettes. Thank you, Holga. And everyone else, you may take those 400 pirouettes. So I guess that's it. The difference, we just figured that out. So the teachable moment here on the podcast. 1, if you're Okay, I guess this isn't like I don't have pro tips. I have pro-am tips because mostly I'm amateur at everything. But here's a pro-am tip if you're a babysitter or you need to entertain kids. You know, all adults of all ages listen to this podcast, and some children do. But, you know, you could, whatever age you are, you could encounter yourself alone with these children. And I don't know if you read anything on the internet, but these kids are highly distractible. So if you find, well, I got to bridge a time gap here with non-electronic interference. Here's what you do. Here's your toolbox. And okay, kids, you're not allowed to listen to this because I don't want you catching on. It's not that you can't listen. I guess you're going to listen anyway. So if your grandmother or your aunt or your uncle or your babysitter tries this, please assist them. So you'll start out, you'll do some Mother May I or Mater May I. I prefer Mater May I. You could do a little, isn't Mahler or somebody, isn't there a composer? Why don't we do it that way? Name it after a composer. Bartok May I. And then you say, then the kids would say that, and then you'd explain to them who Bartok was, which I would need my phone for that. So I think Bartok was big on dissonance, which I'm surprised I like him. That's my, anyway. And then the kids will say, may I take 4 steps? And you say, no, but you may take 6 small steps. And at some point, you want to try to go as long as you can till ideally you detect their disinterest first. So you do have to be in the moment for this one. Then what you'll do is you'll switch to red light, green light, because I guess Mother May I, from what I've been able to determine in this intro for a sleep podcast, is that Mother May I is non-competitive, which is great for a little while. Then you'll go to red light, green light, which is, then you can get the kids' competitive juices up. And maybe you have an advantage because they might be in the still Mahler May I mode. Also, any music teachers, feel free to repurpose this stuff, and you could have them, hum tunes from, symphonies or things, or symphonies. So you can do that, and then you say, well, if you sit quietly and don't move, I'll take you for ice cream later. If you need to, but I think those those are just toolbox. I don't sell solutions. I sell pro-am tip. I give away pro-am tips from my. Well, I don't have a toolbox. Oh, thanks. So some part of my brain just called me. I said thanks for calling me. Thanks. I'm not even going to repeat it on the podcast. Oh, you're going to stand there till you called me a lute. Reversed. There you go. Please exit the podcast studio. Okay, so I'm glad you're here. That was an interesting intro. I never thought I would spend 12 minutes talking about Mater May I and, whatever my other personal stuff I accidentally revealed on here. So if you're new here, the podcast is different. Not everybody likes it. It doesn't work for everybody. If you don't like it, I'm sorry. I don't want to put any pressure on you to like it. Some people, just because it doesn't work for you, it does work for a lot of people. And there's some people, they try twice and then it works great for them. And if you're having trouble sleeping, I really hope it works for you because I've been there in the deep, dark night. And I would posit, even if you're still awake, that I probably took your mind off whatever you were thinking about earlier. And the main message, I've had a lot of sleepless nights. Matter of fact, last night I would do so. I don't want to get into it, but that's why I always say I'm glad you're here. And not only do I work really hard on these episodes, I strive and I yearn to help you fall asleep, and I appreciate your time. Thank you for coming by, and hopefully good night, but I'll be here. So if you can't sleep, I'll be here to keep you company. So let me take your proverbial hand and try to carry you across that threshold from wake to sleep. Thanks. All right, hey, everybody. So you might be asking a little, let's do a little check-in here, because it's Sunday night, and you might be asking, where in the name of Jean-Luc T is my episode of TNG? And so just a heads up, I think we're going to take a 3-week break. This will be week 1. from TNG, just so I can get caught up on my initial watches of the show and to avoid my burnout or audience burnout. I think I learned from doing the Breaking Bad ones that while consistency is important, there's also something to my stubbornness and that maybe taking brief, short breaks. So they'll probably take a break here 3 weeks, and we'll go back to TNG, maybe to the start of Breaking Bad, to the GOT season. Not positive on the scheduling. So don't worry, TNG will be back. I'll be right back. And just a little break. And this is a theme break during a themed week. This week might be the only themed week. This is Goonies week here on Sleep With Me. Tonight we're kicking off Goonies week. And I think these next 3 Sunday episodes will be tail of the tape episodes, which means like if you're a regular listener to the podcast, you know my mind is like Swiss cheese, like that you've left outside. And then mice have also, it's got more holes than Swiss cheese. Definitely. With that, is it? Well, never mind. Let me not go on a tangent about Swiss cheese. I should save it for the open scoots. But so the next 3 weeks we're going to talk about the seminal summer of whatever year it was. I don't remember. And what Tale of the Tape episodes are is like, how do I remember the movie? And tonight we'll be doing Goonies. And it was part of that seminal summer of 1985, 4, 6, 86 probably, 85. And I've talked about it on the show, maybe not recently, but that was when I was like, I had a paper route. So I was flush with movie cash, and I would reach the age where my parents trusted my best friend and I, Bo, to go to the movies. And I think sometimes my brother Carl and my sister Sheila could join us. And this was the summer that Goonies, a James Bond movie, A View to a Farm, and Back to the Future all came out during that period, I believe. Again, I'm not I put people in not even hysterics. The other one, I don't know, somebody said that to me once. I think they wrote it in negative histrionics or something. But I don't, whatever. But so that summer I saw those 3 movies, each at least no less than 5 times. I'm pretty sure I saw Goonies. So I think it was $2 to see a matinee for a child. It may have been even less. So yeah, like I'm not super old, but I'm not super young either. So I remember going to Goonies, and I've talked about this. It was also the summer I still played with toys. That's not news to anybody who listens to this podcast. But I think that was the age when most children my age stopped playing with toys, but I did not. And so I still played with G.I. Joe, Transformers, and Fisher-Price, whatever toys I could construct a narrative around. And usually that narrative would involve reenacting the movie that I had seen. And so I was reenacting a lot of this James Bond movie, A View to a Farm, which we'll cover next week maybe. But at some point during playing it, I can remember I had a snowmobile and it was jumping, and I remember holding it in the air, and it had the G.I. Joe snow dude, whatever his name was, Blizzard Back or something. And he, like I said, holy cow, somebody makes these movies that I've been watching this summer. And that's the first time. I knew, that it just dawned on me that people professionally, storytelling was a profession. And then those dreams were crushed mostly by myself and partially by Sister, well, I don't want to name her. But we returned to we're back now, whatever, it's 35, I don't even know how many years have passed. We're back telling stories. So but we better get into Goonies, so we can, I don't even know if I could tell it in half time. And what a magical film. And now, if only I knew how it opened. I'm pretty sure the opening scene is the Fratellis is a I think it's 2 or 3 scenes. Like one, we're following Like, I think it's a montage, maybe set to music. I don't know what last time I saw Goonies, even on TV. It's been a while. But so I think the opening is like a montage set to music with, the Fratellis being chased in their car. And then Chunk, like, I remember Chunk goes, like, sees some of it and eats pizza and, like, loses his pizza and his soda against a window. I think Mouth is probably going over to Mikey's house. For some reason, there's a housekeeper. I never understood that, like, character very well. But Mikey's mom's also hiring them. And so Mikey, and at some point, Data and Mouth go over to Mikey's house to hang. And Mikey's mom, is like, you guys got to take things seriously. And the main crux of the situation is that they're losing, like, the area where I think they're all renters. So really, we talk about relatable for me. They're not landed gentry. No offense if you're landed gentry, that's great. But, they're renters, I believe, in that they've, like, the golf course development company that Troy's dad owns, I think. I don't know, interesting. This plays right into modern day, like, is annex that to expand the golf course or something. So then they call the area the Goondocks. And it seems like a working class neighborhood. And I don't know I have no idea the setting. I think I always say it's in Augusta, Maine, but I just could be making that up. And so everybody's a little down. And at some point, Chunk comes over and he has to do the truffle shuffle. We see different Data does like Data loves James Bond, so I like to choose Data. I think Data lives next door because he comes by Skyway to see Mikey, like acting out his James Bond fantasies. He's kind of like part Q and part James Bond, Data. And then Mouth comes over. And then at some point, Brand shows up, or Brand. And again, this is not comedy. I don't know if his name is Brand or Branch. I think it's Brand, though. I always assumed it ended in a D, like brand name. But, I've never met anyone else named Brand or Branch. I think there's probably, I know some Brents out there. But it's not important. Let's just agree to call him Brand for the rest of the episode. Or I'll try not to say his name too much for anybody. It's like, especially if Josh Brolin's played by the great Josh Brolin. So at some point, the mom says, don't mess around. Brand's in charge. He says, don't mess around. And then the boys, like Mikey, there's not a call to adventure. Let's not break down the story. But Mikey, let me see what I can remember. At some point, they go upstairs to look through the dad's stuff. I think nowadays, I think the dad has pilfered things from his workplace. He works at the, Augusta Museum or the Historical Society. He's keeping some stuff in his attic. And this was the 80s. It was a looser time, people I don't know. I don't think his dad was up to anything. It was just a convenient place for his son to start his adventure. So they go upstairs, and they're not supposed to mess anything up. But, of course, Chunk's clumsy. Data's a little bit clumsy. Mouth's triggers clumsiness. Mikey has asthma. And I think they're just up there searching, maybe for answers. I don't know if Mikey already suspected that there was a treasure map, but then they find the treasure map. I think Tongue sticks his Mouth's always making slightly double entendre jokes, so he sticks his tongue through a painting, I think, which causes Chunk to fall, which causes a painting to fall, which reveals the map, One-Eyed Willie's treasure map. And they also find the doubloon, which they'll use. And then they say, this is probably nothing. This part's hazy for me. And at some point, Mikey still takes the lead. He says, I think this is a treasure map, and I think we can figure it out. Let's go do it. And it felt like a summer break. So after a little while of debating, and this is why these movies are so good, like Stranger Things or whatever, because this plays to this distinct fantasy I guess we still have as adults, because Stranger Things really appealed to it, of the real call to adventure. I remember being so titillated by this, And she's saying, why can't this pull me out of my dull life? And why can't my, and it's like, oh, that's what movies do for you, really. But so they head off on the adventure. In order to get away, I think, because they think they're supposed to pack up or something. Mikey's supposed to do something. They have to trick Brant or whatever. And they trick him and then they run. And then he knows he's going to be in trouble. Also, he's wearing shorts on the outside of sweatpants. And so let's just get that out there. I don't know, I guess through the whole movie. And so then he has to take a little girl's bike because they flattened the bike tires of his brand new tires, which was not nice, that he had worked so hard for. So he borrows a little girl's bike, then he chases them. But on his way, he runs into Frank Whaley, is the actor. Troy, I guess, is his name. And Andy and Martha Plimpton's character, whose name I don't know. I just know her as Martha Plimpton. So those three, so then they kind of like, Frank Whaley or Troy kind of tries to like emasculate Brant, which is a mistake, because holy cow, I mean, it's freaking Josh Brolin, even at age, whatever, 16. He was very, very, what's that word, like brawny. I mean, one of the few people that could probably pull off sweatpants with shorts on the outside. Other than my father, that was the one thing I said. Like I said, well, it makes him less cool in my book because my dad does that, and he's been doing it for like 8 years. But, Maine's a different place. So then Brant realized, like, then Andy and Martha realized that Brant's like much cooler than this rich cat. So at some point they cross paths with the other kids. I don't know how that happened. I think, I don't know how that happened. And then Mikey uses the doubloon, and then Brant, they all say, hey, let's join this adventure. It's not that simple, but, for me it is. And so then they all go together and they find this building out on the coast that's aligned with these rocks. And Mikey's like, that's where... I think there's a riddle in there. I wish, my brother Kenneth, he's really got one of those steel trap minds. He would know, he'd say, well, where the water goes low, you sink in the sand and the treasure's found by digging with your hand or something. But so they decide to go into this, what do you call it? This inn. I don't know if it was like a closed down restaurant or an inn. It happens to be the place that the Fratellis are using as a hideout. And I don't know the exact events at how they stack the events here. But what happens is they say, well, I think this is the right place. We just got to get low enough. At some point, Chunk recognizes that it's the getaway car. He sees the Fratelli's car. But he's kind of like the Shaggy from Scooby-Doo, like always warning, oh, no, everyone tunes him out. So then they go into the inn. I don't know if it's before Ma Fratelli or after. That's one of the places I get mixed up. But in different parts in this inn or this restaurant, first they get like a false adventure because they, I guess this is later. So... At some point, they go in and Ma Fratelli's there, and she says, what do you want? And then they say, water. We were going to, we just saw that. And so then she gives them all water, or maybe just Mikey. Then Mikey goes and sneaks and goes to the bathroom, just barely spots Sloth, but then he goes back upstairs. He realizes that there's like a basement. I guess maybe it was getting towards the winter, like this was like a summer restaurant. But then... At some point, maybe Ma Fratelli leaves for a second and then they sneak back in and they go in the basement. They accidentally find a counterfeiting machine. At first, they thought it was printing money, but then ended up as counterfeit. Then they find the surprise in the ice cream, or maybe Chunk. Then the Fratellis come and they realize the kids are in there or something. And then they leave. Chunk actually goes in the ice cream freezer, try some ice cream, and then everybody else they knock a water thing over, and they realize hidden in the fireplace is like a path to adventure. Then Chunk gets left behind, and then, like, because they know the Fratellis are there, it's something along those lines. So then they say, Chunk, go get help. So then Chunk says, okay, I'll go tell on the Fratellis. So then they cross the threshold, I guess, and Chunk goes and tries to get help, but of course the people he stops to get help are the Fratellis, and so he's back with the Fratellis, which is some real good comedy. And we'll just follow that, like, a thing there. So Chunk goes with the Fratellis. Don't know all the, like, there's Ma Fratelli, and then there's the Fratelli guys, whose names I don't know. And I probably should know the actors' names, but I don't off the top of my head. One actor really, like, in the aughts, he was on The Sopranos, he was in the first Matrix, and then the other actor, he's always very strong in everything he's in, but more of a character actor. And then Ma Fratelli, I think she was in Throw Mama from a Train, and Stop Me, like in a movie with Stop, or My Mom Will Spray You with Her Water Gun, I think. So she was kind of like playing a little bit of an archetype, we'll say, in a kind of way. And so they get Chunk, and then they quiz Chunk, and that's like a very, where Chunk spills his beans. So then Chunk spills his beans, but he also, like, gives Mikey a warning. And then we're like, and then Chunk meets up with Sloth. And they think that's kind of, that's the Chunk, Lawrence Chunk summary. Now, oh boy, this the main portion of the story here with this, so who enters into the they enter into the unknown is Mikey and Bran. Maybe it's Bran. I never thought of that till just now, like the kid from GOT. Who knows? The Mouth and Data and Andy and Martha. And so they enter, and I think is it right away they encounter a series of tests? I'm not sure, but there's like a couple different tricks, and they have to kind of outwit these, Data kind of realizes that then Data leaves, or maybe Data's leaving things behind to warn them if Fratellis follow. Then they find Chester Copperpot. And that's like their first time where everybody realizes the gravity of the situation. They say, wow, Chester Copperpot, that there's that One-Eyed Willie's not going to make it easy for them to find One-Eyed Willie's treasure. Because they realized kind of Chester Copperpot was in search of the same thing, and he decided to stop barely, not even, I don't even think he made it a quarter of the way. And he found a nice, big thing, and he said, well, let me lie here and rest until I decide to visit a farm, which he did. And so they make it past that part, and then I have no idea. I think it's going back and forth between Chunk's story and their story. So you have to apologize. I'm trying to think what other, honestly, my mind is blank, in this part. There's also a part where Mikey and Andy kiss, but I think that's later. That is later, so we'll get to that later. Let's see. So I think I have no idea what happens. So I think they go past the rocks, and I think at another point they have to choose which way they're going to go. And one of those, they have torches, which I think maybe they got those from Chester Copperpot. And I really hope in my brain catches them. So what other things did they, other than the rocks at this part? I really can't think of what else they did, but I think some other stuff really tired them out. I think maybe knowing the Fratellis were coming, I think they encountered, fuzzy friends, flying fuzzy friends, underground birds, and that kind of made them be like, I don't like that. I don't know if there was any, I don't know. I guess my mind is blank, tail of the tape. But then at some point they reach I think this is the midpoint of the movie. I mean, you stop me if I'm wrong, but I'm by myself, so I don't think that'll happen. But I think right at the midpoint-ish, they reach the wishing well. And they see it from afar, and it's sparkling, and it's lit from above, and there's water and pools of clean water. And they think, wow, we've made it. It wasn't as hard as we expected. You know, we did it. And they jump in, and everyone's happy. So maybe Andy kissed Mikey by accident here, but I don't know. And at some point, Martha Plimpton and Mouth start to get along because he could be kind of mean. Yeah, but quickly they start gathering up the gold stuff, the rich stuff, and then they realize they never got this joke, and I guess they still haven't got it. But at some point, Mouth says, how come Martin Sheen's on this dime? And someone says, Martin Sheen, that's Dwight D. Eisenhower or something. I don't know. Did Martin Sheen play Dwight D. Eisenhower? Who's on the dime? 1. 2, what am I talking about? But 3, something like that happens, and they realize that it's only a count for, it's not a real gold, doubloons, whatever, however you say that, that it's a, whatever you call that, wishing well. Because then then they hear voices, and then someone throws in a quarter, but it's really Troy wishing that he could kiss Andy. And then they realize that they're down there, and they say, hey, we can get you out. And this is like your chance, to give up. Everybody's wet, and they're cold, and they're tired, and they haven't eaten. And they realize this adventure has stakes. And what are the stakes? Like, it get rich, the unknown. There's no certainty. But there is certainty that they could leave at this point, that Troy could get them out. And they realize there's an antagonist, and that maybe it's time to give up, and most people give up. And then Mikey makes his big speech, down here, it's our time. I don't remember much else about his speech other than that part, but it's a good one. And he stands there, and he inspires everyone. He says, what do we come here for? We came here for adventure and to save the Goondocks, and we can't give up. And what do we have to lose? And they said, well, even if we have a lot to lose, we have a lot more to, he inspires everyone. And they hear his speech, and he's their leader. And so they continue on, and maybe there's a lull next. Maybe that's when the kissing happens, but I'm not sure. So I think there's a pause in there, but I don't quite remember what happens next exactly. Again, this is the tale of the tape, so the tale. The tape was magnetic. It got exposed to charges. So then, I guess we enter the next phase of their exploration. And from what I can remember, which isn't, that's not a ton. Like, I remember at some point they re-encounter the Fratellis, and then they have to go over this log. They have to cross this river, cross a log on the river. The Fratellis are right behind them. I don't know if this is the point that Chunk and Sloth rejoin them. Maybe not. Maybe that's later. Like, at some point, Chunk and Sloth become friends and then pursue their friends. But maybe they just go by themselves. That's a good question. I have no idea what happened. So, but at some point here, like, they're crossing this log, and the Fratellis are real close, and they say, we got you, kids. And then the kids, they run across the log. Then Data uses Slick Shoes, which is like another James Bond car thing where you squirt oil out of the back of your car. He squirts it out of the back of his sneakers. And that slows the Fratellis down because the two guys can't get across the log, and they get injured, and Ma Fratelli gets mad. And the next test they encounter, I believe, is the, this piano test. It's like this organ, and they realize that they have to play the notes from the back of the map to get through, but the map's partially messed up, and Andy's the only one that took piano lessons. And if you play the wrong note, like a part of the ground falls away, which actually is good. Like I never understood that because it like kind of gets rid of the way the Fratellis are following them. But there's a good joke in there because you say, well, I don't know, is that it's blankety blank or B flat? And somebody says, if you're wrong, we'll all be flat. And I really liked that joke. And it becomes a teamwork. Like Andy's the lead because she's the one that took piano lessons and she's the one trying to solve it. But they're all trying to encourage her because, of course, she has doubts. Because what if she's wrong? You know, and the sets and all this were really, really cool. Like for a kid, it was just so cool. Like stuff I'd never seen before at this like where it didn't like, I don't know, where everything just fit together and all my beliefs were suspended or all my disbeliefs or whatever. So then they solve that puzzle, but just barely. And actually, I think they even, like, Data has to save, I don't know how many people, like, Data uses, like a slinky with, like, fake teeth to save himself and maybe a couple other people. Is there also a fake out where they think somebody else is gone and then they're all sad? I don't know. You don't know if that happens. But they solve that and a door open, like a big door opens. They go through that door. And then at some point they get on a water slide, which was cool, but never made, like, and I thought about the mapping. I said, okay, they're up high and they take the water slide down. But it was like clearly like a water slide with just a few decorations added to it. And it looks so much fun, like watching the actors and actresses go through the water slide, especially as a kid. But it, for some reason, just stuck out to me, too. I was like, what's with that's a water slide. I said, and then just thinking about One-Eyed Willie's construction team, I was always like, how'd they pull that off? But whatever, they did. So let's see. So then they go down the water slide, and then they end up in this great lagoon, and then they see a giant ship. And I think at another point, like it's famously cut out of the movie. There's like a silly part with like what do you call that? Fish friends. Where fish friends come, but that part was cut out of the movie. And I think you can see it on YouTube. I don't know if it's on the DVD. I don't even know if I have a way to play a DVD at home, but whatever, but not super important. But so they see One-Eyed Willie's ship, and then they get on One-Eyed Willie's ship, and that's cool. But it's like Mikey, like the cool things are like Mikey is now like really coming of age. And he's really their leader, and he gets to have a moment and take it all in. And then they have a moment where they're really basking in like how they beat One-Eyed Willie, but also respectful. Like Mikey's like, okay, we're only going to take what we need. We're not going to steal all of One-Eyed Willie's stuff. And one key thing here is the marble bag. Like at some point, I don't know who it is. I don't even know what character it is. I guess it's Mikey, like has a bag of marbles, and they trade the marbles for gems. But everyone's like taking gold. I mean, it's just like a treasure ship full of pirate booty, I guess. And everyone's very happy, and that's it. Like it's victory. But of course, it wouldn't be a movie without one last like a turn. So everyone's happy. I don't know again. I guess at this point, Chunk and Sloth still haven't caught up quite yet. And there's also a little tiny subplot that like Chunk liked, or Sloth liked watching Earl Flynn movies. And of course, they liked eating Baby Ruth. Or Lawrence had a Baby Ruth that he shared with Chunk. But so the Fratellis come, and they kind of like, it's a slow surprise. Like Ma Fratelli just says, ha, 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 you know. And then they take all the gold back from the kids, and the kids are defeated. And then they make the kids walk the plank. And you say, geez, like, this is like terrible. Like, not only, hopefully the kids will just get to go home. But, you know, like, and also Mikey, like, cautions us before, you know, he says, let's not be too greedy, which is an important part, I guess. And then Chunk and Sloth come in Earl Flynn fashion, save the day. And save all their friends. Now they have to, I guess, you know, it's like you have to choose. Like, do you want the rich stuff or do you want to get away? And they say, let's get away. Because they still can't defeat the Fratellis. But then the Fratellis are too greedy. So they set off this contraption. I guess, is this like, like, what are those called with the, I can't think of the name of it, but like one of those things that, you know, a very complicated machine that decides to open the cave that the ship is sitting in and activate the sailing ship to go sailing, but also causing like a lot of like stuff falling from the ceiling and stuff. So like the kids got to get out of there basically, and so everybody like makes a run for it. And then they, then they can't find it. And then you need Sloth's strength to move this one rock. Like they're about to get away. Then this rock falls. And then, Chunk and Sloth have become very, close. And but Sloth decides, well, I'll save these kids, but maybe I won't get away. And it's a very heartfelt moment because you can tell Lawrence and Sloth are connected at the heart and that they love each other. And, you know, Lawrence even says, oh, you know, like you could come live with me. I don't know. It's just a touching moment. And, you know, it's seemingly Sloth makes a sacrifice so the children can get away. Then the children get away and then they realize, bummer, like, we got away, but, you know, we didn't get any gold, so we kind of failed, but we realized, you know, the importance of friendship and teamwork and love. So that's pretty sweet. So we could carry, you know, we're just kids, so we got a whole life to live. So we got that going for us. And then they encounter like that they've been gone for a while. And so, and I don't think there's a lot of product placement in this movie. Not that that's a criticism, but I think there's they either have pizza or KFC waiting for them. And I always said, whatever fast food they had, we didn't have in Syracuse at the time. And I remember, you know, not being able to reenact every scene of Goonies was hard. Not being able to, I don't know if it was pizza or fried chicken, but, or something else. Oh, maybe it was Dunkin' Donuts. I think it was probably Dunkin' Donuts. But so then the parents have been looking for their kids, and so everyone's reunited, and it's like a very heartfelt moment, and we see all the kids' parents and how they're a reflection of one another. You know, that's kind of like a very, very dated, a little bit 80s, well, you know, not too bad. And then we see that Mikey's kind of become a man, and symbolically, I don't think he needs his inhaler anymore, and I think he even kisses Andy again. Maybe, I don't know, maybe that's projecting. But, you know, there's multiple levels of heroism. Everybody's a hero. And all the small conflicts like between Martha Stewart or Martha Plimpton and Malt that have been resolved, and they like each other. And I think Data realizes that he's more than, he's the greatest invention, I think is what his parents say or whatever. You know, he's more than his, he's just fine. He doesn't need a bunch of flashy, cube-like invented objects. And then Chunk realizes that he loves Sloth, and they're reunited, and then the Fratellis get in trouble. And then also, the police realize that Lawrence, you know, sometimes he tells the truth. And not everything is a tall tale. And also the thing with the developer shows up at that moment to foreclose on all the property. So maybe it was, I don't know. it was a foreclosure situation. Maybe he bought all the mortgages. I don't know. Or maybe the dad owned all that property, Mikey's dad. Whatever, like Mikey's dad has to sign away. Like they picked that moment to sign away. So it's no, this must have really been tough deciding, but it really adds to the emotion because it's kind of unexpected to say, okay, the end of the movie is they lose their housing and he's signing it away. But then at the same time, this housekeeper that they'd hired at the beginning, she's going through Mikey's jacket and she finds these rubies. And she says, don't sign, no sign. And she says, I found these rubies. And everyone tells the developer where to take it. They say, take it to the White House, all the way to the top. I mean, they first hit the road. And then the developer says, well, I'll show you. Because they even write on his nice coat with a pen. And then the next thing we see is the pirate ship going out to sea. And, everyone says, oh, I guess that's when they say, oh, you're not a liar, Lawrence. It really was a pirate ship. And I mean, even as a kid, I said, well, who owns the rich? Can't they just go get that ship? Where's the ship going to go? Why did One Eye Willie make the ship go back into shipping mode? And then, two, once they bring the ship back, who gets the money? I think I said that. Do they really have the rights to the rubies? Because Mikey had them on him, What is that? I guess possession is 9/10 of the law, they say. So those were always questions I had. And this was a time, in the 80s, where this idea of treasure hunting, I don't know when the last time that became hot it was, but I remember there was an NBC show with maybe someone related to Jacques Cousteau. Maybe Jacques Cousteau was on it. So everyone, this idea of treasure hunting was cool. And then this adventure. And if you've seen Stranger Things, you've never seen Goonies, go ahead and see it. And then I was always waiting for the next Goonies. And I think Super 8 might have been the closest thing. And there could have been things I missed in between Stranger Things and Goonies. And they're definitely different, a lot different tonally. But on a, whatever spirit level, they're very, very close. I mean, I don't know if Goonies was PG. I don't know what you'd rate Stranger Things. But I think one thing that works is, the casting and the acting. And that's where that's where Stranger Things, I think, in Goonies, I guess I'm it's too bathed in nostalgia, but where, wow, the performances you get out of youth make really, the project really hangs on that. You can have all that great stuff, but if you don't have kids, they can come off naturally and have some sort of innate joy in adventure they're able to transmit to the audience, that we can project onto them as characters. You get this. I don't know how they pulled that off with Stranger Things or with Goonies, where you're just able to. You're not just you're really going along for the ride, and both of them have bikes, people on bikes, so that's important. I don't know. I mean, I don't want to but there's two bad sets of Bad News Bears movies, and I think there's just a hard thing when you have professional child actors. And you can tell they're acting, especially when they're trying to act like they have sass. And again, this gets confused with nostalgia and memory, but my memory of the original Bad News Bear movie with Walter Matthau was unbelievable. And I think it was even old when I was a kid, but I would watch it probably on WPIX. And then at some point I did see the newer one, and it just kind of felt it just was it felt like it was acting. And it's not a criticism. It's just an example of how high the bar. I know, again, and I know this has been overtalked by all of us, but just how mind-blowing, the Duff brothers and everyone involved in that production of Stranger Things. Holy cow. And, you know, it was also probably, I feel for them because you think about Matthew McConaughey and Woody Harrelson in like True Detective, and then like I didn't have HBO when season 2 came out, but I know it was not the same. And you really got to feel for everybody because you say, Jesus, was it just lightning in a bottle or not? And I don't know. I don't even know what I'm talking about sometimes, but mainly I'm just super impressed. And also just lucky that I had the opportunity to like be like, I don't know. I guess if anybody's listening still, I'd love to hear, you know, if you're older than me or you're younger than me, you know, what was your Goonies? Like, what was that adventure movie or adventure TV show that drew you along like a string, pulled on your mind and your heart and your gut, took you along for the ride. I don't know. It's a special thing. It's a special thing. These are achievements, and I guess they're recognized, and they're recognized by everybody. Should get paid well that's on there, and you should get praise. And I don't know. And I guess I maybe need to revisit Super 8 because I remember one time I saw it. And I mean, I remember there was talk around it like, oh, maybe this will be the next Goonies. And it was also Spielberg was involved in both productions. And he is one of my heroes. When I was a kid, that's who I wanted to be. So I don't know. So that's it. Thanks for coming along for the ride. Andy, you Goonie. That's me, Andy. Your Goonie checking out. Good night. All right, everybody. So it's time for another Tale of the Tape episode. While we take a little break from what do we call it? Star Trek: The Next Generation. I wanted to do 3 movies that had a major impact in my life. And this one that we're going to talk about tonight is the one. The movie itself didn't have the biggest impact on my life, but the movie did. Well, no, the content of the movie did not have the impact, but the movie itself did have the biggest impact, probably in my life, of almost anything. Like when you just talk about one thing, like reading books, obviously had the biggest impact, but that was a combination of things. And reading Hocus Pocus by Vonnegut when I was in high school, it kind of changed a lot of things for me. But this movie, it wasn't so much about the art of the film. And so we'll get into the movie. Well, the name of the movie is, oddly enough, I changed the name of the movie because this is a sleep podcast. But it's the James Bond movie, A View to a Kitten, it's called. A View to a Kitten. And it's a Roger Moore James Bond movie. Came out in the late 80s or the mid, like 85, 84, 85, 86. I'm not sure which of those. And I'm not sure if this was the first James Bond movie I saw, but it was definitely the first one I saw in the theater. And I saw it multiple times in the theater. So here's what I guess we'll talk about tonight. Like, I'll talk a little bit more about my experience with A View to a Kitten, this movie. And then I'll talk about, you know, probably like talk about, let's see, James Bond movies and that. And then we'll talk about the kind of plot that I remember. And this is a Tale of the Tape episode. We've just started doing these when I was trying to remember the plots of movies that I barely, like that I even, like this one, I've probably seen this movie 30 times. And I said, what was it? Like, I remember some things. So it's interesting. Tale of the Tape, my mental tape that runs in my mind about the movie. So here's the circumstances as I remember them. I don't know if this is fact or memory, but I think this movie came out the same year as Goonies and Back to the Future, but I'm not positive on that. When I remember seeing this movie at the same theater I saw Back to the Future and Goonies, a movie theater that was just in a shopping center plaza. Like, this was back before there was multiplexes. The malls had movie theaters, but these smaller cinemas still existed in these like now smaller cinemas like exist in urban centers, you know, downtowns of cities and art districts. This was just one on a commercial street with like, there was a drugstore, supermarket, I think it was next to the dry cleaner, to be honest with you. And it was a 2 or 3 screen theater. And it was really where my youth, like my first, other than a couple movie experiences I had, as an individual without going with my family. And so I saw this movie, A View to a Kitten, here. And I remember just thinking, again, I knew it wasn't, I mean, I had some awareness that it wasn't on the same level story-wise and content-wise as Goonies or Back to the Future, but it still was just a wonderful thing that swept me away. And then, as I said later on, like as I was seeing the movie over and over again, I was playing with my G.I. Joes. And again, I was too old. I was probably in sixth grade or between fifth and sixth grade, maybe. And I was playing with the G.I. Joes. And I remember I was in the front of my house outside. And I was kind of recreating and rewriting a snow scene from the movie with a snowmobile and G.I. Joe. And I was wishing I had the G.I. Joe skis, the G.I. Joe that came with the skis, so I could recreate even more. And that was the moment I realized people make these movies. Other than Steven Spielberg and Robert Zemeckis, I said, there's people making these movies. And unfortunately, at the time, I didn't give Richard Donner any credit, or Brock Lees, or Ian Fleming, or whoever else was involved in the James Bond films. But I just remember thinking, holy cow, there's people that worked on this movie. I can't believe it. That's what I want to do one day. And like I've said in the podcast before, like, who would have known the circuitous route I took to get to telling stories? But like, I think if I told the kid that I was playing with the G.I. Joes, like, well, you get to play with G.I. Joes in a different way, in a lulling, soothing way. I think that useful, and then say, and you're trying to figure, and you'd be trying to figure out a way to do it for a job. I think that youthful part of me, like, would be very happy with the circumstances of the podcast. So I got to see the movie. I was seeing it with my friend Bo, probably some of my other friends like Pat and Kyle. And we were using our savings from our paper routes to go see this movie. And then my friend Bo also purchased the soundtrack to this movie. And man, there was the instrumental part of the soundtrack. And then that would connect us to Goonies because Data liked to play the James Bond theme or the 007 theme on his boombox. But man, I can remember playing this. There was a Duran Duran song that was the title song. All these Bond movies and have these title sequences that have these kind of surreal, just cool montages along with the song. And this title song was made by Duran Duran, and I really can't believe it wasn't a bigger hit because it was an awesome song. Like, do yourself a favor, look up Duran Duran, A View to a Kitten, but just change it to the real title of the movie. And let's see. And I just remember, it was if you like Duran Duran, it was just a really good song. It had all those. It's going through my head. It had soaring Duran Duran melodies. And hitting all the notes, just the stuff you like about Duran Duran for the, two or three Duran Duran songs. I know. Actually, I'm not sure I can name another one without embarrassing myself and saying, well, that's not Duran Duran. That's, Dexy's been, whatever. I say, okay, well, I know Duran Duran. I hope Duran Duran made this. And I remember Duran Duran kind of had a second, maybe 5 or 6 years after this. Like the early 90s, they had a little comeback. They had 2 other mild hits that I enjoyed, but they weren't like the 80s Duran Duran sound. So it had a great song, great soundtrack, and, good to play G.I. Joe to when you're too old, or imagine, go pretend you're a spy. And that was another thing Bo and I did when we were, I guess, 5th and 6th grade. So if your kids are still playing, we would play spy in, I even remember climbing on roofs of things and pretending I was a spy. And I guess this is I don't know how old you are in 6th grade, but that's what I was doing in 6th grade, pretending I was Roger Moore. Or sometimes I was pretending I was Data from Goonies, pretending he was Roger Moore or James Bond. And I know Roger Moore is not exactly considered the pinnacle of James Bonds, but for me at the time, he was the only James Bond I knew. which would cause me problems like later in life. And I think this might have been Roger Moore's last run as James Bond. And if unless I'm mistaken, it was a long time between A View to a Kitten and then Timothy Dalton was the next Bond, I think. And I don't think it was till like 91 or 92 that he had his first movie out. So this is a little bit of a gap. So for me, like seeing James Bond on the big screen, and again, I don't think I'd seen any Sean Connery James Bond movies yet, or the gentleman George Lazenby. I think was there anybody else other than Connery, Lazenby, and then Moore? And then it was Timothy Dalton and Pierce Brosnan, and now Daniel Craig. And I think they've all like done a pretty good job. And I don't want to get into a discussion about James Bond movies because that would really take us off track because we're just talking about this one. So let's see. So we saw it in Roger Moore. I think that's it. I think we should just get into the content if I can remember. And maybe I'm buying time. So just in case anybody hasn't seen a James Bond movie. Now this one, interestingly enough, it took place at, I think it was still the height of the Cold War. I mean, maybe not. I mean, facts aren't my strong suit, but there was really very little Cold War action. And this was like for the most part, a domestic movie, though it did take place in other cities. The big action at the end took place in the Bay Area and very predictive of the future because it was like it was about Silicon Valley in the end. I don't know if that's another reason I ended up out here. It's totally possible that by seeing that and then seeing stuff about San Francisco in my book, that I fell in love with the Bay Area at this age and it changed. I said, well, I got to live there. I did say that. I just had an obsession with Alcatraz and then the Transamerican Pyramid. I don't know why, but I said, well, I like those things, and I'd like to be close to them. So let's see, A View to a Kitten. It's really going to be a lot of editing this episode if you're listening. A poor editor, because every time I say A View to a Kitten, before that I say the actual movie title. And it's a bit of an extreme title for a movie that's pretty not super action packed. And I think the movie poster had the Golden Gate Bridge on it. And the reason being is like the movie ends on the Golden Gate Bridge or almost ends, like it has a little epilogue or whatever. But I think the action maybe it doesn't come to a close. I'm pretty sure it does though on the Golden Gate Bridge. So it starred Roger Moore as 007. M and Q, no idea. I mean, I think Q was still played by the person who played Q, whose name escapes me. And M, I don't have any idea who played M. I cannot picture M in my head. I don't know. Judi Dench is a great M, so I'm happy with that. And Q, I almost had his name, but now I still can't think of it. His name keeps popping in and out of my head. As many people know, Bond, especially at this time, was like, the Bond girls. So I think it was Tanya Roberts was the actress that played the Bond girl, but I'm not 100% positive on that. Also, marketing. What's interesting is the marketing. I think this was right around the time. I don't know if Sharper Image had been around before this, but Bo, who I said was my friend, his dad got the Sharper Image catalog. And they had huge tie-ins with this movie. And I can remember looking at the Sharper Image at Bo's house and waiting to say, one day I'll be rich and I can buy, movie replicas of the, replicas of the movie, what do you call them? I don't know, the things you use in a movie. I can't think of what they're called. But those things, so like what all the things all the little gadgets and stuff. And that's when Sharper Image, this was before Sky Mall, when Sharper Image was your go-to thing for cutting-edge technology. Don't know if that's the case, and I don't know. And if you want to be smooth like Bond, you'd spend all your money at the Sharper Image catalog. So Roger Moore, Tanya Roberts, and then the antagonists. Oh boy! Now, I am surprised at this, like the level of two great antagonists in this movie, and Christopher Walken and Grace Jones. And you want to talk about a 1-2 punch of like that makes like that's why I still look back at it and I say what awesome choices. So we had, and they were so Chris. We'll get into who they were, but Christopher Walken was the antagonist leader, and Grace Jones was like I don't know what they call that. Like what are the other characters called? Like not the right hand person, but they're like their action person. Like Grace Jones was the badass, and she's that's pretty simple. I mean, when you think about Grace Jones, you say that total badass. And let's see, there was also a couple other like sidekicks, a male and a female. Pretty sure the male was the same actor who was in one of the Beverly Hills Cop movies, but I'm not sure. And the other female lead antagonist, I just remember her from the horse part of the movie. So the movie, like a James Bond movie, there's usually a pretty set structure, though I don't like it always opens with a set action piece, then the James Bond theme, the title song, and then the plot of the movie. So kind of like a little teaser, like unrelated action at the beginning. And this one, if as far as I remember, it opens in the mountains, and it's pretty cool because like it's all in white, and everybody has since I was big into GI Joe, like playing GI Joes, it was always cool like when people would have their snow gear, because you'd be like, that's so cool that they have all white so they can blend in with the snow. No one bothered, say, well, they're animals that live in the snow. That's their net. And I said, okay, great. Well, this is more about the action. I don't really remember a whole lot about it other than that, like what usually happens is James Bond, in this case Roger Moore, is trying to get down a mountain and like either like with something or trying to catch up with someone headed down a mountain to get him to get something back. And, there's people like, okay, so I think this was like, I don't know when snowboarding started, but I do think this happened in the movie, but I'm not positive on this. One problem is that there wasn't that long before Roger Moore was in another like movie, Alpine James Bond movie, where he was protecting an ice skater. And I think that was a tie-in to one of the Winter Olympics. I don't know if it was the 84 Olympics or the 82, but so it's a little bit tough to pick out. But I do remember one detail is that like Roger Moore, like a snowmobile, he was being chased by a snowmobile. And this was back when skiing was the main thing, and he was using his ski poles, and he was skiing, and then he did something to stop the snowmobile, but the snowmobile kind of went to pieces. So then he got one of the front sleds of the snowmobile, made it into a snowboard, and headed down the rest of the mountain. And I always thought that was cool. Like he was snowboarding, essentially. I guess he was snowmobile sled boarding. But he'd headed down the mountain, and I don't really remember anything other than that. And I don't know if this was one where he uncovered a plot, like he got to the bottom, and he caught the person, and they said, well, why does this person have plans of the geological surveys of the Silicon Valley of California, or something like that. But it didn't make a whole lot of sense. But anyway, he I don't know, he skied and snowboarded, and there was a lot of action, and it was cool, and jumping and, stuff like popping and all that stuff. So that was the opening. Then there was the Duran Duran song, which again, beautiful, beautiful song. I don't understand why that's not even replayed on 80s stations. Really great 80s song. Not a hit, but you'll recognize it. And if you like, I don't know what Duran Duran does with their voices. What do you call that? Like, it's not singing, they don't sing high, but they sing like this emotional burst, like, I don't want to get into the music. But so that was cool. And I don't really remember like the details. I think because this was like around the same time, maybe this was well before George Michael Yeah, because George Michael said, let's talk about sex. I think that was in 87 or 88. And that movie, that video for that song reminded me of, maybe because they had like a black light and glow paint on. It just reminded me of it just reminded me of A View to a Kitten's, title, whatever you call it, the beginning of the James Bond movie. Now, what happens after the title of the James Bond movie? Like, normally that's where James gets sent to investigate. Like, something's amiss in Her Majesty's Royal Service or whatever. Yeah, but no one quite knows what's happening. Something insidious is going on. So in this case, from what I remember, is that James was sent to Paris because this was confusing, I guess, to a kid, like some ambassador or some high-profile French official or American official that was on some sort of, they were supposed to be watching over, and maybe he was supposed to meet, I don't remember if he was supposed to meet James for dinner or, I guess, yeah, like maybe there was an informant. And they said, James, you got to go to this restaurant. And what was confusing was the restaurant was in the Eiffel Tower, I think. And not only that, it was not just a restaurant. It was a restaurant with performances. And not just any performances, but the restaurant was like, had this, like, they do this a lot in Prague. I think they call it Blacklight Theater in Prague. I don't know 100% if this was the case, but what I'm picturing is like it was a butterfly puppet show with great, like very good music and like, so it would appear if you're watching it that butterflies are floating on the stage and they're floating to music. I don't remember if there was any actors, but there was puppeteers disguised so you wouldn't know they were there. Kind of like you see like when you think about the Lion King musical or any of those newer Disney stage musicals, like those are a little, you know what I mean, where they're meant to blend in, the puppeteers. And so if my memory serves me, like James is like meeting James Bond, I'm talking about James Bond, is meeting with this gentleman and like they're having lunch. It was definitely lunch because the restaurant was lighted. And at some point, we see Grace Jones, and she sneaks in, and not only is she total badass, but she's also a puppeteer. So I don't know if she was a puppeteer under disguise or if she replaced a puppeteer, when they didn't approve of that. But she gets dressed clad all in black, a bit like a ninja, which in the 80s was the height of ninjas, too. And not only does she start the puppet show, but she starts doing it to an extreme level. And then she uses one of the butterfly puppets to deliver a sleeping aid to the informant James Bond's talking to. And James Bond doesn't figure it out until it's already done. So then he chases after her. And like they run up the Eiffel Tower and there's like a lot of action. Maybe there's some hench persons. Is that how we refer to them now? Hench persons. And he's trying to get to the top of the Eiffel Tower. And he's like, well, I totally got her. And he's like, he doesn't realize that this is Grace Jones, TBA. So he chases her to the top of the Eiffel Tower. Again, I'm sure there was other action like jumping and elevatoring. And the problem is it gets a little mixed up with Superman 2 or Superman 3. I think that was Superman 2 when there's trouble at the Eiffel Tower. And then that's when Superman sends it into outer space, the elevator, which frees those three up in outer space. I can't remember. I know the character is Zod. I think Emperor Zod. Or maybe it's from Ghostbusters, but it doesn't matter. So he's chasing Grace Jones to the top of the tower and trying to figure out what she's up to. And then at some point, she parachutes off of there. And James can't do anything about it. And I think her parachute was even, I don't remember, it was something funny. And she gets away. And I would want to say that there's a boat chase sequence, but maybe there isn't one in this movie. Though in most James Bond movies, there's also, in France particularly, or on the River Thames, or another, Bosphorus, whatever. The Rhine. You give me the Danube. You give me you give me a grand European river. And it also in Louisiana and the Mississippi, I think there was even one. I don't know if there's one on the East River, but usually you give me a grand urban river and I'll give you a James Bond boat chase or something like it. Also, Police Academy in Miami, I think there was one. And that was pretty, if my memory serves, that was a pretty good one too, even though it also had comedy. So, probably around the same time. But so Grace Jones gets away, and now James Bond at some point he checks back in. Boat chase or no boat chase, James Bond's on the case, and he has one clue, but I just don't know what clue it was. But the clue, he meets with Q and M and the rest of his administrative squad or whatever you want to call it. And then they say they're looking into this, I don't know I think James Bond's undercover name is St. John Smith in this movie. It is. And let's see, what else do I need to know? So at some point they realize, okay, we're on to this guy. Of course, I can't even think of his name. Maybe I'll remember it. Oh, yeah, because the whole corporation was named after him. Like Oscorp, but it wasn't Oscorp. That's from Spider-Man. I think it was a Z. I think his name starts with a Z, so maybe we will figure it out. But they realize that this guy, played by Christopher Walken, is up to something. And he's also big into horses and horse racing. And they think they even maybe they don't suspect. Because I want to say that James gets one of the things he gets is what is that called? A thing a horse rider would use. But I don't really remember much about their meeting. But he goes, and this I think takes place in the English countryside. And this is some American played by Christopher Walken. So he's playing himself. And I guess that's all I really remember is that he's playing himself and Grace Jones works for him. I think they suspect, I don't know at one point they suspect this, but that he's like engineered. He's an engineered human there. And he's got some albino features, I think. I'm not sure about that. But also he's out there. But he's also very intelligent, he's got all those uber qualities. Also super rich. I almost said his name. It almost popped in my head. I'm pretty sure it does start with a Z, so we'll probably remember it. Zarkon, not Zarkon. That's Flash Gordon, I think, or Zarkov. So let's see so he goes to this English horse farm undercover as St. John Smith. Why I remember that of all the things, I have no idea. And of course, even as a lad, even as a young child who was good at suspending his disbelief, I was always troubled when James would go undercover. I mean, in reality, it was always with a wink and a nod anyway, because everyone knew it was James Bond. But that always would pull me out of the story a little bit. I'd say, come on, give me a break. Everyone knows who James Bond is. He's 007. Shaken, not stirred. If someone orders a drink and they say shaken, not stirred, get the hell out of there. Don't even say sorry, I refuse service. We have the right to refuse service. I don't serve anyone that orders martini, vodka martini, shaken, not stirred, dry. Unless you your lover's on the dangerous side, which I don't, especially James Bond, that's not my thing. And even if you do, you'd say, okay, well, could we do the love making and then I'll do the shaking and the stirring? Why don't we get that over with? And then I'll do the drink making. But so he goes out to this English horse farm or English, whatever you call it, stables. This is his, and they get a view. And who Felix Leiter is one of James Bond's sidekicks. But another thing is, I don't know if it's another agent. I think it was another British agent. Has to accompany James as his, what do you call that? Is his limo driver. And so that was kind of funny because it was a good comedic actor. I can't think of his name, but he was definitely in a lot of big things. So he's not super pleased about being James's, James's like butler. So James goes out to this thing, and everyone's. Here's the things I remember: everyone's tapping everybody. So James is James finds bugs in his room. So then he plays a recording because Christopher Walken has all the rooms bugged. Also, everybody's bidding on horses, and they're trying to control the bidding on horses. Christopher Walken, this horse scene, I don't know if it's 10, 15-minute scene. I really loved it. I don't know why. I think when Christopher Walken really shines here, because he's just great. At some point, James and Grace Jones work out together, and I mean that in every sense of the word. First, they do a little martial arts training. I think Christopher Walken and Grace Jones are doing the martial arts training. Now I think about it. And then maybe, I don't know if James and Grace Jones just get straight to the grappling, but they do some serious grappling. There's a double cross, who's James is pretending to be a rich art dealer. I think St. John Smith is an art dealer. And also, Christopher Walken's character is kind of revealed to be a little bit petty, that they go on some sort of competitive horse riding thing, and he's bending the rules to make himself. He's a very close parallel to Christopher Walken's character is Joff from Game of Thrones. I think maybe I made this point in one of the Game of Thrones episodes. I mean, Christopher Walken, because of his voice and his personality, he's a slightly more likable because he's a bit of a hammy buffoon, where Joff's so when Christopher Walken's character is crying out for attention, it's easier to watch than when Joff's doing it. But other than that, maybe he's got a little Ramsay Bolton in him, but not the nasty side of Christopher Walken's character. I guess maybe he does a little bit. But so James reveals that James finds out he's got a super lab that he's making, cheating at horse racing. And so we get a secret lab that's in a horse stall. That was cool. We get to see old moneyed Europe or something like that. James Bond undercover, Grace Jones under the covers with James Bond. Then there's a horse race, and I think, they said they cheated on the horse races by having some kind of remote control. And I don't know if this was at the height of horse racing in the U.S. or why, because it did feel I enjoyed it because of Christopher Walken and Grace Jones and Roger Moore. Also, at some point in here, James Bond teams up with Tanya Roberts. I don't know if this is the point where he finds her investigating, but at some point he does. And then at some point, James's cover's blown because his limo driver takes a big, long nap pretty much for the rest of the movie. And that kind of makes James mad because he was an older, friend of James's and a father figure type. And so James has got to get out of there. I don't really remember the details of that. He's just maybe he used the ejector seat. Probably was a car chase that I don't remember. Maybe with the limo and Tanya Roberts. I'm not exactly sure. Maybe there's a point with Grace Jones questioning her loyalty to Christopher Walken. Trying to think what else. That was the biggest scene. That was what stuck with me the most. It was the most enjoyable. Then at some point, we also see that Christopher Walken's got himself a blimp, and he is proposing to the mafia. He's got all the mafia members on the blimp, all the heads of all the families. So now you can see where as a kid you say, okay, maybe they're reaching a little bit here. And or maybe my memory is reaching, but he shows him the plan. He's going to take over. I think he wants to control 100% of the Silicon in Silicon Valley, microchips and all that. And to think how right Christopher Walken's character was, Z, I almost had it. I almost had the name of it, Z something. But so he's in a blimp with the mafia. One mafia, he says, this is how much money I need, and then we'll control all of Silicon Valley. We're going to make it into a big lake. So that was the plan with Silicon Valley. I don't remember much else about that. Like he gets rid of one mafia guy. He says, "Hey, dude, take a ride on this slide I have in this blimp." But he shows them the map. Maybe James was hiding out, or Tanya Roberts, and that's how so the exposition we see through James's eyes. I mean, that would make sense instead of a cutaway scene with just the antagonist. I can kind of remember that, but it gives me mixed up with Die Hard, like James hiding under a table. But maybe that happened. I don't know how he would have got out of there. And then the movie moves to San Francisco. Other stuff may have happened there, but then the movie moves to San Francisco, and there's kind of three main things that I can remember about the parts in San Francisco. One, there's a chase through the streets of San Francisco. Probably Grace Jones and James Bond and Grace Jones chasing one another. Tanya Roberts. So at some point, James Bond's on what are those called? A ladder truck from the fire department. He's in the front or he's in the back. Tanya, he's driving, she's driving, because they have the ones, and then there's a lot of action, with the ladder. So maybe they snuck in somewhere, and then the fire department came and they had to take the fire truck to chase Grace Jones. I mean, that would make the most sense. But, I mean, I'm not trying to throw anybody in the bus, but I did not enjoy the chase scenes because they were very, very fake. Or there was something else about them that just stuck out to me. Whatever it was, I just remember thinking, I don't like these chase scenes. And I think there was some attempts at humor and stuff that I just did. I don't know it wasn't James Bondy for me. And then they uncover the next thing in the plot, which is this way to flood Silicon Valley and make it into a lake. Oh, because he's also mining. So they go down to his mine, Christopher Walken's mine. And of course they get caught, Tanya Roberts and James Bond. And this is right when, whatever his name is Christopher Walken's character is going to flood Silicon Valley, and he's going to go watch it from his blimp. So this is the big climax in the movie. And he's using the fault lines to do that, and with his drilling. And James Bond's, of course, outraged. He said, Jesus, this is going to affect a lot of people, just not the economy. And you're just doing this to enrich yourself. It's wrong. And he uses very strong language like that, but Christopher Walken just laughs. And then Christopher Walken says, listen, Grace Jones, you got to stop this James Bond or something. But then the last minute, Grace Jones realizes that James, that it's wrong. And maybe, I don't know, maybe James was just just got the light in her. And then she realizes she wants to save the day. She wants to be a heroine because she's Grace Jones, total badass. So then I don't know if it was maybe after a battle, with James Bond, a back and forth, but there's something, and she realizes that she could make the sacrifice to save everybody in Silicon Valley. Thank goodness she did, because without it, I wouldn't have a podcast. So it's pretty great. Solid state all the way. We owe you, Grace Jones. My heart is as solid as the state. I don't know what to say, but so she makes the sacrifice, and I remember that scene. She had a lot of emotion on her face, and I said, well, Grace Jones is awesome. So then James has to stop, or I don't know if he just has to catch Christopher Walken at this point, but they go up in the blimp. I think somehow he climbs the rope to the blimp, and then he climbs on the roof of the blimp, and then he's trying to get in the blimp, and maybe Tanya Roberts is in the blimp, so he wants to rescue her. That would make more sense. But also shows a terrible employer this guy is, because he just leaves Grace Jones. So then they fly to San Francisco, and then James and Christopher Walken have a showdown. And I guess the blimp gets caught. At some point, they end up having a showdown on the towers of the Golden Gate Bridge. I don't know if the blimp got caught or what, but it's a back and forth with but again, I don't think the main things I remember about this movie enjoying were the horse scenes, and I'm not a big horse person. I just liked something about that. And then, Grace Jones' sacrifice. I hope I'm getting the right person. But I don't really remember much about this scene other than I said, geez, I'd like to walk up and, I'd like to go up on the towers of the Golden Gate Bridge. But at some point, it's up there, the blimp's up there, and then they're going back and forth. But then James tricks Christopher Walken, maybe using like his last gadget. I mean, that's usually another thing. So then Christopher Walken thinks he's getting away in his blimp, but it ends up his blimp, runs out of gas, we'll say. And then there's victory, and then there's probably a coupling scene with James and Tanya Roberts, and then the movie comes to a close. So yeah, I guess like looking back at it, I don't know. I'd like to rewatch it. I mean, you can't really go wrong with Christopher Walken or Grace Jones. I'd like to, I guess, rewatch it to see if any of that happened in that order. I'd like to see if that restaurant was really in the Eiffel Tower. Do they have an Eiffel Tower restaurant like that? Like lots of natural light and butterfly, black light butterfly performers. Because that would be sweet. I mean, that would be something fun to do. And what else? I wish I could remember Christopher Walken's the company's name. But it was like Z Corp or something like that. And to think he wanted to corner the market on microchips, that's pretty wild. It was a long time ago. But yeah, I kind of think that's it for the tale of the tape. I just remember watching that movie a lot. Eating Skor bars, that was another thing. He said one day I'll be rich enough to buy an 8-pack of Skor bars and go to a James Bond movie and eat them all. And I guess that was my first James Bond movie. And then I probably watched it. Then at some point, maybe when Blockbuster, then I would watch a lot of James Bond movies. And then some would be on TV. But I think most of them I watched with my friends on VHS tapes, and then it took me a while to see them all. I mean, not until like my 20s did I see some of them, all of the, Sean Connery ones. And you may ask, what is my favorite James Bond or James Bond movie? That's a good question. I remember really being excited about the first Timothy Dalton movie just because it had been so long, and that was one where he dealt with the drug cartel. And I think he had 2 love interests in that movie. And I remember, I remember seeing that in the movie theater and being really hyped for it and kind of being let down. And to be honest, that's sometimes, James Bond is one of those movies that are just so close to nostalgia that it's tough to totally ever deliver. I mean, I think what's his name? Roger Craig does a great job, as a James Bond. I really enjoy the movies. But again, it's it's tough to make movies like that. Let's just be honest. So, and then have everybody's youthfulness tied to them. Trying to think of other ones that stick out to me. Out of all the James Bond movies, this is the one that sticks out to me the most. And then the next one would be the first or second. Maybe that's the second Timothy Dalton movie because he had one where he's dealing with Russians. And he went through a pipeline, but maybe that was the second one, and he drives on the lake. And then, we had waited so long for Pierce Brosnan to be James Bond. I don't know if it was anticlimactic. The one thing, was it Timothy Dalton where he had more of, people were like, well, Bond's got his swagger back. He's a little bit tougher. And so, but I don't know if that was it. Because remember, Felix Leiter, he had gotten married. And that's when the cartel dealt with Felix Leiter, and James was very mad about that. But I don't know. It's good to escape for a while, and I'm glad you escaped with me tonight with View to a Kitten with Roger Moore, Grace Jones, Christopher Walken, and Tanya Roberts. Thanks, everybody. All right, so it's time for another one of these Tale of the Tape episodes. I'm really tentative about this one. So just so you know, I'm going to be extra vulnerable. At least internally, and maybe the vulnerability is because I really wanted to cheat on this one. That's what I'll be honest with you. I really want, as I started to scan my memory banks, there wasn't much in there. And I said, there should be a lot more in my memory banks about this movie. And a lot, my brain does that all the time. It says, does not compute, file not found. It was a lot of that, file not found. And I said, well, how come I can remember so little details about this movie that had a huge impact on my childhood? It was one of the most beloved movies of all time. But I can't remember even, I can only remember the set pieces, these, and then I said, then I did have a debate. This was about 10 days, over the past 10 days. I said, well, maybe I should just look it up on Wikipedia. Maybe I should watch it. And I said, because it's going to be really embarrassing if I don't, I don't even know how the movie starts. And I said to myself, Scoots, you could do that, but or you could parachute, and just let the listeners and then I said, actually, this is a podcast to put people to sleep. And they said, no offense, Scoots, you're great. You're no Paul Scheer, and there's only one Paul Scheer, and Paul Scheer does his job. And he's in, and you do your job, and both jobs, they're important in different ways. And then I said, okay, well, I said, yeah, but and I said, you can do it. So without further ado, tonight we're going to be talking about Back to the Future, and obviously it's a seminal '80s movie. I'm not even sure what's very important. It didn't launch the career of Michael J. Fox, but it changed his career trajectory, I guess you could say, because he was a beloved TV actor, I think, at the time the movie came out on Family Ties. But it was a huge, these three movies that we're doing, Goonies, A View to a Kitten, and Back to the Future, had a huge, this summer they came out, whatever summer it was, 1980, I think it was 86. I think it was 85, though. I don't know if it was I want to say it would make more sense if it was the summer between 5th and 6th grade. But it could have been the summer after 6th grade, between 6th grade and middle school. But but just being honest, I don't have any idea. But so this was a movie that I can remember a lot of things. Much like A View to a Kitten, it had an amazing soundtrack, a few Huey Lewis tracks on there. I don't know if they were Huey Lewis and the News or just Huey Lewis. I think they were probably, I don't know. I'm not sure. But there was the big tracks. There was Back in Time and Power of Love. And then there was also great instrumentals. I don't know if John Williams did those, but whoever did them, or whomever, I think is the probably correct thing. But I remember listening to that with my friend Bo. Again, I didn't have the soundtrack, but my friend Bo did, and we played it a lot as we would ride bikes and whatever else we did at adventures and pretend. And I was, again, geez, why can't I be will high school be just like Back to the Future? And I think I went into it expecting that. I mean, I've talked about how TV and movies, its impact on me. I was honestly convinced between grammar school and then middle school that it was my grammar school that was the problem, not me. And then I said, okay, when I get to middle school, it's going to be just like Back to the Future and Degrassi and Silver Spoons. Who's the boss? Growing Pains. It's going to be just like that. And I'm going to be that character, the trickster hero. And I wish a part of me would just sit down and be I guess you can't do that, though. This is what you have to learn by living life. You're not real. No, that's great, But Star Wars movies, please don't say I'm C-3PO. Star Wars movies, they do need a C-3PO. And not everybody can be Han Solo. Please don't tell me 3CPO. And can't it just be Luke or something? Sorry, I'm just making it so not every high school can have. I'm a C-3PO in high school, and it'll be fine. You'll be fine, and it'd be way better if you embrace your 3s to the C's to the P's to the O. But actually, I got to correct you because I don't have any grasp of any language. It's not even the English language, so I can't be C-3PO. Well, no, you're just more like the essence of sleep. So they say, okay, great. But so it did create a version of high school. There wasn't that many high school scenes in there, and I never decided. I think I tried to learn the bass when I was a senior in high school, and I didn't learn the bass. But and I told my siblings when they were young, I said, please learn an instrument, please, so I can live vicariously through you. And, they just like, I don't think my voice is worth much. When you see the light, you say, okay, well, they say, exactly. Don't be a 3C piece. Don't end up like me. I'm just like 3PO. I don't even have the C because I can't, I don't have the, whatever his job was, protocols and stuff. I guess that's the P. But so, like, I did have it, like a unrealistic version, like that Back to the Future Planet in my mind. And this was the first summer, as I've been saying with this progression, that I could go to the movies. And I can remember after seeing Goonies, that had changed, I said, I can't believe how good the movies can be, like how totally swept away it can do, what it can do to you. And especially the romance of the movie theater and the total experience. But I just couldn't believe that experience of Goonies could ever be topped. And it was, like I said, A View to a Kitten was enjoyable. It wasn't life-altering like Goonies was. And I can remember whether it was like E.T., what was that show? E.T. Tonight or whatever, or something. One of those shows that's on like between getting home from school and dinner, like they say, like, and maybe it was even, or maybe it was right before my dad comes home. Maybe it was like, but they'd said, oh, if you thought Goonies was good, Steven Spielberg's got something to show you because there's a movie coming out next month called that's going to be, and I said, no, that's not possible. That a movie could be better than Goonies. I said, I'm sorry, like I entertain E.T. Tonight or whatever, you're fools. And like, I don't think I hardened my heart against it. That's something that does happen a lot. You hear people and, they go into movies with like an agenda not to like it. And sometimes the movie can blow them away. But I was suspicious. I said, I don't see, and I said, well, I don't even think I knew what it was about the first time I saw it, other than, there was the poster, which was the DeLorean with Marty McFly. And I think Doc Brown was off in the background of the poster. And there was the flaming tracks and probably the mall or something behind them. But I definitely was suspicious. I said, I don't think this could be as good as Goonies. But then the time came, and this would be my timeline. I could be totally off. Like I would guess if I was put to the test that Goonies came out in like May, and what do you call it? What else came? Then A View to a Kitten probably came out like beginning of the summer. Like so, I don't know if what is it? Is it Memorial Day starts the summer or Labor Day ends the summer, right? So I don't know if Goonies came out near or around Memorial Day. Then View to a Kitten came out like right as soon as the summer hit, So maybe like June. And then if I had to guess, I'd say mid-June to July was when Back to the Future came out. But those are only guesses. But I know there was a gap of a month or two between Goonies and Back to the Future. And as I said, my memory banks don't hold like a lot of thing about like we'll try to go through the plot, and I think that'll be embarrassing for me, and especially embarrassing because I have siblings and friends that have like these really accurate memories, but my memory doesn't work quite that way. But that's fine, we're all humans, and we all have our positive and not so positive features. But so Back to the Future. So I can remember that by the time they got to the shopping mall, I was fully, I was beyond disbelief. I was beyond suspension of belief or disbelief. In Goonies, it wasn't like it didn't need to pale in comparison. It was like, this is something just as magnificent in a different way. I mean, a little bit like, I don't know if they're both PG movies. I don't have any idea about that, but I don't know. I mean, Back to the Future, again, I think, I don't know when last time I saw either one. I'll be watching Goonies soon, and maybe I'll watch Back to the Future. I've probably seen Goonies more recently. I don't think I've seen either one in a long, long time. But yeah, I have no idea. Even on by accident on TV, I did watch some of Back to the Future 2, like on a New Year's marathon or something. But I remember being in that theater, and by the time the scene at the mall came, I couldn't believe, like I was gone. I was there, and then I craved having that experience again and again. And actually going to see it multiple times did not. I mean, I don't know how many times I saw that one. Maybe 5, maybe 10, maybe 20. I have no clue. I think during that summer, maybe between View to a Kitten and Back to the Future, they upped the price to $225 for a child's matinee ticket, or $250. So I do remember that being a little bit of an issue, like that was a lot for me. You know, it's 10% inflation or 15 or something. But so those are the things that I want to make clear. So how does Back to the Future start out? That's the question I'll probably be asking myself until this episode comes out or I see it again. Because that one, I don't really remember. I mean, I remember the scene at the mall, but so maybe we could work our way backwards from the mall. Where Marty shows up at the mall. At some point, Marty must go to Doc Brown's house. And I think that, I don't know if we had met Doc Brown at all. So, at some point, maybe Marty goes to Doc Brown's house to get something. And there's a note to bring your video camera and meet me at the Hillsdale Mall. I think that's the name. And she said, I wish I could go to that mall. Looks like the coolest mall in the world, even though it's closed and it was nighttime. But I think at some point Marty goes over to Doc Brown's house I don't know why. I was trying to think how close they live to one another. Oh, maybe. Oh, wait, he goes to practice is that what he does? Is that where he practices the guitar and the guitar? Let's say that. So he goes back there, and I guess that is the scene, to practice playing a guitar, because Doc has this giant speaker with a super powerful amp. And it's another cool scene where Marty, Marty's just super cool. I mean, especially to a young male. He plays guitar, he skateboards, he's got, good clothes that I don't even know where you'd purchase them. Jean jacket. I don't even know if he had a jean jacket, but it's in pins, and he had good hair, sunglasses, a girlfriend, all those things I would have expected when I got to high school. And I mean, this might seem silly and sad, but it's true. But I'd be like, oh wow, suddenly you have style, and suddenly, but it's also fiction. I didn't quite realize that. But you live and you live and you suspend disbelief. That's what the dreams are made of, right? Yeah. So, okay, so let's keep working back. This is kind of actually helping. So at some point, Marty goes to Doc Brown's house to play the guitar. He blows out the speaker, gets shot across the garage or Doc's workshop. Also, that's when we learn about Doc's inventions, because I think there's a dog feeding invention, and we meet Doc's dog, Einstein. I'm guessing the dog's name's Einstein. And maybe we get a couple more clues about what Doc's up to. I think we see the uranium or whatever Doc. I think Marty accidentally drops something and sees that. Or maybe we as the audience just see that. So we get a hint of who Doc is, and that Marty has to meet him later. And then I think between the mall, between the beginning of the movie and the mall scene, there's probably 3 more locations: Marty's house, the high school, and the town, the city. So let's see if we could get there. I would guess that he went from Doc's house to his parents' house to the mall. So if we're working backwards, let's look. I don't want to miss that scene. So I guess after Doc's, he probably goes to his parents' house, his house, and we meet Marty's mother and his sister and his brother. And I think in the first movie, his mother's played by Leah Thompson, and then his brother and his sister are, I don't know the actor or the actress's names. But, you know, it's like a lot of jokes are set up in this scene. So we learn about Uncle Joey because he's getting out of jail. His mom's baking a cake. We learn that, I don't know, like, I think maybe like his brother and his sister, I don't know if they poo-poo on Marty's ideas. And then, I don't know if Marty has an issue because he doesn't have a car. Maybe there's some complaining around that. I think probably there is. So that could be another movie. They're talking about the big dance, I think, is one subject, and Marty's girlfriend. And then we meet Marty's dad, George McFly, played by Crispin Glover. If you listen to the podcast a lot, you'll know that I had McFly issues when it was years after the movie, or a few years after the movie. I was in high school, and at some point I decided to get greasy with my hair, and I had kind of like a George McFly style haircut, and it wasn't intentionally to be cool. I guess it was like a part of my fur acceptance. So I had like a buzz cut, but like long hair, and I used a lot of grease. And I also had the same build as George McFly. And I mean, me and George McFly have a lot of similarities. And, you know, I was way more, I guess, yeah, who would I rather be, C-3PO or George McFly? Probably George McFly. Because at least, no offense to C-3PO fans, but at least George McFly is relatable. And, you know, like C-3PO. So I don't want to go on any anti-3PO things. It's not that I dislike C-3PO. I just don't want to be C-3PO. I'd rather be George McFly. I'm sorry, C-3PO. And I was. And then for a little while, this one kid, I think he was a year or two younger than me. I know his older brother's name. I can't think of his first name. You know, and I'm not doing that on purpose, but that kind of feels good. I can't think of his name. I can think of his brother's name. He's got two brothers. Anyway, but he started calling me McFly. And he was the kind of kid, he was kind of like, he bullied me a little bit, even though he's a year younger than me. But I think it was like one of those like friendship bully things. Like, I think he really wanted to be my friend. I never picked up on that. And I said, dude, like, and he had two older brothers that were older than me. So he was probably, you know, it wasn't that big a deal. You know, and I wasn't the nicest kid either. So it was like, it was one of those cycle things. But he started calling me McFly, and he tried to get people, or he'd point out that I looked like McFly. And this was probably when the movie was out on VHS. Like, this was years after the movie had come out. And then at some point, one of my classmates, Alicia, sat me down, and like, she said, listen, and I think it may be Megan too, and Alicia said to me, listen, you got to stop greasing your hair. It looks like she wasn't saying it in a mean way. She was saying it like in a, and again, I couldn't, I think I could barely separate that. I think she tried to sit me down like 2 or 3 times. She said, don't stop greasing your hair. And at first I think she went like soft sell, and I took it as like an embarrassment. And then I, you know, got stubborn. And then one time she just sat me down. She said, you got to stop it. It just doesn't look, it makes you and makes it, you're embarrassing yourself almost. I think she even spun it nicer. She was very clear. She was trying to keep clear boundaries that she wasn't attracted to me, but that she was doing it as a friend, which is, I guess, a very delicate thing, especially with someone that's personalities like George McFly. But she said, listen, like basically and then I did. I finally listened. And then it took me another 4 or 5 years to realize that my hair was a hopeless situation. But let's see, where are my points? So she tried to help me, and then I finally stopped greasing my hair. But I wasn't known as George McFly. But so in the movie Back to the Future, George McFly comes home, and yeah, Marty needs the car for the big dance. That was it, because maybe he was going to use his sister's car, and his sister's car got in an accident. So then he needs his dad's car, who his dad had promised him the car for the dance. And then he says, Dad, I still get the car for the dance Saturday. And he says, oh, no, Marty, I got to go. And then Biff shows up, and like his clear Biff Tannen. And that's played by Tom Wilson. And someone sent me some video on Twitter of Tom Wilson doing stand-up music. It was very funny. I think that's who plays Biff Tannen. And so then, let's see, where's my point? So then Biff, like, is like, you got to do McFly. He's bullying Marty's dad in front of him, emasculating him in front of his mother and his children. And it upsets Marty greatly because he says, well, geez, I don't want he goes, you know, I'm the kind of man that stands up for myself. Dad, I'm not going to be like you. And Marty said, you know, he says, Dad, you got to stand up, you know. And then, you know, he says, well, I can't, you know, whatever. Like, he said, how did you even, like, get Mom to marry you when you're such a pushover? And one of Biff's burns on McFly is like, don't be so gullible, McFly, and that's another thing I share. I'm especially as a kid, but even sometimes as an adult, like I'm super gullible. And I think, you know, I had a bit of, I wanted to be a Marty, but I was much more of a George McFly. But McFly, he always called him McFly Biff. So that's the scene at Marty's house. And then I think Marty leaves in a huff to go to the mall to meet to Doc. So that's when the adventure begins. And I think the scenes before that are, you know, we see the clock tower and the main downtown area. And Marty, that's when we learn Marty's like a skateboarder and he rides on the back of cars, which, you know, you can only do that in movies, I think, or, you know, I can't do it at all. Even if I was in a movie, I wouldn't be able to do this. It's not my thing. I don't have, like, I tried to be a skateboarder, but it didn't, you know, I just, I'm not, like, you know, when you, anybody that skateboards, you know, one of the things, because a couple of my friends did, and then I would, like, I couldn't even do the thing where you get moving, like, I would like kick the tail up and then I'd just move the board left and right, and I wouldn't go anywhere. So I think the only thing I could do is like flip the board over and land on it. But that was like when I'm not on the board, not like an ollie or whatever you call it, kick flip. But so, and then the first scene was the high school scene. And I think the things we learn in the high school scene are, one, the principal doesn't like Marty. And Marty's a trickster. We learned that. Marty's going to be in the battle of the bands. Marty needs a car. Marty's got a beautiful girlfriend, and they're kind of in love, but it'd be nice if he had a car, you know, for obvious and not for transportation reasons. And so I think, I mean, I'm not positive where the movie opens. But I would guess it was like Marty skateboarding, if I had to guess. It was, but I don't know. I mean, if it started in such a mundane way, or with the Battle of the Bands, or with Marty, but I mean, that's the sequences I remember. So some sort of opening that I don't remember. Oh wait, was there like an opening scene? Maybe he goes to Doc Brown's house first, because maybe the opening is like all the clocks and things at Doc Brown's house. Now my memory's coming back to me. And seeing alarms go off, and then the dog food, and realizing that Doc hasn't been home for a while. And then maybe Marty comes in with the mail. So maybe that's the first scene. Then the high school scene. Then Marty skateboarding. Then Marty's house. Then the shopping mall. And this is where the movie really starts, like at this mall. So Marty's at the mall. He meets with Doc. He says they both have, I guess it starts in the middle of the action, like a good scene would. And they're both in, they're both in like radiation suits, or at least Marty is. I think Doc's in a lab coat. And we learn, you know, that Doc's, this is a time machine, and Doc's going to go back in time. I think, or maybe he's going to go into the future. I can't remember exactly. I think he's showing Marty how it works. So he's like, oh, I could go to 1988, or maybe what was the year for Back to the Future 2? 2014, 2000, I don't know. Well, he's like, look at all these years. And then it showed the time, and he talked about the flex capacitor and how it worked. And he said, yeah, and Marty was doing a little videotaping. And then whoever Doc got the fission materials from shows up, and they're not happy with Doc. So Doc gets in trouble with them. He says, you got to get out of here, Marty. And we learn also 1.1 gigawatts and you got to go 88 miles an hour. and that it takes a ton of energy to do that. And so Marty goes 88 miles an hour, whatever the last thing programmed in, which would have been like the day, whatever, like this day in like whatever, 19, I don't even know the dates, 1960, I think it was in the 50s maybe, who knows, oh boy. It would have been like, that was like 86, so maybe 30 years before, it would have been 56 or something. But so Marty goes back in time, back to the same town he lived in, which I think is Hillsdale, but I'm not positive on that. And he doesn't know it right away, I don't think. And he crashes into a barn. And then he comes out of the barn and he's dressed like still, he has his total radiation suit on. So a kid sees him and runs away. In the DeLorean, which is another big thing, it has the doors that open like wings. And so Marty comes out and the kid runs away. And then Marty has to run away from the kid and his dad because they think he's an alien. And it was kind of throwback to these kind of stories because I think he had like a comic book, a Pulp Fiction, sci-fi, like weird stories kind of comic with a picture just like what Marty looked like on the cover. So then Marty gets away, but then he runs out of gas. Then he hides the car, I think. And or sleeps in the car, because I felt like that happened at night. And then the next thing I remember, and again, I think he like hid the car behind a sign for his new, like that a new development was coming to town. I guess, yeah, maybe the new development he ended up living in. Maybe he drove out to his house, it was gone. And then he hides the car. Then he decides to go find Doc Brown. I'm not exactly sure. And something like that. And then he goes in, maybe Doc Brown lived by his mom's house. He's some reason he's in town. I don't know why I can't remember why he would be in town. Oh, okay. No, he goes to downtown. And then he sees his dad and Biff. He goes to like, there's a comedy sequence where Marty goes to the diner or the soda place, and then we see like, oh wait, this is a new world that he's in, and the guy working at the diner will one day be mayor, and ordering a soda is more complicated or whatever, and all that sort of stuff. And then we see Marty's dad being bullied by Biff, and Marty stands up. I think Marty stands up to Biff, and Marty's dad runs away. And then Biff and his goons chase after Marty. And then Marty has a skateboard, so he becomes like, everyone's like, holy, no, he makes a skateboard. He takes a kid's scooter, makes it into a skateboard, and then skateboards away. And there's a cool action sequence where he's dodging Biff and his crew. And then he's still trying to find his dad. Then he realizes his dad's peeping Tom, spying on his mom. His dad, Marty says, Dad, what are you doing? And then Marty's grandfather bumps into him. And then the next thing you know, Marty's waking up in a room, and his mom is like trying to help him. And then she calls him Calvin Klein because he's only in his underwear. And it's like a confusing scene because she's having this Florence Nightingale syndrome. And let's see, so she's kind of falling in love with him. Then Marty has like, I got to get out of there. But I think he still has to eat dinner with the family. So he's eating dinner with his mom and his grandparents. And his mom's still like kind of obsessed with him and very forward. And, it's funny that this level of subversiveness, like the 80s were a tough time. They were very, there was a strong vanilla streak going in the 80s. So I'm surprised, I really love when you can be subversive in these kind of subtle ways and it's still a PG movie. Because Marty's mom was very forward, very attractive, and so it's a very confusing situation. I don't know. I guess I love that. And maybe I found it titillating. I mean, I'll be honest, is it like because of Leah Thompson, but whatever. Oh, God, I've said too much already. I don't mean it in that. Anyway, let's just keep moving. This is a podcast. Put you to sleep. Then Marty's like, all right, I got to get out of here. I got to go see my uncle, Doc Brown, or something. Marty shows up at Doc Brown's house. Doc's in the middle of an invention, so he recruits Marty. You know, what a wonderful turn, Christopher Lloyd. I hope that's the actor's name. Not doing myself any justice here. Just Doc Brown, like an iconic movie figure from the 80s. So he does an experiment on Marty about like kind of like telepathic stuff. Then Marty tries to explain to him his situation, and then there's like a lot of comedy and exposition in there. And like Marty's like, well, I got to get back, and then they talk about that, and then the consequences are revealed because Doc says, well, geez, you haven't talked to anybody because you could really. There's this paradox with time travel. And he says, what do you mean? He says, well, you know, and then he says, well, actually I did. And then we start to realize that there's a the ticking clock, and not just a clock to get Marty back in time. I think they figure all this out like pretty quickly. But Marty ran, you know, his father and his mother were supposed to meet, and Marty interrupted that. So now they'll never meet. And that'll undo Marty's brother, sister, and his existence because his parents will never get married and have their children. So Doc says, geez, you got to fix this, and I'll figure out how to get this car going. I think they divide the duties there. And then a big thing was like the clock tower was struck by lightning. I think that was maybe the whole thing, like why he went back. The day the clock tower got struck by lightning was the last time it stopped working, and they were trying to get it good to go back going in the present day. And so then they say, oh, well, if we can figure out a way to do that, then that'll give us the energy, the 1.1 gigawatts we need to get you back to the future. And that's when, you know, Doc Brown says, and we got to get you back to the future. And he says in such what a movie. So then we have the second act of the movie, more or less, started at some point. I mean, I think it starts when Marty realizes that the clock's ticking, and that if he doesn't get his father and his mother back together, you know, he won't exist. So then there's a series of complications. Marty has to go to school, to keep an eye on his mother and his father. His mother's in love with him. Biff's out, doesn't like Marty. Then Marty can't help but be himself, which causes more complications that I probably don't remember. And George McFly really doesn't want to change or be helped. Like Marty's like, listen, man, I got to help you. These are the areas that get foggy. The same principles there, and he doesn't like Marty then either. And does he go by Calvin Klein there? But basically, most of that part of the movie is spent like evading Biff, evading, having an Oedipalian moment with his mother, and trying to spur George McFly on and figure out, geez, how am I going to create this? What am I going to do to recreate this happenstance that I interrupted, where my parents met one another? And in reality, really what Marty's trying to do is like give his father some self-esteem, I guess, and to be like, geez, you deserve to be treated with respect and like to have some like positive masculinity, or whatever you want to call it, like, and not to be pushed around by people like Biff. And also, another thing, I think one of Marty's issues is that he has too much of a temper. And like, I think that is maybe one of his flaws. I don't know exactly, but I think like he's too much of a hothead. But I don't think I wonder if he ever resolves that in the movie. But so I'm trying to think of what major things happen. I guess this portion of the movie I don't really remember that well. I mean, I remember not, like, it all leads up to the dance. And again, I guess the other thing is that, and Marty not being able to help himself, because maybe he also loves the limelight too. Because at some point he sets, it's like where we think he's got everything solved. Like he gets his dad to take Lorraine, is that her name, to the dance, and all the mood is set, and they're dancing slow. and everything looks like it's happening, and then Marty can't help himself, and then I think he does his Johnny Be Good routine. Maybe that's then, I'm not exactly sure, and he like does this big guitar solo, and that's very funny. But I think that throws everything off a little bit. That throws a wrench in the work, maybe, because I think then he's like, I don't know, does that sound right? And then, like, again, Biff still is not satisfied. He's irate. And then at some point, Biff, corners everybody. And George McFly is forced into like standing up for himself. He warns Biff, and then he stands up to Biff and defends Lorraine. And we see that she sees something in George McFly that she loves, and he loves her. And Biff's defeated, and Marty's united his parents or whatever. Then the clock is still ticking, and then Marty, like, last minute, I think even then he, like, runs out of gas once, or there's one more thing that on his way to, there's a storm, and then the cords become unplugged, and Doc Brown has to climb on the clock tower or something. And maybe Marty has to evade one more thing, but everything works to the exact second. And Marty, the lightning strikes the clock tower, the lightning, spoiler alert, it goes through 1.1 gigawatts, sends Marty back to the future. And then, what happens? And then, like, so Marty hasn't been gone very long. He doesn't think, but then he goes back to his house. I don't know if he must return the car to Doc Brown's. I don't know what happens with the car, but the next thing we see is the scene at Marty's house. And we see that his parents and his siblings are the same, but they're also different. Like, all of a sudden, Marty's father has much more self-esteem. They're a little bit more well-off, like upwardly mobile. His mom, like, I think she was probably smoking and kind of tired and a little bit embittered in the beginning of the movie, and now she's happy and fulfilled. George is virile, and Biff is, like, subservient. And actually, like, so it's a de-Oedipalian situation, because now his father is empowered as king of the household again somehow, maybe, I don't know. And then his brother and his sister, they're like nicer people or something. Or maybe his brother, in the beginning of the movie, his brother like is like kind of like Judge Reinhold's character in Fast Times. And then at the end of the movie, he's like a lawyer, and his sister, I think she's a real estate agent in the end of the movie, maybe. I think so, because that was when there was like like, I think this is just like what I'm imagining. And then you say, wow, and you're already like, there's just these three punches, like four. So there's like the victory of reuniting his parents, and of George finding his self-esteem. And maybe, I don't know if Marty finds some self-control, if that's part of it. Then you have the sequence where with 1.1 gigawatts and that tension is broken. Then you have this post scene where you say, "Oh wow, the future! You actually made the future better. Nice move." And then actually they learn like that they're so upwardly mobile that Marty has his own car. I think that was like an issue. Yeah, I mean that was like just like in Ferris Bueller's Day Off. Like that was one of the great issues of the day was not having your own vehicle. But so Marty has his own car. And then his girlfriend shows up, and he says, "Hey, I think it like this was like what I thought like I think she sits in his lap or something, and they kiss, and they say, I can't wait to go to the dance with you, sweetie cakes." And he says, "I can't wait to go to the dance with you, sweetie cakes." And they say, "Man," and then Doc rolls up, like just what a way to cap off the movie. And like Doc rolls up in the DeLorean, but it's like slightly changed. And then he says, "Marty, I need you. We got to go back to the future or something." I don't know. He says, "There's trouble in the future, trouble in the past? No, trouble in the future." And he says, "You need to come too," because I think it was like trouble with their kids, maybe. I don't remember. And then we learned that it has a food processor now that it can run on like garbage scraps, the energy for the time machine. And then like they get in, and then the last special effects sequence, which everyone remembers because it's like, Doc, we don't have enough roads to get up to 88 miles an hour. And then Doc Brown says, roads? Where we're going, we don't need any roads. And then the DeLorean launches into, like its wheels fold down and it hovers and then it takes off like a spaceship. And that was like one of the first times where it was like, and I don't think they had it. Like, I mean, the movie was a huge, huge hit, just like Goonies was. I think that was it. Like, Goonies had made so much money, and then the Entertainment Tonight's like, this movie's going to make even more money, which it did. And like, but to like tease the sequel like that before the movie, but I mean, talk about a tease, like, it was like, holy crap, I need to see this movie. And then it was like, I just need to rewatch this Back to the Future again and again and again and again. So, I mean, that was definitely, what a movie. I mean, what casting. Again, like with Goonies and Back to the Future, you just think about how well cast those movies were. Like, what a wonderful job they did. It's amazing. And then, I don't know, and I think it was Robert Zemeckis and Steven Spielberg were, and I don't know who else was involved in it, but, and then years after that, then like the sequel would come out, and it was pretty, I mean, it wasn't, I mean, again, like when a movie hits that hard and that good, it's really hard to top it, and I don't think the second Back to the Future, I don't know, maybe I did, like, just where I was in my life or something. It just wasn't the same to me. It was good, but it wasn't life-altering, like this summer of movies of Goonies, A View to a Kitten, and Back to the Future, where I just, like, changed my entire perspective. But I'm very thankful that I had this summer of these three movies, and thanks for coming along for the ride, everybody. All right, hey everybody, it's time for another Tale of the Tape episode, and these are, as I said in the intro, kind of an occasional type episode, and where I talk about stuff I can barely remember, like movies I've probably seen hundreds of times, and I try to remember them, and I didn't get it, so tonight we'll be talking about Pee-wee's Big Adventure, and I haven't looked anything up. As tempted as I was, just like with Back to the Future, I didn't look anything up about Pee-wee's Big Adventure, so I don't know what year it came out. I would guess, oh boy, I really have no idea, 84? But it could be 88. I don't really know what year. It was stars the great Paul Reubens. And I know, like, again, another one of people probably we owe a large portion of the podcast to, because he also had Pee-wee's Playhouse. And I think there was also like a HBO more adult Pee-wee's Playhouse, and then there was a kids Pee-wee's Playhouse, and there was a Pee-wee movie. I don't know the order of any of those. And then I know, like, more recently in the last 10 years, there was a big, like, I think in L.A. and maybe even on Broadway, Mr. Reubens, like, had done, like, some revival stuff of Pee-wee. I'm pretty sure one of the great podcast personalities, Paul Rust, was writing a Pee-wee movie, and I think they came out. I don't know. Like, I'm blanking on other Pee-wee stuff, just like with Pee-wee's Big Adventure. And another great, Paul Rust is a really, really funny person, super talented. And so I thought and this is like a fairly highly requested movie, and again to just show how quickly I can get to requests. I think this was requested like a year ago by a few different people, and like I guess I'm trying to buy time to let the VCR in my brain start up. So I don't really remember the first time I saw this movie, but I was already familiar with Pee-wee. I think. So maybe the Pee-wee's Playhouse had already been on TV. And I think this was heavily marketed because I can remember like some of the gags in the movie or maybe they just became memes. Like I'm trying to use the phone and Pee-wee dancing to Tequila. Like, I don't know if those were played on endless loops or they just became memes, like where they were repeated in my brain and on the playgrounds of the world. And I'm not sure, I guess even as a kid, I got it more on a non-intellectual level. Like, who was Pee Wee Herman? He was a man-child, and I think, like, especially to kid, that is a perfectly acceptable way to adults. And he was kind of a mature man-child in some sense because he was like very clean and like it seemed like he was in good shape and could take care of himself. Seemed to have some kind of income, as opposed to like slob. Somebody that's a slob and they live with their parents or whatever, like a comedic where it's played for like a comedic thing. Pee Wee was just like accepted, I think, I don't know if Pee Wee had a job. I'm trying to, like, we'll find out if I can remember any of that. But this movie was really based on Pee Wee and Pee Wee's bike. Oh boy, I don't know if the bike had a name. But so the movie opens, I think, in the morning. Oh, let me talk about one other thing before I start talking about the movie, which is the music, which I think is impossible to separate from the movie. At least in my mind, the music is playing right now. And I don't know who did it, but it was a brilliant, not just soundtrack. I'm talking about the score combined with the soundtrack of this music that had carnival elements and kind of like manic type elements combined with like a little bit of dissonance. But again, like enough that there was these running musical themes that really just create, like they were an essential layer, at least of the movie, and I think of why it's endured in my mind and so many other people's minds for so long. I mean, I would dare say, like other than Paul Rubens' performance, the music might have been like number two, and at least in my memory, it is number two. So as far as I remember, the movie opens at Pee Wee's house, and Pee Wee's sleeping. And I'm surprised, or maybe a theme park did open up a Pee Wee's house, but like Pee Wee's house was like a child's dream. Everything was automated, like it gave this hint of what are those things called? Infernal machines? I don't know if that's the right term. Like the video game Mousetrap. I think that there's another word for it. I don't think it'll come to me. But where the bowling ball rolls and then the mouse rolls up the string. And so all of Pee Wee's breakfast, I think even getting dressed and getting his clothes was all automated, but in an analog automation or mechanical automation, which was visually fun. And Pee Wee, like one of the big things that's important to me in making things, but I don't necessarily experience as much, but Pee Wee did. It was and helped with the audiences. Pee Wee was delighted by things. And so even though this was his morning routine, he was delighted as, I don't know, his bed rolled up and made itself. I can't remember. I think there was toast and eggs involved, and that this perfect breakfast arrived at the table. Unlike the TV show, I don't think there was any sentient objects in the Pee Wee's Big Adventure took place on a normal Earth. I think all normal Earth rules applied in the movie. Where on Pee Wee's Playhouse, there was a little bit more of like a children's TV element where Cherry, pull yourself up a chair, let the fun begin. It's time to let down your hair. Something else. Pee Wee's Playhouse, like that was the theme song to the TV show. Which so this took place in the same Earth we live in, which was good because it's, I mean, maybe a heightened version of it, but I don't think it was that heightened because like they showed how everything that Pee Wee's, like how Pee Wee designed his home was a mystery to us, but it made perfect sense. And of course there was for me at least, there's a great degree of jealousy and envy that Pee Wee lived in his home. That was so cool. And I think Pee Wee probably had pajamas. I'm kind of picturing some regular looking like pajamas, but then Pee Wee got into the signature suit with the like a gray. I don't know. Is that gabardine? I don't think it is, but I don't know what the heck anything like a light gray suit with a red bow tie and his signature haircut, which I don't know what you call that either, but like kind of like a buzz, like with a little stuff up in the front. Close cut with a spiky front. And again, this idea, at least in my mind, of like things delight Pee Wee. And I guess is a lesson I didn't take. Like Pee Wee really does exist in the moment. And then Pee Wee was getting ready for the day. Then, as far as I remember, Pee Wee went to unlock Pee Wee's bike, which, of course, if the bike has a name, I don't remember it. And this was Pee Wee's pride and joy, the bike, and it was very protected by security. I don't really remember anything other than Pee Wee punching a code to get Pee Wee's bike out. And it was a beautiful, beautiful bike. It would be, even at the time of the movie, considered a retro bike. A lot of chrome, looked like a very heavy bike. Nowadays, a bike like that would have an electrical drivetrain or something to help move it with its weight. Almost like a hot rod car, like with cool rocket lights and red elements, a little bit of chrome and some white elements. So just like a 1950s car, and shiny and immaculate, I would say. Also, I'm kind of picturing a small white dog. So I don't know if Pee Wee had a dog or I know pets come to play later in the movie. But, you know, the Pee Wee, like, I don't know, I don't think there was a basket on the car. Oh, there are, like, I guess I'm getting mixed up with the later parts of the movie. But so Pee Wee has breakfast. Pee Wee gets out Pee Wee's bike, and then Pee Wee goes to leave Pee Wee's home, and he's greeted by his neighbor. And I'm not sure of the actor's name, but very recognizable 80s actor who a lot of times played a bully-like character, sometimes a sidekick, a good sidekick, with what is that called? When this actor played a positive character, he was kind of more of the skeptical character. Really good at making those skeptical harsher bully faces, and also this character is very rich. Don't remember the character's name. Maybe they'll come to me. But he said, "Hey, Pee Wee, I still want to buy your bike or something." And Pee Wee said, "You know, my bike's not for sale." And I said, "No, you don't understand. Like, I'll pay anything, any price for this bike." And Pee Wee said, "You know, what's money? Like, this bike's invaluable to me." And I said, no, more than that. And Pee Wee said, "This bike's priceless." And then I said, "Well, what's your price?" And Pee Wee said, "You know, what's the monetary value to a boy who loves his bike?" And the guy said, "Well, I'm going to get that bike someday." So we have this antagonism right away. And also it contrasts right away with the world of Pee Wee. Like, Pee Wee's home is cloistered in his own, kingdom, much like a superhero. And then Pee Wee sets off. And this is where I lose, a consciousness here. So let's see if we could figure out, brainstorm what happens. Pee Wee leaves on Pee Wee's bike. He has an interaction with his neighbor. And then I really have no idea where Pee Wee went next. There's a pet store that plays a role later in the movie, so I don't know if Pee Wee works at a pet store at the beginning of the movie. It's so weird that I can remember everything leading up to this part. I mean, I remember Pee Wee riding off, laughing as Pee Wee does, and then it's a total blank. Was it on I can picture the end of the movie too, or some parts of the end of the movie. And I don't really remember. I have no recall of what happens next. I wish I did. I'm really trying to write. I can picture a diner, but I don't know if that's real or just because Pee Wee's bike has a chrome and red like a diner would. And so this is a pretty big gap because so at some point Pee Wee goes somewhere, locks Pee Wee's bike up. We see that like in like one of the side cabinets, Pee Wee's got all these chains and the bike's locked. It felt like a back lot on a Hollywood studio or like a New York City brownstone street. I mean, there's a hint in my mind that maybe Pee Wee was going to see some sort of expert, whether to get a bike part, like a new bell maybe, or like a new kind of light for the bike, or something for Pee Wee's home. But Pee Wee met with this expert and then went outside, and the bike was gone. And at first Pee Wee said, well, there's no way, like, the bike could be gone. Because it was like, and then it maybe started finding chain links. And then the revelation let in that Pee Wee's bike was really gone. It was stolen. Like maybe, I don't know if Pee Wee's running to like pedestrians saying, have you seen my bike? Have you seen my bike? Have you seen my bike? But then the gravity of everything hits Pee Wee. And I mean, this again is just like a common Pee Wee thing. So I don't know if it's that, I guess I'll have to switch between Mr. Herman or PW. Like he screams to the heavens with like the Pee Wee level scream. And he's clearly like very devastated that his bike is gone. And then I don't know what happens next. I mean, this is what, like, I don't know if, like, I don't think structurally, I'm not sure is this a call to adventure? I guess so, but it's not, like, it is a call to adventure, the journey begins. But I'm not exactly sure what would stir the journey. I would assume Pee Wee went to the authorities next, and I'm sure he was convinced that his neighbor stole the bike. So I don't know what it gave Pee Wee the gumption to hit the road after Pee Wee's bike. So here's an idea for fun. I'm going to like pause it and like I'm going to check it I'm going to try to only look at the first act of the movie on Wikipedia or something. And I'll be back you won't even know I was gone. Okay, so I'm back because I'm really embarrassed now. The movie was directed by Tim Burton. I don't know how I missed that. And it was written by Paul Rubens, Phil Hartman, and Michael Varhol. And then Danny Elfman did the music. And it came out in 1985 in the summer. So and it grossed to $40 million, developed into a cult film. And Pee Wee's neighbor was named Francis. He works at a bike shop. Dottie has a crush on Pee Wee, but he does not reciprocate. So I don't really remember that. I'm trying to picture that in my head, but I cannot picture that. And then Pee Wee's bike goes while he's shopping at the mall, which makes sense. Because I felt like he was shopping. I know it doesn't say on Wikipedia what he was shopping for. And the police can't help Pee Wee, and he tells them that Francis probably took it. And then Pee Wee goes to confront Francis. And this I read, but I didn't remember either. I guess I do remember Francis playing in the bathtub now that reminds me. But so Francis was playing in the bathtub ships, and Francis is also, I guess, a man boy. And because he still takes baths and plays with things, and I don't know Francis's age. And I really don't remember Pee Wee showing up at Francis's house and demanding the bike back. But apparently, according to Wikipedia, that's what happened. And then Francis's father, who I cannot remember either, says, no, Francis didn't take your bike, or something. And then maybe it's Francis's father that puts up the reward for Pee Wee's bike. But then there's a $10,000 reward for Pee Wee's bike. But the bike is still missing. I can't believe I don't remember any of this stuff. Which weird though, not to go on a tangent, was the other day I was trying to remember one of my own. I couldn't sleep. Surprise, surprise. And I was trying to remember where I bought this one bike that I had that got stolen, oddly enough. It wasn't locked. It was in my apartment building's driveway, where I mistakenly thought I could just leave it, but that was a mistake. And the nickname of that bike was Purple Rain, Reign, I think, because it was purple and white, but I can barely picture it in my head. And I can't for the life of me figure out where I bought it. I think I talked about this in another intro, like if I got it on Craigslist or at a used bike store. So, I guess me and Pee Wee share some things. And actually, that was also now this was back when I was out there. So it was kind of my own fault because I probably got home late at night and I was in the bag. And then I got up the next day for work. I wasn't feeling good. And I guess I was feeling so ungood that I decided to take the bus instead of riding my bike. And I was halfway to my bus stop and I saw a bike lock that looked exactly like mine, and I walked by it because it was just hanging on my handlebars. It wasn't locked, unfortunately, obviously. And then I said, wait a second, that looked exactly like my bike lock. And I went back and I tried the key in it, and it was my bike lock. And I said, I ran home, and I said, oh, my bike's gone, which was a big bummer. And then I had to go to work. Actually, lost count. I've had 3 bikes stolen. I thought I only had 2, but I've had 3 stolen. But most of them are my, whatever, not important. This was what happened to Pee Wee. Let's talk about Pee Wee, Scoots. But so at some point, Pee Wee's bike's still missing, just like my memories of his bike. And then I did read. I had to look up again. Because they said, how does his adventure even start? Like, why would Pee Wee go on the road when Francis is the main suspect? But the reason was that Pee Wee went to meet with a psychic, and I don't remember this either. I remember the Pee Wee had a psychic on a TV show or something like that, or someone mystical. But this was different, I guess. But within the crystal ball, and there was also there's this thing in the Pee Wee movie, a little bit about what is that called? Pee Wee's gullibility. So I don't know if this psychic was taking advantage of Pee Wee or not, or that they were just a bad psychic, but that they they said that his bike was taken to the basement of the Alamo. And I think everyone knew that there is no basement at the Alamo, or why would it be at the basement of the Alamo? But so anyway, Pee Wee sets out on Pee Wee's adventure, a big adventure to find Pee Wee's bike, and I guess to go to head towards to somehow get to the Alamo. I don't know why Pee Wee heads out without any help. But Pee Wee does, and so trying to think of what else I can remember leading up to the trials and the tribulations, or whatever you want to call this part of the movie. But Pee Wee hits the road, and Pee Wee has a few different run-ins, and I don't know what order they take place in, and I also don't even remember all of the details of it. But one of the Pee Wee's hitchhiking, and first Pee Wee meets Large Marge, who's a truck driver and very friendly, and it's a dark and rainy night, and Pee Wee's all wet and a little bit down. And so Pee Wee gets in the truck with Marge, and they make small talk. And then Marge tells some tall tales to Pee Wee about her day's truck driving, and things she's seen. And there's Pee Wee's kind of awkward, so there's a little bit of awkward nervousness and that, and then Marge says, well, I'm going to drop you off at this diner. And then Pee Wee goes into the diner, and they say, geez, how'd you get here? And Pee Wee says, Large Marge. And everyone says, Large Marge? She's just a legendary mythological character. you could do like an iconic, and Pee-wee says, well, no, I got a ride from her. And they say, oh, no, that's impossible. That's that's mystical, man. And Pee-wee says, oh, dear. Then at another point, Pee-wee meets a French woman, which all I can remember about that is like the jokes Pee-wee does with French. And I don't know, like her name was not Babette. It started with an M, but I'm assuming they had some sort of adventure together, but I really don't remember it. I thought I remember this movie better than I did. So maybe I'll stop it like at 30 minutes and then I'll do another 20 minutes after this after I've watched the movie. Yeah, but this is pretty long and soothing. A person can't, but just for the hardcore Pee-wee fans. Then Pee-wee meets a man clad in denim, a denim-clad man who wears metal bracelets, and he's trying to, he's on the road trying to forget things in his rearview mirror. So him and Pee-wee team up, and Pee-wee doesn't realize it at the time, but he says, well, this guy's just trying to get away, get away from it, sometimes you want to get away where everybody knows your name or whatever. And Pee-wee doesn't realize it, and then they run across, like a roadblock, and then Pee-wee has to dress like a woman and pretend he's this man's wife, and he really, takes delight in that again, and you see things through Pee-wee's delightful eyes. And he's really hamming it up, and it's titillating for everybody involved, I think. And so there's that enjoyment, through everyone's titillation. Like Pee-wee seems to really be enjoying it, and some of the other characters do. And I'll just be honest, Pee-wee looked pretty good. Since I think some of the other characters agree. I think it's just like when someone's overflowing with delight, it's intoxicating. And so I don't know how that resolves. I think then they just go their separate ways. At some point, Pee-wee has a dream, and it's a layered dream about clown friends and for performing with his bike. And then, that they are repairing his bike, and that Pee-wee doesn't like that dream at all. And I think that underlies, maybe that's towards the beginning, his need to get to the adventure and find his bike. Yeah, then at some point, Pee-wee goes to a roadhouse and meets with, the bikers, accidentally knocks their bikes over, yells at them he's trying to use their phone, and then he has to dance off to win their... First, he borrows shoes from somebody, and then he does tequila on the bar with this special Pee-wee dance, and he wins their affection. And then they give Pee-wee a motorcycle, which Pee-wee takes the motorcycle. That doesn't work out. Then somehow Pee-wee finally gets, I don't know if he ran across any other characters, but he finally gets to Alamo, finds out there's no basement in the Alamo, is devastated. That his adventure, all is lost. That's the part of the story where all is lost. And then Pee-wee saves a pet store. Pee-wee saves a pet store, all the pets, and Pee-wee's a hero. And Pee-wee gets interviewed, and they say, geez, how'd you do it, man? And he says, well, I just love pets. And then they say, well, what are you doing here? And he says, well, my bike got stolen. I'm missing it. Then they decide to make a movie about Pee-wee's adventure, his adventure to find his bike. I don't know if he finds his bike first, or it's a copy of his bike, but it becomes a movie based on a hyper version of his adventure, including him, I think with, I don't know if it's a French woman or someone else, Pee-wee, the bike has rockets, and Pee-wee's a spy. And Pee-wee swinging on a vine on his bike, and very heroic. Then there's a big movie premiere where all the characters from the movie come to see the movie premiere. And then I think Pee-wee has the bike and returns home. I don't know. So let's, this will be the two tales of the tape, so I'll be back and record another half of this Probably tomorrow night after I'm going to watch Pee-wee's Big Adventure tonight. Hey, everybody, so Scoot's here, and so I'm coming in at 24 hours later. I watched Pee-wee's Big Adventure, and I really was surprised at how much I missed on my recap. So I was really glad to rewatch. I watched it with my daughter, so we had a nice shared experience there watching. And just in case to set this up, just in case anybody's listening, I decided to put this at the top of the show. Because I don't know when I'm going to put this. I haven't decided. I'll be talking about later in the second half of the show when you're, ideally if you're asleep, but if you're not asleep, I'll be here, just like I always say. I'll be talking about what I could remember about Pee-wee's Big Adventure, A Tale of the Tape, and it was so poor, my memory. There were so many gaps, and I just felt this craving to kind of fill in and see what I couldn't remember, because I didn't feel like I was doing Pee-wee or Paul Reubens or Tim Burton or Danny Elfman or the listeners any justice. So I rewatched it last night. I didn't take notes, so this is still based on my impressions. So I think I'll talk about the movie for about 10, 15 minutes, and I'll talk about Pee-wee and Paul Reubens' portrayal, or I guess, maybe there'd be a third thing of, how similar is that to the podcast? But so the movie, I did miss a lot from the beginning, and I guess I'm not surprised, but at the same time, the movie is a wonderful first act. I forgot all about Dottie, even though Dottie was super kind of Pee-wee's kind of love interest. She was definitely interested in Pee-wee. He was kind of well, you're a little over aggressive or something. He wasn't super he wasn't available, I guess, at least to Dottie. And she was, I forget the actress's name, but she was in a couple of movies with John Cusack, right? But so Dottie, I forgot about. I remembered the bike shop. I forgot that Pee-wee visits a magic shop, which has a lot of gags. And I also forgot about, there's, we'll talk about this when we talk about Pee-wee, but, a lot of the physical comedy, along with the personality-driven comedy. Also, the level of kind of a near clown mime, I talk about Mr. Bean. I never watched a ton of Mr. Bean. And, of course, Pee-wee has dialogue, but at the same time, I could see kind of these, and I've never read any interviews with Paul Reubens, so kind of about either his training or his inspirations, which I guess leaves me sorely lacking. I do know this movie was also inspired by the movie The Bicycle Thief, which I think I saw one time, but it was late at night after I drank a lot, so I'll have to rewatch that movie with a clear head to kind of see. And that was a thing I totally blanked on, and I really didn't even remember it when I was watching it. But it opens with a dream sequence of Pee-wee in a bike race, and that reminded me a lot of Fletch. I love the dream sequences in the movie Fletch. Maybe that could be another movie I might remember more of. So that was fun. And then again, I was right about Pee-wee's delights. And even in the dream, he's delightful. Then he wakes up and he's kind of greeting the day with this joy and playfulness. And then we see him cooking. We meet his dog. It starts with an S. It's not I forget his dog's name already. Let's just say it's Spike, even though it's not. And then Pee-wee, sets out with his day. He has a great relationship with his next-door neighbor, waters his lawn. We see his home. Then he has a run-in about the bike, which kind of is a foreshadowing, like we talked about. Then he goes biking, and there's some fun montages, and then Pee-wee goes into town, and there's a lot of fun over-the-top moments. And then the Pee-wee's bike goes missing. and like his kind of over the top reaction. And then there's this hilarious scene when Pee Wee's kind of trying to get everyone to help him. Really, really funny in the basement in front of a map of San Francisco. And I don't know where the movie's supposed to take place, if it's supposed to take place in San Francisco, but it does feel like a lot of the exterior, like natural shots, like the bike race and some other stuff took place in Northern California. It just looked familiar, like maybe Napa or Sonoma County or something. But so, let's see. So that was a great scene. The basement scene with Pee Wee was really, really funny. And, how over the top, just almost like a Simpsons style humor. So maybe Pee Wee was like an archetype for that type of humor. I don't know, but really fun. And then, like there's the first, like his bike is lost, and then Pee Wee rejects all help, like first by being overly demanding. And then when Dottie directly wants to help him, he said, no, I'm going to do this on my own. You don't get it. And I think something else happens that I'm missing. And then Pee Wee, like, talks to a psychic who says it's in the basement of the Alamo. He's out in the rain. He's almost gone feral at that point. And then he hits the road. And I guess I don't want to spoil the movie for everybody by recapping it, but this was all stuff I didn't remember. Then he hits the road, and there's some comedic stuff with him trying to get a ride. Then he has the run-in with the guy on the run, which is pleasant. And when he dresses up, there's some just a lot of funny scenes. Also, I said, geez, this is based in the real world. There were some bending in the real world rules. So a little bit of, there is some cartoon help that Pee Wee gets every once in a while, but for the most part, it takes place in our world with our rules. Then Pee Wee runs into Large Marge. Then he didn't realize he had lost his wallet long before. I think the psychic still had his wallet. Then he meets Simone, who's American. I thought she was French, but she just loves France and her France, and her dream is to go to France. Then we meet Andy, Simone's boyfriend, who's a jerk, and that offers more physical comedy. Then Pee Wee hops a train, and that was like a really funny scene, just because like Pee Wee can wear on people's nerves. So then to see like his buddy on the train, like a Happy Tramp type character, singing to wear on Pee Wee's nerves in just a way. They stretch the scene out. It's a really good scene. And if you want to watch it with a kid, you guarantee they're going to crack up. Just make sure that they're laughing with the scene and not at it. Or they know why you're laughing so hilariously. Because you just, like, so then Pee Wee ends up, finds the Alamo. He visits the Alamo. We see Jan Hooks and Phil Hartman at different times. I think, when do we see Phil Hartman? Who wrote the movie, as they said, or as I will say later. And it looks like it was written by Phil Hartman and then Paul Reubens, and then maybe his writing partner for Pee Wee's Playhouse, and directed by Tim Burton, which makes a lot more sense seeing it. And I don't know how I forgot that. But then Pee Wee hits another low in San Antonio when he finds out there, like, but there is no basement in San Antonio, in the Alamo. There's a lot of Texas jokes. Then there's even more physical humor, even after Pee Wee kind of hits this like a low. And then he finds his bike on TV, like the older brother from Wonder Years, who is a kid actor. He's receiving it, like, I don't know, some deal with some studio or something. So then Pee Wee knows, okay, like I could get to Hollywood. And he sneaks on the Warner Brothers lot with Milton Berle. And again, the music, of course, is always good. His humor is good. And then we have a long montage of Pee Wee finding the bike and then escaping with the bike, with tons of fun humor in there. Really, really, really fun. and I'd driven by right on my way to go on Liz and Howard's show. Is staying positive. I took a side row. I drove by the Warner Brothers studio and I was caught in traffic, so I was able to look down some of those. It was just an interesting tie-in. Also, my daughter calls it Warner Bros. And not Warner Brothers, even though like if she insists that's a proper name, Warner Bros., which I love. I find that delightfully cute. Which, so there's this great scene. I mean, like a long, full of comedy and good for kids and parents. Also, at some point, Pee Wee has a bad dream about clowns. He also has a bad dream about dinosaurs that really aren't that bad, but like for little kids, maybe. But I don't think so. I think the only thing to like to avoid is the large Marge scene. My daughter had to close her eyes. So those, like, other than that, it's a very, totally family-friendly, fun movie. Just, when your daughter looks at you with knowing eyes when Pee Wee does stuff, that's the only thing that was awkward for me. It's like, it's just fun seeing it through a kid's eyes, trying to figure out, what's the deal. Oh, also to jump back, I forgot like how fun the scenes were with Francis and Pee Wee when Pee Wee goes to Francis's house. Those were really fun and well done too. Like Pee Wee hops in the bathtub with Francis, and that was really funny. But so back to Pee Wee's at the Warner Bros. And security's trying to get him because he took the bike. Finally, he gets away. And then what happens? When does he become friends with the bikers, too? I guess I'm missing a couple things. I guess, interesting question, Scoots. I think he runs into the bikers when he's trying, after the Alamo, he does bull riding, which I just skipped over because it wasn't super important, but that was one of the fun physical comedy scenes. And then I think he's just randomly walking on the street and he goes into this bar. Because he was trying to get a bus ticket because he doesn't have any money to get back. He's given up. And so he's calling Dottie. He had called Dottie once. Andy interrupted him. So he had to call Dottie. He was going to call Dottie again, I think. So he goes into this bar, and that's like one of the trailer scenes when he's in this biker bar. And I just still don't quite understand the total mechanics of how he won them over with the tequila thing, but I will be studying. My brother's wed. I have a brother getting married in a couple weeks, and I will be studying those dance moves, some of which come naturally to me. Maybe by the time this episode comes out, the wedding will have already gone off, but I plan on doing dancing to the tequila. Maybe every dance I'll be doing Pee Wee level dancing. So he dances and the bikers fall in love with him. And that's how he finds his bike on TV because he's resting after being with the bikers. So then there's the Hollywood. See, even with it, this is still like tell the tape, even though I had to kind of research it. So then even then, what happened? Where was I? Oh, he gets away from security. And then that's when he saves all the pets that we'll talk about, or we already talked about. That's when he has this heroic moment. But he also gets caught, and then the director of the movie studio is like, "Hey, Pee Wee, we're gonna make a movie about your story instead of like busting you for stealing the bike and trashing the studio." And then Pee Wee says, "Great." And then there's the movie premiere scene. So I got a lot of this ending mixed up that this montage at the studio is separate from the movie. So it's like a backlot tour with Pee Wee run around. Then there's the movie premiere at the drive-in that Dottie had wanted to go to a date to. And Pee Wee revisits all the characters he met on his journey, giving them stuff from the concession stand and cracking jokes. And meanwhile, like the movie's going on, and it's like a hyper-realized, like a James Bond version of Pee Wee with some like heartthrob type actor. I don't know who it was because I'm not good with those names. And like a heartbreaking love interest. And it's kind of a James Bond Cold War thing with the Pee-wee's bike getting stolen by ninjas, I think, and Russians. But Pee-wee gives out all the candy, and then finally he gets to Dottie, and he gives her some candy. And then he says, let's get out of here. She says, you don't want to see the movie? He goes, I lived it, Dottie. Let's hit the road. And then they ride across the front of the screen of the movie. And that's it. So it was like a interesting end. I guess like maybe they struggled with when were they going to roll the credits. Just because that ending seemed a tiny bit abrupt, but made sense at the same time, and it was satisfying. It was a satisfying ending, even though it seemed abrupt, and it made sense. Pee-wee returned to Pee-wee's world, and so then I just want to briefly talk about Paul. Like I did forget the intensity and the nuanced intensity of Pee-wee, and how he's a little bit like unhinged in a good way. And that was like something that really works about it. And I think something that was a reason he became like such a pop cultural sensation. And kind of the difference that I talk about, like there's a lot of this, I mean, there always will be, I think, this man-child or man-boy or adults that can't grow up. Hopefully it's becoming, multi-gendered, like people being stuck in infancy. But maybe it is just like privileged dudes. But like this is a little bit different because most of that is like this entitlement, like, oh, well, I'm never going to grow up because I'm immature. And like the humor's kind of based on that. This one is like Pee-wee actually is like more subversive and has a lot more edge. And I think it fits right in that punk rock era. Like just like Pee-wee is way more punk rock than like almost any other man. He's the most punk rock man-child, I think, like in my opinion. Because just he does have this serious, like it's like a cloaked in sweetness and humor, and the way he looks like mime-like and unassuming, and also like in not just in a subversive way, in a way where he has to learn. I mean, it was amazing that he says the lesson he learned through his journey was humility, and it's a word that gets thrown around a lot in different circles and stuff. But like for a character to say, geez, that's what I learned was humility, and that's what I needed this journey for. I don't know, that was also impressive, but just how much humor turns on in Paul Rubens' face. I mean, how much of it relies on his ability to show that conflicted edge within Pee-wee. I don't know, really like brilliant stuff. And really enjoyable to just watch. And I guess the last question would be, since I do know so little, like, I mean, I know a lot about Pee-wee. And even my daughter was asking, because it says, Pee-wee starring Pee-wee Herman, or playing Pee-wee Herman as himself or something. And as someone that like has this, like with the podcast, it's not I'm not acting when I record the podcast, but like it's this hyper realized version of myself. But it's more like a method becoming thing. Like it's not method acting. It's like I always say, this is like a zone. I'm getting into the zone, but it's more like I'm becoming Scooter. I'm here with you to keep you company in the deep dark night. And in the moment I'm recording this, so like my hands are held together right now because it's the truth. Like this is what I am here. Your presence to take your mind off of stuff, like I say on the show. So I just wonder if Paul Rubens and it can relate to that of like, it maybe he can, like this confusing, because it can be a little bit confusing, and it can be confusing for people in your life or people that meet you. I mean, I think the podcast is a little extra because it's an audio thing, so I don't have like a whole, like Pee-wee's, like a whole visual. I don't know. I think there's a vocabulary word for it, but But man, like what a gem! And I haven't seen the new movie so there was a Netflix movie last year, and I did watch the trailer, and I didn't look to see if it's a movie that I know Paul Rust was writing like 5 or 6 years ago. I heard him on Polaris show that had Matt Belknap from Never Not Funny used to produce On the Page. I'm pretty sure that's where I heard Paul Rust get interviewed. And maybe this was even like 6 or 7 years ago, but talking about working on a Pee Wee movie. But I don't know. So I'll have to look into that. And I guess I'll have to look into this, like, or maybe we could open it up if you're listening and you're a big Paul Rubens Pee Wee fan. You know, point me towards Pee Wee, or is there any DVD extras? Where he's talking about it, or did he ever talk about the tension of that, of like, well, I don't want to go into like I have to keep things separate. I mean, and you know, and there was like it was clear that wasn't always easy for him, but I'm not really interested in that part. I'm more interested in like, I don't know, it's just such a special and unique, but influenced by all these like I said, mimes and clowns and the great, things I'm a fan of, like Laurel and Hardy. Like, I don't know. It was just the right time for me to see Pee-wee's Big Adventure. And I'm grateful. I'm grateful to these artists like Paul Rubens and Tim Burton and frickin' Phil Hartman, another genius. Really lucky, too, to have a podcast where I can take a journey down that road and revisit it. And keep you company or put you to sleep, while I do. So I'm glad you're here. And, just picture Pee-wee's bike riding down the road. He had a little tiger, communicator or whatever, like not a CB, but like a thing where he could talk, a megaphone type thing. And Pee-wee's just riding down the road. And this may lead into the first half of the show I recorded. This may lead off into the thank yous and the good nights, but, we all ride with Pee-wee, and it is a big adventure, and humility is a powerful lesson to learn. Good night. All right, so we're doing another Tale of the Tape episode. This will be like a 50% Tale of the Tape, I think, and then 50%, maybe some facts and stuff, some lists I looked up related to this movie. And this is a movie that came out in 1984, so I did not see it in the movie theater. I was not of age to see movies in the movie theater at all, especially this. I don't know what it was rated. And it was released, it was a strange thing for a movie. It's released under a few different titles, depending where even... and some people say, well, Scoots, this might be just memory or misremembering. But the two titles I remember, the most famous one that I identify with is it was a 1984 movie called Dustbusters with an S. And I think there was they said, well, this isn't a branding thing. I don't know if the product came after it, but that was just a Dustbuster, which I talked about. There was also another copyrighted name. So this is probably why I didn't catch it. It was called Casper Catchers. And there may have been a third title that I'm not remembering clearly, but the one I remember the most is Dustbusters. And it had a famous title song, Dustbusters, by Ray Parker Jr., which was a hit. We'll look into that later. So also associated, had a cool, so what's a Dustbuster? Well, this is like a movie that almost invented it, or it was like something considered fringe. It's a comedy, 1984 comedy. Oh, and this is a Tale of the Tape episode, this part. So I'll try to remember the movie plot and talk about my personal experience with it. And then then we'll get into some facts. Let's see. So I remember the movie because it was very well marketed. I don't remember if it was a summer or winter movie, though I'm guessing it was a summer movie. And I'm pretty sure it was a gigantic hit, and it swept the nation with, the people singing the song, Dustbusters. I was probably first exposed to it through the music video for the song Dustbusters. And then there was another kind of pop song towards the end of the movie, which I'm not remembering now. And I don't know if that pop song was in other movies. So this is a movie, and it starts off, it's the tale of three friends who become who invent, and I'm saying that, and it's a fictional movie, invent the concept of dust busting. And not like it'll make all sense. You see, well, isn't that a cleaner? No, we're talking about something much more. But first, let's get to so I guess it's a high concept comedy, but it features Ray, Egon, who in the third person, Ray Stantz, Egon, and Mike. No, I don't know, Bill Murray, but I don't know Bill Murray's character off the top of my head. I'll think of it. Peter Venkman. Thank you, brain. That was my index finger that I was squeezing that out of. I'm not kidding. I said, not hard. I say, well, let me put a little pressure on my index finger. My middle finger, Ray Stantz, and my ring finger says Egon. And then later, they would have another character who joins them. But it starts off with the three of them. Initially, I believe the first character we get introduced to is Bill Murray's character, who, maybe I should talk about my personal relationship with the movie first. But the movie starts off with, who is it? Ray Stantz? I forgot his name already. Peter Venkman. I think that's who it starts off with. But so I didn't see this movie in the theater. Maybe I saw it in 1986 or 80, probably in 86. Whenever it came out on, what do you call that? What's that thing called? HBO. I may have seen the sequel in the movie theater, but even that, I can't be sure. I probably did. And it was just remade, I think a few years ago now, 86. There was a remake of Dustbusters. But so one day we'll talk about that. But this is like a tale of the tape to try to get me back into what do I remember. So I remember seeing it and being delighted. It's a delightful movie. And, yeah, so I guess that's my basic. I'm sure I saw it on HBO. That would have been the only way I would have seen it. And as we'll see, 1984 was like a very good year for popular things, at least in my opinion. I guess because I was too young to consume a lot of this stuff. It was stuff that I thought was cool. Okay, so Dustbusters. It starts off with, what's his name again? Peter Venkman, I believe. And he's not exactly the most sympathetic hero. And especially through today's lens, you'd say he's kind of like a jerk, I'd say. But he's like he's working in some sort of college or university, and he's testing out his concepts of sentient dust motes and sympathetic vibrations and stuff. So he's giving these two college students, one of whom would be in I believe she would be in a 1984 film, The Karate Kid. But not important right now. But so he's giving these two students these tests about like parasympathetic, I think parasympathetic vibrations, parapsychology, I think is one of his degrees. And he's also kind of just like, you say, well, I'm not sure about this Peter Venkman. He's kind of like a bit of a, I don't know, you say, I'm not so sure about him. Then at some point, Ray Stantz, he's played by Bill Murray, and he is like a bit of a wisecracker, a trickster hero, I would say. Then Ray Stantz comes in, and Ray is, he kind of plays his character two different ways. For the most part, Ray's kind of like a bit not as on the ball as Peter Venkman. Like a bit childish, a bit like Scoots. But every once in a while, you kind of get insight to a deeper, at least in a comedy side of him. and he's played by Dan Aykroyd, and he comes in, and I think he says big news. He says something like big news. I got big news. Either they got a grant or they got to. Oh no, I think they got to go to the library. I think this that early. He says we got to go down to the library. Egon's got us a sentient dust mode. So then, even if you did, so if you went into the movie and you didn't know the title, it might even have been more enjoyable, or if you didn't know anything about it, because you'd say, wait a second, there's sentient dust motes. I thought that was just a fringe theory put forth on one episode of Sleep With Me podcast. And I'd say, no, this is like a wide-ranging fringe theory. So you say there's these, what a better place that would have a lot of dust motes. Oh, it takes place in New York City. So this is at the main branch of the New York Public Library, which is featured prominently throughout the movie, New York City. And it's probably one of the reasons I moved there, because it's portrayed in a grand scale fashion and is kind of a character in the movie, like not a huge, like, yeah, a bit of a character in the movie. But so they head to the library where Egon's waiting, and Egon's like listening to a table or something, because they say, well, more places filled with dust motes than portions of a library. And they say these dust motes have gone sentient and are behaving even anthropomorphic, even. And just like you think, most people say this idea is ridiculous. But these three are into it, or at least Ray and Egon are into it, and Peter's kind of their friend, and a little bit of like a capitalizing, I mean, in an indirect way. Though I think he believes in it because he's studying these parasympathetic vibrations. So they go down to where they go to the library. They start looking at it, and one of the librarians has seen a sentient. Like a dust mode in taking human form to try to communicate. And she says, holy cow, it gave me, the sneezes. And they say, well, she said, well, it's floating. It was a dust mode. And they say, well, that's what dust modes do best, is float or drift. So they go down there and you see, okay, this is an investigative movie maybe. So they're investigating the sentient dust modes, which leaves residues and things, as dust motes do, especially as it becomes more concentrated. Then they encounter the dust mote. They get the sneezes, so they say, it's so sneezy, we got to get out of here. And I'm pretty sure, like, after that, so we see, okay, we've seen, not just through their eyes, but through our own eyes, the sentience of dust motes. We've also seen through other characters' eyes. And then we go back to university, and they're fired, I think, is the next thing that happens is they say, the university says, you lost your grants, you're all fired. Like, this is a fringe theory. There is no dust, there is no sentient dust motes. And I think, let's see, after that, I think there's like a scene with Ray and Peter talking, and right after they get fired, what are we going to do? And Peter's like, well, we got, the world's our oyster now. It's going to be okay. But Ray, Peter's been an academic his whole life, where Ray's like, I've worked in the real world. It's not for me. And at some point, Peter comes up with the idea, I don't know if it's right here. There's a lot of well-done montages in this movie. But so at some point they come up with, he says, okay, what about dust busting? And they say, like, we could do this as a job or something like that. As a business, we could make money. I think it's when the idea of making money, they initially gets Peter Venkman's attention. And Ray and Egon are in it for the love of just the conceptually exploring the idea of sentient dust motes. And that there's a variety of them, because there's a variety of dust, there's a variety of moding, there's emoting, there's demoding, there's floating. And so then I think starts, I don't know if it's a musical montage, maybe it's just a series of shots or quick scenes They borrow the money, third mortgage on Ray's house. They rent a old firehouse. This is in 1980s New York, so it's a little bit more like pictured in a rundown way. The firehouse. We see more of Ray's childhood tendencies. They rent an old-fashioned ambulance to use to catch. To get. Then they're getting their equipment, their uniforms. In that thing, in those series of shots. Then they're running a television commercial. They're hiring Annie Potts. I'm not sure Annie Potts' character, or if I'll remember it. But they say, okay, then they get their first job. You think this is how it happens. Now, meanwhile, somewhere interspersed in here is Sigourney Weaver's character and Rick Moranis' character. Two unrelated, for now, New Yorkers. Rick Moranis' character is an accountant who lives on the same floor in the same apartment building as Sigourney Weaver's character, who is a cellist in I guess, the New York Philharmonic, because we see shots at Lincoln Center. And I think she's a cellist. She could be a bassist in a jazz band. She could just be a busker, but I think she's a cellist in the Philharmonic. And what are those characters' names? That's a great question. Dana and Lewis, I think, yeah. So you see Rick Moranis' character. He's it's really well portrayed because it has some nuance to it, because he's kind of a little bit geeky, but he's terribly outgoing. And I mean in a positive way, terribly positively outgoing, like having parties, talking to Dana. I think there may be a crush there, like he may have a crush on her, but it's not portrayed in a sloppy way. It's like, oh, maybe he's just super friendly. And she seems to be more introverted. I mean, that could be one way to read it. It's just he's an extrovert, she's an introvert, and he's always trying to get her to hang. I think that is more it, because it didn't really have the flavor of romance to me. And she's like, you know what, I just want to go in my apartment and hang with myself. And she actually sees the ad for the Dustbusters at some point. And, okay, so that's one, whatever, B-plot or whatever. It's not, because it intersects pretty quick. But then we also see that they're not getting any jobs. They're running out of cash. Annie Potts is fed up with them. Then they get their first big job at a fancy hotel in New York. I'm not sure if it was a Plaza or what, but an old money New York hotel, where they go, not only do we have a giant dust moat to bust, but it's one that's like picked up, it's got like it's a goopy one. So they say, don't worry about it. We're going to bust this dust. Back off, man. I'm a dust buster. I think they say, back off, I'm a scientist. Though there was license plates you could get in Lucky Charms or Sugar Smacks that said, back off me, man. I'm a dust buster. But so what happens? What happens next? They bust this dust. Slimer, it becomes the nickname of this one. And this character would become a main character on their cartoon and in the toys, like a small part, but really whatever actor was portraying this slimy dust moat in really advanced special effects, because it looked real. You say that looks like a real slimy dust moat, personified even. They end up like making a big mess at this hotel, but they get it done. And at first the hotel doesn't want to pay. They say, hey, we can leave the dust behind, man. It's sentient, by the way. They say no. So we see that they kind of catch the dust in these electronic dust catchers. We also get exposition that they have these giant dust collecting beams, like laser proton packs on their backs. That's from Ghostbusters 2. That's a Bobby Brown song. But they still did have proton packs on their backs to bust the dust. Like, I think that maybe, I don't know if it was like ionization or magnetism. I don't know that stuff, but, so they do that. So Egon says when they're first using, this is the first time they're using their equipment. He says, don't cross the streams, because if you do, it'll reverse you'll be de-atomized. So whatever you do, don't do that. And they say, okay. And he says, remember that for the rest of the movie. They say, got it. Bust the dust, but don't cross the streams. But so and then they end up getting that dust busted or whatever. They clear out the hotel. They go back. They lie. They have a place to store the sentient dust motes. The ethics of that is never discussed. But since I watched a lot of Good Place, I was like, ethically, what is it? You know, whom do we owe? I would say. But, you know, that doesn't come up. But so what else? So there's that. Okay. Now then there's Sigourney Weaver's character, Dana, right? She goes home from shopping and she realizes that there's hints of a dust mote in her apartment. There's strange things, you know, dust residue. Dust whispers is another thing. When they say dust on the wind and they sang that song, they meant it. That was probably about the whole, you know, dust mote thing. But she thinks, is there dust in my apartment, dust motes or sentient dust motes becoming personified? And she's kind of skeptical, but this is like barely to be denied. Because she opens her fridge and this dust mote is like doing some routine about the Gozers and saying, do you know the Gozers from Fraggle Rock? They're coming, like we're going to work with the Gozers. They're going to construct a world for dust motes to live. And she says, well, that's strong. That is strange. I better call these dust busters. And actually she goes in because then we see kind of Ray or, this is right when they're like, oh boy, we're out of money or whatever. Maybe it's after the first success, but whatever. She goes in, she meets Peter. He goes back, looks into it, but we kind of say, Peter, man, what are you doing? You're supposed to be dust and bust and not being irritating to your customers. So then what happens after that? Then there's a montage, I think, of the going up, the story of the Dustbusters, success after success after success, and that they keep getting more and more successful. But it does come at a cost. They get tired, and so then at some point they hire Winston, played by Ernie Hudson Jr., I believe, and they hire Winston. But they're still successful, but they're getting a little haggard. And we start to get this idea that the dust activity is increasing. And I think that's, let's see, I'm trying to think what happens next. If there's like a so they're on their high point, right? And I know what comes when they crest and they start to go down, but I'm trying to think if there's anyone, you know, they're on all the magazine covers, including Omni, which was this cool science magazine I always dreamed of subscribing to. A bit like Wired, but before Wired. I wonder if they could get back issues of that somewhere. But so, let's see. I'm trying to think. So there's the montage. There's even Casey Kasem doing countdowns. Oh, we see that Dana had kind of left things like after Peter was kind of like... not super professional. She was like, you know what? I'll figure out my dust on my own. She goes, I remain skeptical, or that it was a one-time, you know, event, or it was my imagination, that it was the dust motes. So then, I guess there's two things that happen at the same time. The dust activity is obviously going up, and the dustbusters are kind of put to their limit. And then... bureaucracy gets in the way. In this case, it's the form of the EPA, who says this character, I don't know what his name is, Mr. Jerk will say. He says, hey, first he goes in with Peter. Peter challenges him. He says, he doesn't have good social skills. So he says, I'd like to see, him and Peter go back and forth. And Peter tricksters him, but in a way that leaves a bad taste in his mouth. He says, I need to know what you're doing, how you're storing the dust and the motes. And also he represents the skeptical viewpoint that dust would be just, people could clean their own dust. There's no such thing as sentient dust motes. That's silly. Just with dust motes blowing around and people projecting meaning onto them. So what happens? There must be something in between. There's like, you get to see a little bit of growth in Winston, Ernie Hudson, and him becoming part of the team, and more work, and Ray looking cool, and Egon looking concerned. Yeah, then there's one more scene where, then there's another scene where Ray... No, who's that? Peter kind of makes one more. He says, goes to Dana's work, waits for her when she gets done with practice. He's dancing around in Lincoln Center while other people are roller skating. And he says, come on, like, maybe let's hang Netflix. Remember when there was a Netflix and Chillworth thing? That'll be in, he goes, in 20 years, actually, 2014. Or 30 years, whatever, ever many years. He says, why not do it now? And she says, well, okay. So she says, maybe later. I feel like I'm missing one other segment. But we see then he goes to visit her. The EPA comes and they shut down the power for the dust containment, which causes the dust to shoot all over New York City. Sentient dust mote dust. And not just dust, obviously. Other things gathered in the dust. So some of the parts are greater than the whole. And that shoots all over New York. And then at the same time, I think that's a triggering event. Dana, she like inhales this dust motes, and she like kind of becomes a medium for dust mote communication. As does Lewis. He kind of runs around trying to get away, and he gets breathed in the dust, and he becomes the keymaster and the locksmith or something. I can't remember. I think he's the keymaster. He gets brought to Ghostbusters headquarters, I think before the EPA came. And they say, this is weird. We've never seen this. He's like a medium for communication of dust motes. Egon does this. He says something big's coming. A lot of comedy in here, too. Obviously it's not coming across. So we kind of see these pieces of the puzzle of the mystery being unpacked, too. And Ray's trying to understand what is it with the building. Then we see that Dana's also become a medium for dust moting. And he says she's the locksmith. And they say, oh, we've got the keymaster here. So they say, okay, and they live in the same building. So they say, okay, wait a second. This is starting to make sense. That's when the EPA shows up. Then all the dust goes all over the city. And this kind of slowly leads, the cards start to fall. Like, then there's a montage of the reverse of the Dustbusters saving the city from sentient dust motes. And we see sentient dust motes, including Slimer and other ones, running around having a great time in a way that's undeniable, that it's like real. Then we have... The Dustbusters themselves they get a timeout with serious timeout, but they're still trying to solve they're still on they're still busting dust. So you have a cute scene where they're trying to unpack the last phases of the mystery. And then they get called to the mayor's office, and there's an extra scene, I guess, to kind of make sense to say that this is undeniable. You got the mayor's advisors, you got the cardinal or the bishop or something, and everybody's saying, what is happening? There's sentient dust motes everywhere, impersonified and anthropomorphic forms, and other things. They say this is not... And he said, the mayor says to them, can you do something about it? And they say, of course we can. We bust dust. You just got to bust the EPA off our backs. And the mayor says, well, I'm not sure. And then Peter, who's the kind of salesperson, says, if we don't succeed, it doesn't matter. But if we do, Mayor, you're the hero. And I don't know who played the mayor, but when I first saw the movie, I was positive it was the real mayor of New York City. Now looking back, I think it was just an actor. Because probably that might have been, I don't know if that was when Ed Koch was running New York or a little bit before. So then we have the final sequence. In this one, it starts off with this victory sequence in a good way. In a really way, the bookends of this sequence are delightful. I can't imagine shooting them. They're all on location in New York with tons and tons of extras. And it's New York celebrating New York and other New Yorkers succeeding and saving New York from sentient dust. So the Ghostbusters are greeted to a hero's welcome as they go back to Dana and Lewis's building, which is where the Gozers are going to come, or the Dozers or whatever. And because the mystery they uncover is that the sentient dust motes are working with the Dozers from a show called, which are these little construction characters from a show called Fraggle Rock. And they build stuff, and dust motes and the Dozers are going to build a world on top of our world for dust motes and Dozers to live. It wouldn't leave a lot for us humans, you know. And I can't, Zool's the one in charge of all this, I think. And then also there's a sequence that shows before all this happened, the Keymaster and the locksmith joining powers to open the doors for Zool, who Zool's like the foreman of the Dozers, I guess, who fully embodies Dana. So that happens. Then the Ghostbusters show up. They say, okay, we're going to bust here. Then as they're about to go in the building, there's like a rock and roll thing. And we think that, are the Dustbusters lost? But no, it's just a little playing. And then the crowd's cheering them on. Then they go up to the top of the building and they have to go up the stairs. So it's really like slowly fed out to us in a good way. And they face off with with Zool, who's Sigourney Weaver, I think. And they say, the Dozers are coming. That's it. You're going to lose. And they say, we're going to bust some dust. So they have like a little bit of a duel with the dust busting and her jumping and flipping around. And they're not really effective at stopping. And then Zool says, choose how the Dozers are going to come take everything over. What is going to be the one that does the leveling of the earth, of the human stuff, so we can build the Dozer world on top of it. And they say, you could, whatever you think of. And then they say, Peter's like, clear your minds and we'll be fine. But Ray thinks of something, and then they play it out for comedy, and it's the Stay Puft Marshmallow Man, a bit like the Pillsbury Doughboy. Like a 30-foot marshmallow man starts walking through New York, stepping on stuff. It goes to get the Dustbusters. They go, back and forth, and they say all is lost. This is a part of the movie where heroes rise. They say there's no way to stop this, to bust this dust. It's become a marshmallow person. They have powers greater than dust, sympathetic vibrations, the whole 9 yards, and the Dozers. And they say, well, what's the only thing we could do that would be where we're the heroes? What's the riskiest move we can make? Across the streams, all four of us. That'll reverse the polarity and magnetize the dust, and the dust will all just drop to the ground, probably, and we could just vacuum it up, or won't work out. Either way, we're probably, it's not going to work out for us, but we're heroes. Bada bing, bada boom, they do it, and it works. All the dust gets, kicked up and then drops down with like a whatever ionic charge or whatever, however those things work. Pre-HEPA filter this time. And they're heroes. First you say, well, are they all right? Where's Dana? Where's Lewis? Everybody's okay. Then they go downstairs to the bookend, another hero's welcome, all the New Yorkers cheering. really looked like all the actors and actresses were having a great time. And that kind of ends the movie with these great shots of New York and cheering and the car driving. And the two songs play in those different sequences, Dustbusters and I don't know, Heroes, and I can't remember the other song. Yeah, that's the end of the movie. And I think I've read a lot of stuff about Dustbusters in the past. It was let's see, though, I'll just go through some stuff. It was directed and produced by Ivan Reitman, written by Dan Aykroyd and Harold Ramis, starring them. We know that. Aykroyd originally conceived the project for himself and John Belushi, them busting dust through time and space, and Ramis and he rewrote the script after Belushi visited the big farm. And Reitman also said the original version is not financially practical. It was released June 8th, 1984. Positive reviews, grossed $242 million in the U.S. and $300 million almost worldwide. It was nominated for Best Visual Effects and Best Original Song. AFI ranked it 28th out of 100 years of laughs. 100, it was selected for the preservation of the National Film Registry. And it had different animated series, video games, and the 2016 reboot. Let's see here. The development we kind of went through. Pre-production, we went on to casting. John Candy was also in it, possibly. Louis Tully was originally conceived as a conservative man in a business suit to be played by Candy, but Moranis instead portrayed Louis as a geek. The Dozers were originally supposed to come in the form of Ivo Shandor, unremarkable man in a suit played by Paul Rubens, but that ultimately went to Slavita Jovan, and the voice provided by Patty Edwards. According to Ernie Hudson, an earlier version of the script had his character in a larger role with an elaborate backstory as part of the Air Force. He was excited and took the job for half his usual salary, but his role was reduced because Reitman said the studio wanted to expand Murray's role. But so he was a little bit let down. But I think he was I think he was a great character. He added a lot of humanity and excitement from the outside. And actually, he plays this key thing with the mayor because he says this stuff's real. So he speaks for the audience. It was filmed in Manhattan in October 1983 at Columbia, and they didn't want to be identified at Irving Bank in Tribeca, 55 Central Park West, other Manhattan, New York Public Library, Columbus Circle, Waldorf Astoria Hotel, Tavern on the Green. Locals didn't like it, but they had one night to dress the street in one neighborhood. So there was a lot of people that weren't happy. Aykroyd ran into science fiction writer Isaac Asimov, who Aykroyd idolized, and Asimov was not happy about the traffic jam. But then they said infectious energy was everywhere. Upbeat vibes seemed to buoy the production schedule, and they finished 2.5 days earlier, which we could kind of see that. Like, I think it was a love letter to New York and New Yorkers. That's when we came down covered in marshmallow, there was crowds. That's like the end of the movie. Some things were filmed in Burbank, Los Angeles Central Library, Biltmore Hotel. So that's it. Critical response was good. Roger Ebert gave it 3.5 stars out of 4. Movie is an exception to the rule that big special effects can ruin a comedy. and it's provided many quotable lines. So that's a little bit about that. I just wanted to look into 1984, though, because it had like I was like, oh, what movies came out in 84 other than this? And it ends up, it was quite a year for film. Here's some of the summer movies. This is from IndieWire. From their staff, June 5th, 2014. Let's see, June 8th, Ronald Reagan went to London. Celtics beat the Lakers. Pressure like Petty at the biggest jackpot. Time after time. Oh, Dustbusters and Dremlins, another movie about, it's just Dremlins. I don't know. They both came out. That was a week after Once Upon a Time in America, Indiana Jones and the Temple of Fun, then followed by Karate Kid and Top Secret. So here's their 30. Like Bolero was a Bo Derek movie. I don't know that one. Cannonball Run 2. I definitely saw that on more than a few times on HBO, and that starred the late Burt Reynolds. Best Defense. I never heard of that one. Eddie Murphy and Dudley Moore in it. CHUD. I've seen that. I think I've seen that movie. Breakin'. I've definitely seen Breakin' 2. Pretty sure I've seen Breakin'. Sheena. That was Tanya Roberts' movie I'm unfamiliar with. Rhinestone. That's Sylvester Stallone. Dolly Parton. Not familiar with that one either. Oxford Blues. I don't think I saw this one, but I always wanted to. It was a solo vehicle for Rob Lowe, who had just broken out big, trying to win over the woman of his dreams. So Conan, the Buddy, I definitely saw that also. Because I think Grace Jones was in that, James Earl Jones, I think, or maybe that was the first one. Yeah, but yeah, I definitely saw that. Grandview, USA, I don't know that one. C. Thomas Howell, Patrick Swayze, Jamie Lee Curtis. Star Trek 3, Search for Spock. I saw that in the theater probably a couple years later. But that was a classic. Bachelor Party. Before The Hangover and Wedding Crashers. This was a Tom Hanks movie. I definitely saw that because I wasn't supposed to. And Philadelphia Experiment. I don't think I saw that. Beach Street. I don't think I saw that one. That's a breakdancing movie. Then a movie, Starter of Warmth with Drew Barrymore. Adventures of Buckaroo Banzai. That was an 84 movie, huh? That's a cult classic. I've seen that quite a few times, but not lately. Dreamscape, A Tightrope, Under the Volcano. Okay, so some of these I just don't know. Red Dawn. Oh, boy, did I see that movie a few times. Another classic, Purple Rain. Oh, boy. Muppets Take Manhattan. Now we're talking. Streets of Fire. I don't know what that one is. Yeah, I don't know that if I've seen that one. The Natural. That was a very famous. The Bounty. I think I read that book. I don't think I've seen the movie. Last Starfighter. Oh, boy. That was another one I seen. That was a great one. When I was a kid. Revenge of the Nerds. I would have thought that was like an 82 movie, but definitely, I mean, I've seen that movie and love it. 16 Candles. Holy mackerel. That came out May 4th. Top Secret. I would have thought this came out in like 90. It's a parody of spy movies. I guess I'll have to rewatch it. I really thought it came out much later. But it was made by the Zucker brothers, who made Airplane and a ton of other great movies. Karate Kid came out on June 22nd. Wow. Indiana Jones and the Temple of Fun, which was the first PG-13 movie. Then Dremlins, that's a classic. Dustbusters, and then Once Upon a Time in America. And this is a Sergio Leone movie. Once Upon a Time in the West is like pretty much like a Western classic. And I don't think I must have to. If I've watched this, it's been a long, long, long time. It's headed to Blu-ray, or maybe it came out on Blu-ray already. So definitely worth checking out. Okay, and I just wanted to run. I guess I won't run through the rest of the movies. That's a pretty good list. There's a lot of other great ones. I'll include the link. But listen to this Billboard year-end Hot 100 for 1984. When Doves Cry by Prince. What's Love Got to Do with It? Tina Turner. Say, 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 Paul McCartney, Michael Jackson. Footloose by Kenny Loggins. There is a Spotify playlist for this. I looked it up. Against All Odds, Take a Look at Me Now, Phil Collins. Jump, Van Halen. Hello, Lionel Richie. Hello, Lionel Richie. Owner of a Lonely Heart, yes. Ghostbusters, or Dustbusters by Ray Parker Jr. Karma Chameleon, Culture Club. Missing You, John Waite. All Night Long, Lionel Richie. Let's Hear It for the Boy. That's my karaoke song, For Real. That's the song I do in karaoke. It's Denise Williams. Dancing in the Dark, Bruce Springsteen. Girls Just Want to Have Fun, Cyndi Lauper. The Reflex, Duran Duran. Time After Time, Cyndi Lauper. A Jump for My Love, the Pointer Sisters. Talking in Your Sleep. This is the first song I don't know off the top of my head. By the Romantics. Self-Control by Laura Branigan. Let's Go Crazy by Prince and the Revolution. Say It Isn't So, Hall & Oates. Hold Me Now, Thompson Twins. Joanna, Kool and the Gang. I just called to see, can you believe this? I just called to say I love you, Stevie Wonder. Somebody's Keeping an Eye on Me, Rockwell. Break My Stride, Matthew Wilder. 99 Found Balloons or whatever, Nina. I Can Dream About You, Dan Hartman. I don't know that one either. The Glamorous Life by Sheila E. Oh, Sherry, Steve Perry. Stuck on You, Lionel Richie. He had a good year. Holy cow. I guess that's why they call it the blues. Elton John. She Bop, Cyndi Lauper. Borderline, Madonna. Sunglasses at Night, Corey Hart. I'll just do the top 50. Eyes Without a Face, Billy Idol. Here Comes the Rain Again, Eurythmics. Uptown Girl, Billy Joel. That was a song for one of our dance recitals. Sister Christian. I used to sing that to some of the nuns in middle school and get in trouble. Night Ranger. Drive the Cars. Twist of Fate, Olivia Newton-John. Union of a Swirly Swirl, Duran Duran. Hard Rock and Roll, Huey Lewis and the News. Hard Habit to Break, Chicago. The Warrior, Scandal. If You're in My Arms Again, Peabo Bryson. Automatic by the Pointer Sisters. Let the Music Play. That's by Shannon. I would have guessed that was Sheila E. too. To All the Girls I've Loved Before, Julio Iglesias and Willie Nelson. It still gets better, though. Caribbean Queen, Billy Ocean. That's All, Genesis. Running with the Night, Lionel Richie. Sad Songs Say So Much, Elton John. I Want a New Drug, Huey Lewis and the News. And so the rest of them are on there, too. Yeah, that's it. Get in, let me, I'm the sleep duster here. Good night. All right, everybody, it's time for a tale of the tape, which is a style of episode. Usually, because it's like it could be, I guess, any time, but mostly movies I saw in the 80s as a child, where I saw them a bunch of times, maybe even more recently than the 80s. And then I try to remember the plot of the movie because, usually I can't barely remember anything. So it just sounds to be very sleepy because they say, what was that? And what happened there? So it's just a fun premise. Plus, this particular movie, I think, is getting rebooted or something
because the name of the movie is Top Gum Chewer. So Top Gum for short. And if you want to know why it's called Top Gun, all you have to do is picture Tom Cruise chewing gum with that big smile of his. Now, we're talking a 1980s Tom Cruise. So I don't know, like, his hair was shorter, I think, in the 80s. This particular movie, either he was sweating a lot or his character, his hair had a sheen to it, a good sheen. I mean, for him, a good sheen. And he wore aviator sunglasses a lot because he was a jet pilot for the Navy. And he chewed gum. That was just one of his things. That's one of his things in a lot of movies. But he chews gum in this movie. He's the top gum. And it's also a thing they use there to say, and this is like a different part of the Navy. You might not have heard of it except for this movie. Acrobatics, aerial acrobatics. And so this movie starts off, so I think that's everything we need to know about the setup. Oh, but I know it's getting remade or rebooted. So I think like Tom Cruise and maybe Val Kilmer. Okay, so the stars of the movie are, oh boy, Anthony Edwards, Tom Cruise, Meg Ryan, Val Kilmer. This is one Tom Skerritt, Michael Ironside. After that, the dude that was in Legend of Billie Jean, Hubie something. Who else? Kelly McGillis. Was it John Stockwell, who we'll get to really quick, and even Tim Robbins was in this one. So very 80s cast. And it takes place in San Diego, I believe. Parts of the movie do. And it's about being the top gum, which is shorthand for the most the person that has the most whatever I meant to say. So the movie starts off with, now this also all took place during the 80s, during the Cold War. And, I think that, I don't know, I've never read an article about it, but I'm sure there's been plenty of great ones about how storytelling, the Cold War actually offered like easy stakes for your storytelling back then. Because you had like in the movies, at least in the simplistic version, like a good side, good old USA, and a not good side, which would be the USSR. And again, I'm not taking sides. I'm just talking about the storytelling. And then they had stakes because you were raised, I guess, in the 80s to believe that, our way of life was dependent on our, get a lot of, you can see how we got here today. They say, well, if our way's not the best, then we don't have it, But so this movie took place with that through that lens, through that cultural window. And I mean, just from a storytelling perspective, well, it's a very simple based movie, and it used that in a very basic way. It did it very effectively, and it was a blockbuster film. Though people might have never, they say, I've never heard of that movie. Heard of another one. I said, well, I'm sorry. So the movie starts off with, who's that, John Stockwell? Now, here's a couple of things about John Stockwell. He was in a couple movies I liked, and he was someone that never became a gigantic star, which was baffling. I also always thought George Thorogood, who's like a classic 80s rocker, or more of a, maybe not a rocker, but I always thought those two people were the same person. So John Stockwell was George Thorogood. But John Stockwell was in this one cool movie that I cannot remember the name of. Maybe it was called My Science Experiment or something, where someone has a science experiment at Ben's kind of time-space continuum, and he's the hero that goes back into his high school to shut the experiment down or something. And I think he was the lead in one or two other movies. But in this movie, he's just the teaser, the opening. What do they call that? They call it not a through point set piece. That's what they call it in movies. And I don't know if this was just a Tony Scott film. I think it was just a Tony Scott film. But so it opens with this set piece of it was the Olympics. Now, I guess it would have been like this took place in the past. No, it was the Olympic. I guess it was more of an Olympic buildup because so it would have been the last, like not Olympic qualifying, because the U.S. was competing against the USSR in aerial, whatever that's called. Like, and you say, Scooch, what is that, and why is the Navy involved in it? And I say, well, there's a version you hear of jet planes, but most of this takes place just like in, what's that group called, that circus group, Cirque du Soleil. Like, and again, this is stuff that history's just glossed over because it's not as flashy as jet planes. Yeah, but most of the stuff, like when you're, you've seen it, like, you've got a person in mostly, ideally in a ballet type uniform, and they're flying around on ribbons, and it can involve trapeze and all that, but a lot of it's artistic, it's just, gymnastics and dance and I guess whatever that other one is combined. Now, the reason the Navy's important is because, like the Navy would use this, again, it just added to the stakes that it was like, this is the Navy's team. Now, the Navy specialized in, what do they call it? Like these were, what do you call it when there's two people working together? I don't know what it's called, but like I'm thinking of synchronized. So this was like, it was a little bit different than synchronized because they're not synchronized, but it was a team sport, a two-person team sport. This was again, the 80s, so they were more into the male stories. Which you'd think, well, seems like a softer art. I see, well, you have to have a hard body to do this soft art. So, just to be clear, like you see, this is Tom Cruise's body and Anthony Edwards. Holy cow! Yeah, but so it opens up with this big, whatever the international, whatever the most important thing is, other than the Olympics, for. Men's aerial dancing. Oh, acrobatics. Why was I calling it aerobatics? I think that's like the shorthand for it. Not to be Top Gun. Okay, so I think you're with me so far. So John Stockwell's character, whose name I forget, he like everyone had a nickname. His was something like Jaguar. For some reason, I remember Tim Robbins' nickname first was Merlin, because that was just cool. I said, I wish I was Merlin. Yeah, but so, there's another dude, Barry Tubb. Is that who it is? Okay, I just thought of one other kid, like the sidekick to Iceman was in a lot of movies. I don't know if his name's Barry Tubb. I think Barry Tubb might be the dude from Billie Jean. But there's one other character who's an actor whose name I should probably know. But anyway, Jaguar, whatever John Stockwell's character's name is, I don't know who his partner was. The partner didn't get a lot of screen time that I remember. He goes out there. He's the top dog. Like they say, okay, like you're up against, just like in these movies, Rocky movies, Ivan Drago and, Mikhail Baryshnikov are on a team together. I know this is just imaginary. That's not really who they were against. Because the Soviet team had these, like a little bit like figure skating. They had, like outfits that were also part of the show. So they also obscured their faces, which is, again, a message of like, that the 80s was trying to push. I think right now I'm covering the movie in slower than real time. But so... basically, John Stockwell and John Stockwell's partner up against two faceless Russians, and it's a big moment, like And John Stockwell's the best of the best as far as the U.S. team's concerned. And he gets up there, on the ribbons, on the swings, and starts doing his thing. And it's also done at the same time. Like, it's like this everybody, you have to see the movie to understand, but it's like a dance off in some sense, but it's I'm not doing that on purpose. It's just like a brain trip. But, so he gets up there and he decides like he's built it up too much. He has performance, he performance concerns. And he's never had this trouble. He's been the top dog. And he says, I can't do it. This is it. I'm off the team. Right in the middle of the routine. I think it was a mess, like a little bit of like the Russians kind of like they swung real close together or something. And he said, you know what, this isn't for me, which you got to respect. It was like a very, he said, this is it. And everybody was in disbelief. All the coaches, all the other athletes. And that, but it also serves to show this theme of the movie, which is one of the themes of the movie, which I think is like mind over matter in some sense, or mind over even ego, like that there's this like loose focus. If you want to be top air dancer, yeah, that's a good way. Top gum, like you need to. It is a matter of not just a physical ability, not just technical ability, but an ability to push over the edge, or right up against the edge, and that he lost his edge. I think that was it. He lost his edge. And, so that's how the movie starts. And then what we get next is Tom Cruise and Anthony Edwards, who forward will be known as Maverick and Goose. We see that they're like in the amateur circuit. They haven't been in the Olympic circuit. They've been in the amateur circuit. They're very flashy. And Tom Cruise is extremely confident. I mean, you've seen him smile and chew gum. Like, imagine him in his 20s doing that. I mean, it's actually enjoyable either way. But so he does that. So we just see them, and they're like so flashy. They're kind of like not Goose. Anthony Edwards' character is a little bit more of the soul, at least initially, or the heart and soul. But Tom Cruise, he even shows up to coaches and the other athletes a little bit. Yeah, and he's always got catchphrases that I forget, turn to burn or something. And then they get back to finish their performance, and they kind of upset one of the, not the coaches, but one of the referees or something, or whatever, judges, by doing like something comparable to where they're supposed to do a double Indy and they did a quad. And then they find out when they get back, they say, you guys who got called up to you'd normally be in trouble, but the Olympic team has an opening and the Olympics are coming. And, obviously Uncle Sam doesn't want us to be embarrassed and not be the best aerial dancing, air dancers in the world. Our ability to consume things and could be at risk. So we got to be the best. And they want you to, but instead of the best, I guess they want you to. And then things probably get fuzzy for me eventually. So they go to San Diego, which is like Top Gun school. So I think initially we get, and there's probably some other new classmates. Maybe there's not, but then we get like an overview, Top Gun. And I think this is narrated by Michael Ironside. And they say the history of the school, like a little backstory. But, Top Gun was designed, in the 1950s when, we said who's going to be, the whole Olympic buildup of the Cold War. And, U.S. To air dancing dominance. That's the term he uses. And they say, so this is to teach everything, even stuff, we're combining techniques across the globe in this one place. But the question is, can you can you do it? Can you graduate? So it's not only an Olympic training program, but it's like you got to get through the training to be top gum and then make the Olympic team. I think, even though they are the Olympic, and I don't know, some of it's a little confusing. Oh, that's what it is. Like eventually you would want to go pro, I think, is what it is. So then it gets set up a couple of themes get set up. One theme is, and this will probably be out of order, but we see Tom Cruise's relationship with Tom Skerritt, who's like, I don't know what his nickname is in there, but he's like the principal. But for Tom Cruise, he's this father figure, which Tom Cruise is like, we kind of learn like Tom Cruise's edge is related to his relationship with his father a little bit and his need to prove himself. And Tom Skerritt kind of tries to take on this role of like, they care about you, but you're kind of a DICK for the most part, is what he kind of says to Maverick. Like, this is your ego's too big. And I know you think you're the best, and maybe we could make you the best, but we'll see. So there's that. So there's that theme running through it. Then there's the theme of, there's Tom Cruise and Maverick and Goose's relationship, which is one of friendship and love, but also of like different stakes. Like Tom Cruise's ego constantly impacts Goose because Goose has different stakes. He has a family, and he really needs to make it eventually to the pro league because if he doesn't, then like, what would he, like, he wouldn't, you know what I mean? He needs the money. I mean, that's like a good way to make a living as pro air dancer. I mean, come on, look at nowadays we see it everywhere. I mean, all the constant air dancer interviews. So that's another theme. Then there's the fact of what Tom Skerritt said. With his other classmates, Tom Cruise definitely has, and he's able to carry it out in a likable way, which is probably not, there's not many people capable of pulling that off, where he's kind of a superior to his classmates and a bit of a, jerk or whatever. But he also is almost the best. So I don't know. There's kind of a little tension within the class. And then there's also the actually top student, the top performer, who is played by Val Kilmer. His name is Iceman. And his partner is like Gordo or something like that. And Iceman is known for being super cool and chill. And like precision oriented, very detached and emotionless, but also plays within the rules. And he doesn't like Maverick's, not just his attitude, but that he pushes things over the edge. Iceman says, I can be the best within this creative constraints, and that's what we're here to do. Also, this is like an Olympic sport, so we don't want anybody like spraining anything. It's just ridiculous. And he says, eventually you're going to sprain an elbow or something. And, or what if Goose does? So there's this competition, which actually makes it more, because you say, well, I don't think I like Iceman. He doesn't chew gum like Tom Cruise. He chews it in this more chomping, tense way, where Tom Cruise chews gum like a handsome, chill dude. And again, I think just an example of like this form of movie storytelling. So then what happens? I was talking about themes, I guess. What other themes? Then there's Tom Cruise versus the system, I guess, or Maverick versus the system. So we see over a series of scenes in class and outside of class, where Tom Cruise is I know better than even the instructors. And I understand things better than things. And the whole purpose of the school, in a military context, is to kind of break your ego, right, and a bit to remold you. And so it does make it for another interesting small source of conflict. Then there's the love story. So Kelly McGillis, and this is like one of the more famous scenes in the movie. Like one of the first nights in town, they go off and they all go out. Like a bunch of the classmates go out, and so we see them outside of their class in their dancing roles. And Tom Cruise fancies himself quite a charmer, and who are we kidding? So he sets forth to charm this person he sees there, and he sings her an Everly Brothers song. Maybe he sings it with Goose for a little while and then takes over. And we see like a romantic connection. And I don't know if it immediately translates. I think it's just like a romantic connection and flirting where, Tom Cruise says, look at me chew gum. Like, come on now. And I believe Kelly McGillis' character says, I got work to do. Or I got to leave. I'm going home to go to bed. So I think like there's so I think then we learn next day that she's one of the instructors. So you say, oh boy, again, it adds builds on the theme that Maverick just can't play by the rules. He's a Maverick. Come on. And I guess Goose is a goose. We also see like training sequences where they get up in the dancing and they're dancing against the best. Like they dance against Michael Ironside. They dance against Tom Skerritt. Who they have nicknames I can't remember. Who's Jester? Did I already say maybe one of them is Jester? Merlin is, but it was somebody's. So yeah, I think maybe Tom Skerritt is Jester. And we learned that those two, Michael, if you've never seen Michael Ironside air dance, holy mackerel, look it up on YouTube or something. Because you'll be changed forever. And so we learned that Tom Cruise still has a way to go. And that he's willing to bend the rules. This kind of has played out already, but so there's one time where they have to do a dance off against Michael Ironside and Tom Skerritt. And Tom Cruise and Goose, Maverick and Goose do their dance, but they do this move that's not sanctioned by the U.S., the Olympic Committee. So they bend a rule or break a rule to win, but technically they don't win. They say, well, we won because we outperformed the two of you. And they say, no, but that last swing you did, where you put your hip out, like that's an Olympic, it's not allowed within the constraints of the Olympic system. And so then they go back and everyone is in the locker room and they say, oh boy, we all got beat by Jester and the Sloth or whatever. And Iceman says, not us, man. We beat them fair and square. And Tom Cruise says, we beat them too. And he goes, no, you didn't. You technically lost, and there's a reason you can't kick your hip out at that moment. According to, he pulls out his Olympics air dancing manual and says, look at here. So we have all this rising tension. Then eventually the first piece of tension to break, I think, is Tom Cruise and Kelly McGillis. They end up in a romantic situation, which I think somehow then they end up, maybe I don't know, somehow they end up in a romantic situation, which was probably the first time in life I ever saw French kissing with an actor and an actress against a silhouette. So that's burned in my mind. Yeah, so they do kiss. I'll be honest with you. Yeah, also, there's like a scene where, and I think this was just popular because all the dudes were shirtless and they were all in jacked up shape. But actually, this is before he goes on a date with Kelly McGillis, which I think the date was at the principal's house. So we also have these scenes again where Tom Skerritt kind of says, listen, man, like, your dad was the best, but you can't keep chasing memories or something like that. Your dad was the best air dancer I've ever seen. You might be better, but you got to you got to get your mind right. But Tom Cruise just still isn't having it. Okay, there's the great volleyball scene, which is basically Iceman and Gordo or whatever decide, hey, we want to play you Goose and Maverick shirtless beach volleyball. And I don't think anything happened. I don't know who won, but it was just like a popular sequence. It gave me something never to attain. I said, well, if I could have one of those four bodies, everything would be great. So I don't know if and I don't think I could play volleyball either. Then at some other point, there's like a point with the stakes for Goose because Meg Ryan is Goose's wife. She comes for a visit. I don't know if they had kids and the kids came, or they just talk about their kids, or they're planning on having kids. But at that moment, she's also close with Maverick. It comes out I think Meg Ryan says something, and then later Goose says something like, listen, man, you're going to get us kicked out of school if you keep messing around, which is he's gotten so many demerits or something like that. And Goose is seriously, every single, it's not you versus, if it's you versus system, I'm caught up with you in all these outside activities and, you being a hot shot. It all culminates. And then it's a slow building again to, I guess it is the building to the graduation in the Olympics. But I don't know. I guess they get a little hazy in there, but I think, yeah, there's so I don't know what happens first if they graduate, or there's a graduation finale, or it's before the graduation. There's one of the last big performances. I do think actually there is, yeah, I think what happens is once or twice, as they're studying, they do have these, at least once they have, maybe a non-sanctioned air dance off with the USSR team. And I think that's it. So they have maybe they have two of them. So they have one, and Tom Cruise and Goose just showboat. And I think again that maybe that's maybe that was was that in the movie at the beginning, or was it later? I don't know. But at some point they have one competition, and Tom Cruise and Goose are really good. And I think so I don't know. There's one or two scenes throughout the movie where they're, again, going up against the USSR team. And at some point, and I don't know if it was, I guess it was probably a one with the USSR team, because that would make sense as far as stakes go. But Tom Cruise and Goose are pushing the limits, and Tom Cruise just pushes things so much that Goose overstretch or something, and that's it. They say, you're over this overstretch. You can't possibly perform or graduate. You'll never air dance again because it's just a freak stretch. And it wasn't Tom Cruise's fault exactly, but he feels bad for it. And Goose says, this is it. I bet my whole life on being a professional air dancer. He can't even speak to Tom Cruise. He just leaves. And Tom Cruise has to face Meg Ryan, his wife, who's just devastated. She says, this is it. This was where our dreams were built on air dancing. and now they're gone. Thanks a lot. And Tom Cruise is like, well, I loved Goose, and I love you. And she goes, well, this is the cost. Maybe it's time for you to reflect on everything, especially the deeper message of like, mind over matter or whatever, dance over dance beyond the ego. And there's also a movie or I don't know if there's how many big songs there are. There's who's it? Kenny Loggins, I think. The famous song for the movie is "Highway to the Danger Zone." Dancing through the danger zone. And I don't know if there's any other. Once you get a hold of that ribbon, you get a taste for the air dance. You get to chewing up some gum, and you put on those tight air dancing pants. And so that's kind of the lyrics of the song. It was about like a danger zone, which is what they call it when they're up there dancing on those, like swinging on those ribbons. There may have been one or two other ones, but that one, you still hear it on classic radio. So, okay, where are we? So Goose is gone. Goose is no longer a student. And actually all the air dancers, they know that it was it wasn't really 100% Tom Cruise's fault, that it was just like this ribbon slipped, and that maybe it was because Tom Cruise pushes things too hard or maybe not, but they know the emotional impact of that, Goose leaving the team and Goose's, it kind of being that Tom Cruise was taking the feelings, at least for like Goose's career being gone. And so he feels, even Iceman says, listen, man, yeah, sorry, that's rough. And I think like that's like right before the Olympic I think it's right before the Olympics, because then they still have to have like who's going to qualify. And like it was based on points for graduation. Yeah. So like the top gum, that team is like the top U.S. team. Then the second place team would have been on the Olympic team. Maybe the top three teams get on the Olympic team. And then maybe there's an alternate. But then Tom Cruise goes back. He has to like work with another dancer. And he's lost his mental edge. And Tom Skerritt tries to, be like, you just got to get your edge back, kid. You got to be able to focus on the dance. Now, maybe this was the push, the deflation your ego needed. I don't know that he says it that on the nose, but, basically it comes down to, Tom Cruise can't get it out of his mind that, and he's like, then he's also like, what if I slip? Or what if I never air dance again? What is it? Like, he's overthinking everything. A lot of times he says, talk to me, Goose. Now, there is something that left out that's important for the whole movie. And it's the idea of the wingman in this movie, which is, so you already had these pairs, right? Tom Cruise and Goose, Iceman and Gordo. Or whatever his name was, I don't know. Yeah, but then there is also this open floor competition. That's why they do pick three teams, which is like 6 on 6, like 3 teams versus 3 teams. So that's like kind of like when Olympic gymnastics, there's also the team competition, but they don't have this. This would be like if it was Olympics gymnastics, they had a floor competition where everybody was on the floor at the same time. And the wingman, in this case, is like a team, kind of like spotters, basically. Like, so it's a secondary role, like for the lead team, in this case, Iceman and Gordo. And, like, you're supposed to, like, while they're doing a move, you're supposed to, like, run interference so that no one would, like, interrupt their line of sight and throw off their move. And so at some point in the movie, Tom Cruise and Maverick and Goose are supposed to be Iceman and Gordo's wing people. But at the same time, like everybody's accumulating points for the team, and they're not on the floor, they're up in the air. But it's very similar, just easier metaphor to think about Olympic floor exercise in this case. So they're getting ready to do their biggest point number, Iceman and Gordo. And Tom Cruise, they say, we need our monitor or whatever, because we're going to do our, quad Lindy. And Tom Cruise says, okay, we're watching. And then Tom Cruise sees like an opening where they could do like something like a triple sow cow or whatever. And he says, listen, I'm not going to like, you guys can handle it on your own. We're going to do, so then we could get more points for the team. We're going to do the sow cow because there's just an opening right now. And Iceman says, that's not how it works. Like, that's not how protocol and Olympic teamwork work. There's no I in team, Maverick. But Maverick can't hear it. That's in the middle of the show. Yeah, but you never forget that, that's important. And at some point, I don't know if it's at the end of the movie. I guess it's at the very end of the movie. It pays off. Which I think we're like here too. Like, is basically like, it ends up at the end of the movie climaxes with like, unless you consider that a climax with the Goose stuff, is like Tom Cruise and Goose, they had so many points that they either came in second or third. Iceman and Gordo came in first. I think they were top gum. Or maybe not. Maybe Maverick and Goose were so far ahead. It doesn't really matter because Goose was off the team. And Maverick's just trying to, he's just hanging on. And they say, so they say you're graduating, and they say they moved up the Olympics or something, or they moved up the date of when our competition is. And I don't know if Maverick had so much found a rhythm with his new partner. And so what happens is, they say, well, we got to go. And they say, Maverick, are you even going to go to the Olympics? Can you even focus? And I don't know what the debate is there. And that leads to the Olympic finals, which they kind of skip over and they just kind of go into. And they say, all the points are tied, and this is the floor competition. And they kind of really do it in a very slow, deliberate way. So there's 3 teams for the U.S. I think, it's Iceman and Gordo and another team. I don't know which team it was. And then Tom Cruise and his new partner versus the Russians, who are, again, in their, artistic garb, but again, it makes him kind of faceless, the whole, like we said. And what happens is, the group 4 starts, and Maverick gets started, and then he goes cold. Like, he says, I can't even compete. I don't think I can even climb up my ribbons. And they say, they need, they need all the points, but they also need... it's there's not, the floor spacing's all off, I guess, to the air floor in this sense. And Iceman says, we need you. And he says, never mind. Yeah, but then ends up Iceman and Gordo are doing really good. And the other 2 teammates, to where it's still competitive. But then they get to the point where they have to do, there's also just like in ice skating or figure skating, you have required... You have to complete these different things, especially if you say it has to be judged on them or whatever. So they need this floor spacing to be able to complete these last things. They need their wingman. And they end up because the other teams are using blocking, almost like picks in basketball to rack up points. And they say, again, this is it. If we lose this symbolically, we'll have lost it all for the U.S. of A. And so Tom Cruise is like, I can't get it. I can't get it. Could talk to me, Goose. And then something rings true to him. He says, wait a second. It's about mind over matter. It's just about focusing, a loose focus and a joy of air dance and chewing gum. And then he starts to chew gum, and his teeth are like chiclets almost anyway. He smiles, and he gets up there with his partner, and they start to air dance, and then it changes the floor spacing, and they actually find more floor spacing available because two of the three Soviet teams were using these blocking techniques, and I think it was hard for them, however they wrapped the ribbons around themselves, to get out of these blocking techniques. So then, Maverick and his partner and Iceman and Gordo really start to shine, and it ends up that I don't know who ends up having to do the big, quadruple, combo with the toast, those ones where it's like two twists in a row. Yeah, but they do, and they win the gold. And they're so good that they say, this is the first time in Olympic history that your performance outshined the other performance so much that we can't even give them a silver or a bronze. And then that dude, who sings that song that they play on the 4th of July, picnics, forgot his name, but proud to be an air dancer, he sings. I think that maybe they imagined that part, but I'm proud to dance in the air for the US of A, that type of song. And that ends with Tom Cruise and Val Kilmer or Iceman saying, you could be my wingman. No, you could be my wingman every time. And I think that's it. I don't know if there was any other, other than them putting their, getting their gold medals and chewing gum. If that's it, I don't know if there's any other, there's a epilogue or anything like that after. But that's basically a movie. And I believe it was a summer blockbuster. I have no idea what year it came out. I would guess the later 80s, maybe 88, but I don't have any idea. And it'll be interesting when it comes out again. It'll just be interesting to see. So I don't know, maybe if that's this summer or next summer. Also, this is another reason I've been thinking about Top Gun is because I've been seeing the trailers for Ms. Marvel, and it looks like the start of that kind of has this Top Gun feel, and that's just a movie I think is going to be cool, so I'm looking forward to seeing that with my daughter. But yeah, that's a little bit about the movie Top Gun. And you say, well, I thought it was a lot of people did think it was about chewing gum or making gum. But then, you saw it and you said, well, no, it's about air dancing. And that was also the big air dancing peaked in the 80s, where people actually thought it was cool and started getting into it in droves. And that created the foundation for Cirque du Soleil. I mean, I don't think anybody's ever told that story. That without Top Gum, there wouldn't be Cirque du Soleil. And the reason, they'll say, "Oh no, Scooch, you don't know what you're talking about," and totally unrelated. And it's a really, really so just picture Tom Cruise or Anthony Edwards or Tom Skerritt. I prefer to think of Michael Ironside up there, swinging among the stars, chewing gum. Also probably was an Olympic regulation. You couldn't air dance and chew gum at the same time. So I don't know how, I think Air Dancer, maybe there was already a movie called Air Dancer. That's why they didn't do it. They had to come up with another thing. But yeah, just another movie that was part of my life that I kind of barely remember. Top Gun.
All right, hey everybody, this is Scoots, and this is going to be an interesting tale of the tape. I'm going to have to really, I don't know, it'll be interesting. So this is a Game of Thrones tale of the tape, because I haven't prepped for the new season by rewatching anything. And because it's the close of the season, I was wondering if I could do in a 50-minute span, go through all the seasons of what I remember, and see what comes out of that, because that should be pretty sleepy. based on my memory alone, unless I get really like, so right now I haven't looked anything up, but at some point I could pause it and say, first off, how many seasons have there been? I'm guessing 6 so far, but it could be 7 or it could be 5. So what we'll do is we'll go through and kind of look at, yeah, we'll just kind of go through things and meander. It'll be a meandering recall of what happened in over the history of the show. And I guess it gives me about 8 minutes a season, depending on how many seasons there are. Though it could be between seasons 3, 4, 5, and 6. Oh boy! So season 1 was, of course, the intro. Okay, a couple more things, I guess. So one is like one of the nice things about Game of Thrones is that despite all the complexities of everything and the pomp and circumstance and the drama and the action, it really is just these human stories. And a lot of it is like a family and even the little kids that live inside us based, at least in my opinion. And that it is a show about family dynamics, which is actually how the first season starts off. So I guess that is a good transition because it does start off, I believe, first off with the dynamics of two different families. So episode 1, we meet the Starks. No, 3. I'm sorry. Excuse me. 3 different families. And I guess the greater political families. But so, yeah, so season 1 starts off, we meet the Starks. And again, I don't know. I know how the kind of the beginning and towards the end of the show. I don't really know of the season. But so it starts off, we meet the Starks, and we meet, who's a bit, what's his name? Papa Stark. If you're a stickler for Game of Thrones, you're going to be in for it. And, eventually I remember it. We meet, actually, even in the teaser, we meet Benjen, I think, which doesn't pay off again until recently. And I remember reading that in the book. But so, okay, so we see Benjen, then the show opens, then we meet the Stark family, maybe. And Ned Stark, actually, thank you. Thank goodness I remembered that. Caitlin and Ned, oh boy. The Stark family, they live in the north, Winterfell. Ned lives by code. We learn that. We learn he's a kind father. We learn that there's the family dynamics. We learn that John is a half son, or whatever you call it. Is like, I mean, they have other words for it, but he's a Snow. And we see the dynamics between, who do we got in there? We got little Rickard, the three-eyed raven, Bran, who one day, but Arya, Sansa, the dude that was king. I forget his name. I want to call him Richard. Maybe he played King Richard at some point. I'll eventually remember his name. Jon Snow and old Leonard, the forgotten Stark. That was like they say. Wasn't there one more Stark son? Yeah, Leonard. Everybody forgets about Leonard. Rickard, it was cute, the cute one. Bran was the one where he said, "There's something more to Bran than I know." So those were the Stark kids, I believe. And the kid, he was king in the north. That's not season. That's season 2. So we learn the family dynamics. They get their puppies, and we see Caitlin and Ned. There's something strained there. Maybe we get some hints back to the past. I don't know. So we meet the Starks. Eventually, also in the beginning of the season, I don't know about the episodes, but then we meet at the what is their last name? Baratheons. Robert, we find out Robert Baratheon's king. He's coming to see Ned to make Ned his hand. We find out his hand has gone to the big farm. We meet Cersei. We meet, I don't know if we meet Tom and Tom's sister. That's a good question. Great question. I don't know. Jaime Lannister and Joffrey. We definitely meet Joffrey. And we start to get a sense of their dynamics early in the season. We get Cersei's and Robert's dynamics, and that Robert's a bit of not good at governing, good at winning governance, but not good at governing. We get backstory about the three tridents or whatever the heck it was, and we learn about Cersei and Jaime. Then Bran, takes a spill. We start to learn these other characters, the Hound, Ilyn Payne. So we just get some dynamics. We get the Joffs, not that great. Seriously, so we start to see that sort of strain, and then they head towards. Some of them head towards King's Landing with King Robert. Now, meanwhile, at some point we meet the Khaleesi, the future Khaleesi, who's we start to learn that she's one of the Targaryens. Or we meet her brother, who's briefly cuts a jib like Cillian Murphy a little bit, and he's not likable either. We meet other characters all the other characters, like our good friend Varys. We meet Tyrion. We start to get to know the other Lannisters. Wow, this is more complicated than I thought. But we meet Khaleesi and her brother, the Targaryens. Believe me, I don't know if I'll remember any of that. We meet their sponsor, some rich dude who's definitely I don't have any idea. I probably will remember it at some point. And that Khaleesi's brother has grand plans of returning as a triumphant Targaryen. And then we meet Khal Drogo. I'll just run through Khaleesi season, I guess, because we're here. Then Khal Drogo and Khaleesi marry with her brother's intention of using that to kind of unify and to get to Khal Drogo's armies. But he doesn't appreciate how he likes Khaleesi, but not her brother. So he says, you're out. She's a leader. You're not. She's kind. You're not. And I don't know if it was again, I guess the Khaleesi story, let's just say that it was season 1, because I don't know if she becomes a leader in season 1 or season 2, to be honest with you. Again, maybe I could just follow Khaleesi's journey right now and then go back to the Starks and when I get mixed up. So then the Khaleesi and Khal Drogo, they start to get to know each other. They'll end up, they like each other. He's a horse lord, or the lord of all the horses. And we do learn that she still shares this ambition of saying, well, maybe we do need to go across the sea and to take back my kingdom that's rightfully mine. We also learn that not everybody, there's challengers to the Khal Drogo's throne. And at some point, something happens, and then everything's kind of thrown into disarray because he goes to visit the big farm. Khaleesi tries out some other options to keep him from the big farm. Then we learn that she's a mother of dragons. I don't know if that's she goes and she's like the phoenix with the two baby dragons. And that kind of seems to solidify her leadership for the most part. There's still, because Khal Drogo only has his portion of his people. So at some point in this, we also meet Ser Jorah. And then eventually as things move on, we meet whoever that smooth dude is, Daario Naharis or whatever. So yeah, then the Khaleesi over those first couple seasons, she's not the Khaleesi yet. So I guess at some point she does become a Khaleesi. We get to know Ser Jorah, who's seriously imperfect, Daario Naharis or whatever his name is. And then we see the Khaleesi start, I don't know exactly the order of things, because she has to deal with the rest of the horse lords. That might be in the Lord of the Rings though, but she does, where she says, hey, I'm your leader. And they say, well, we don't know. And she says, no, as a matter of fact, I am. And she pulls a smooth switcheroo on them. But I think earlier on, I wonder what the order is, where she starts freeing I guess it would have been before, but I'm picturing the newer Dario Naharis dealing with Ser Jorah, like with the Horse Lords. But I don't know. She goes to meet with all the Horse Lords. They say, you're the boss of us. She says, as a matter of fact, I am Misa, mother of all people. And then she solidifies her leadership there. Let's just say that's what happened. Then the Khaleesi moves on to start freeing people under the rule of not working by choice. First, she meets the great, the interpreter, and then she starts the Unsullied. Then she starts freeing people and dealing with the people that wouldn't keep them free. And they don't like that change. So that's a couple of seasons of her going through these like ups and downs of like, it gets not that difference in Robert trying to lead and trying to take over things. And at some point over that time, Ser Jorah gets fired. The Khaleesi really, like, even though she has some ups and downs, she really solidifies her leadership eventually, both by heart and by thorn, or whatever you want to say. She has to do, keep both in balance. And she also picks up some new, she has Dario Naharis, who, gets to, they say, well, you look different. He says, yeah, well, I'm more handsome now. And I say, well, maybe, I don't know. Yeah, I guess you are. You're less crafty, more handsome. Tyrion comes to work with her. Varys becomes a part of her crew. I guess, yeah, at some point, Varys joins up. I wonder, like, and so those are all delightful parts of seasons, and building towards this idea that eventually she's going to go back and to take things over. Like, so, yeah, we won't have time to follow Tyrion or Varys' story anyway, I don't think. But they get these new starts with the Khaleesi. And eventually, like, at the beginning of the previous season, or the end of the season before, she says, let's get some ships. I forgot how she got the ships, but she says, let's get some ships, let's go across the sea, and let's start taking things over, especially as she hears about how the leadership's going over there. So she takes over, they go across the sea, and then last season, or over the past 2 seasons, I don't know which one's which, she deals with the current leadership, which we'll get to in wherever that place is called, Westeros, and she has her ups and downs, learning learning to deal with that stuff. Eventually breaks out her dear dragons, and she's dealing with that stuff. Then also she gets called to the north because they say, well, there's a bigger thing to deal with other than just like that's kind of how the last season closes. It's like, are you going to deal with the humans or are you going to deal with this other stuff in the north? And eventually, as the season closes, she goes to the north. Her and Jon Snow, as we know, kind of solidify their pact. You say, wait a second, are you two, whatever. We also see a dragon go to the big farm in the sky. I think that was as the season closed. So we see that, oh boy, this is going to be interesting. So I guess that's a little bit of the Khaleesi story. And what is her name, though? Khaleesi, Daenerys Targaryen, so excuse me. Yeah, so, but I just call her Khaleesi because that's how, I would like to keep it professional. Okay, so let's go back to the Starks because they had quite the journey, and it'll probably overlap a lot with who are those other people, Baratheons, or what's the father's name? What's their family name? The dude, Charles Dance, that's the actor's name. Oh, Lannisters. Okay, so season 1, they all go. Robert and Ned, and most of the families, but not the entire families, go back to King's Landing. That's like their Washington, D.C., and Ned's supposed to be working with Robert. Meanwhile, we know there's all these machinations going on. Game of Thrones, you win or you go to the big farm. And we see that Cersei kind of has other things in mind. Robert's not the best partner anyway, or leader. Also, so then Robert goes to Big Farm, and then Ned says, "Oh boy, this isn't going to be good for me," because Ned's like, "I live by a code, truth before all things." So he's trying to figure out what the Game of Thrones is, but by the time he figures it out, next thing you know, Baylor, he's in the Big Farm, faster than you can say Baylor. Now, if my memory serves, uh, who Sansa and Arya went with Ned, and we learned that during that trip that Joffrey's J-U-R-K, but that Sansa kind of was, at least initially, kind of had this romantic notion about being kings and queens and stuff, as kids do. And so then at the end of that season, we learned Sansa's going to stay with the Lannisters, and Arya hits the road. She actually heads. She's heading to join the Night's Watch, and she also makes a friend who she helps. But I think that's in the second season. So season one closes. Jon Snow's gone to join the Night's Watch in the North at some point too in season one. So I think here's what you got. Like, you got Jon Snow headed to the King's Watch, Night's Watch, you're correct. Caitlin, Rickon, Bran, and the oldest brother, whose name, of course, I can't remember, in King's Land, or in Winterfell, maybe. I guess he's like the head of Winter, like him and his mom are kind of running things. Actually, at some point, the mom, I think she went and then she bailed, maybe right before, and she headed back to where she grew up with Tyrion. Yeah, she took Tyrion with her. Or no, they accidentally just ran into each other at an inn. I think that's season two. So at the end of season one, Arya's like with a crew of people going to the Night's Watch. Jon's at the Night's Watch getting trained. Bran and Rickon are at home. Caitlyn's traveling. Ned's in the big farm. And Sansa's with the Lannisters. And so then season two, I wish I could remember that guy's name, the oldest Stark. I almost had it. It's not Robert Stark, though. King whatever. The King in the North, they call him, for a little while. So they start up. So he says, I'm going to lead my people in the North against the Lannisters because they, usurped things or whatever. Meanwhile, Caitlyn's going back to her hometown to try to get her sister to join her son, and I think, and Tyrion has to deal with all that. Arya's having her own adventures with initially all these kids joining. Then they join this whatever it's called, I forget. Brotherhood Without Banners, but that's not until that's I think the Brotherhood Without Banners was originally Ned Stark's crew. He sent them out to deal with maybe the Mountain and the Hound or something. I don't know. But I think like season two is like the War of the Three Kings or something it's called. So like basically Robert's brother, Stannis Baratheon, and his there's like a lot of other interesting stuff I'm realizing. Is this when we have Loras, right? Is he a Baratheon? He can't be a Baratheon. But whatever, we learn, he's from Highgarden, right? What's their names? Totally forgot about them. But so season two is like Stannis Baratheon wants his brothers. He says, I'm the king because I was like the Baratheon before, I'm older than my brother or something. I also think there's a third Baratheon. Yeah, there is. Oh, for a little while. Yeah, that's right. He's in a relationship with Loras, and I forget his name, though. And he seemed like he was going to be a good king. And he doesn't, and then Ned's son is, busy taking over the North. Two Baratheons are trying to become king or saying they're king. And, I guess they make Joffrey king. Joffrey does become king or leader at some point. Those Cersei's Queen Regent on and off most of the time and kind of calling the shots. Oh, no, at first it's Charles Dance, who's, what's his name? Lannister, big boss Lannister. So anyway, first they have to deal with the oldest Stark, whatever his friggin' name is. And I don't know if this is season 2 or season 3. Maybe it spans 2 seasons, all this stuff. I don't know. Yeah, I think so. So, like, it looks like they're winning, then they're not winning. Eventually, Caitlyn makes it back to join her son. Jon Snow's, like, learning the ropes up at Winterfell, or wherever that's called, the wall, Ice Reach, or whatever the heck, all those places up there. Sansa's trying to make the best of what she can, which includes different, like, thinking she's going to marry one person, you're getting told what to do, then another person, then initially like she's going to marry Joffrey, getting told to get her brother in line. Meanwhile, Arya, she has an adventure, and she learns from this other dude about, like, she gets stuck dealing with Charles Dance for a little while at wherever the mountain's house was, and we kind of see that she's like against him. Then she says, at the end of season 3, I think, maybe it's season 2, she's met this cool dude. Oh gosh, I forgot his name too. Again, I'm just winging this. And again, this is why I make a sleep podcast. My brain doesn't exactly record things in order or in a sensible way. But so she heads to Bravos eventually, because she had originally learned fencing from a Bravosi. Then she meets this mysterious dude who's one of the faceless people. And because he owes her, like, he gives her a coin to go there. So, yeah, I don't know. So then, but at the same time, when that closes out, or as that's about to close out, we also find out that, I think this is the end of season 3. Caitlyn, what's the king's name? King, my brother Stark, I don't know, whatever the oldest Stark was with the beard. He's a handsome guy, but he had like made some political decisions that weren't so great, and so eventually they need this one bridge that this one old troll runs, and instead of sharing the bridge and his people with them, he sends Caitlyn and the king in the north, we'll say, and also his new bride. They all go to the big farm. This is actually, I think Arya finds out about this, and then and I guess, like, she's with the Hound. At some point, she hooks up with the Hound, and then she says, forget this whole thing. And then, maybe this is 3 and 4, because then also at the same time, I guess it's a little bit more stretched out. So that's kind of Arya's journey a little bit. Then Sansa, she was stuck in the north. So basically, in the King's Landing, you got Cersei and Joffrey trying to run things with their advisors and their dad. Then they're also not that nice to Sansa. Sansa's supposed to get married to Joffrey. Then she's supposed to get married to Loras. Then Joffrey is supposed to marry. Who does he marry? Like, because his wedding is like this big deal. Oh, he's marrying Loras' sister, I believe. Yeah. Again, another character's name escapes me. And also at the same time, Jon Snow goes into the north and meets the northern people who were totally being like said they weren't that great, and it turns out they are. So then, whatever, they're defending King's Landing. They take out they send one of the Baratheons to the big farm using some undercover method. I think Stannis does that. Then Stannis tries to take King's Landing. He fails. And then, this is definitely sleepy stuff, because So then Joffrey goes to marry one of the people from Highgarden. They're not Targaryens. Loras and these are good questions. And but so then Joffrey visits Big Farm. We actually get to spend some cool time with the people from Sunspear because everybody's saying at some point Tyrion gets in trouble for one thing, and I think he's like, in trouble for another thing. And eventually Tyrion gets out of trouble because of the dude from Sunspear, who's one of the coolest. I don't know his character's name. I know the actor's name, but so that's Tyrion. We kind of followed Tyrion's journey. But so Cersei, so Joff goes to the big farm. Cersei's not happy about it. She doesn't even know who's behind it. Then she tries to, she puts Tommen in charge. While all that's happening, Sansa gets out of there at some point, and then she ends up, at some point she like crosses paths with Brienne of Tarth, who had promised her mother she would look after her daughters and bring them to her aunts, I believe. Yeah. So, Brienne of Tarth eventually brings Sansa to her aunts. Her aunts, like, not that great. But that's where Sansa meets Baelish. Also, that's where Arya the Hound and Brienne of Tarth all cross paths. I think this was before Arya broke out. Like, this must have been afterwards, where Arya heads to Braavos. Speaking of Arya, so she goes to Braavos. I think this is probably season 4 and season 5, and she studies at the House of Black and White to become a faceless person. And she's kind of torn as she's learning between like becoming an expert at this stuff and losing all semblance of her individuality, because they're kind of like a collective being type group. And there's a lot of mythology there, but eventually Arya figures out this isn't for me. Or is it? I guess I still didn't understand that. But she learns a lot of the skills, but I don't think she's 100% down to just to have her identity. She still identifies as Stark. So then a cool thing in like season 5 or season 6, Arya goes back to that the bridge and the troll. It deals with the troll at the bridge on behalf of her brother and her mom. And then eventually makes her way back to Winterfell. Now, Sansa, oh boy, so she had to go from Joffrey to thinking like she hung out with Loras, but then somehow they got her out of, because Cersei was kind of keeping her as like, well, I kind of have you as a bargaining chip. So eventually she got out. Then she had to deal with her aunt, I think. No. Is that first or second? I guess that's, when was that? That's a good question. I'm a little mixed up, but at some point she deals with her aunt. She deals with Baelish. I think before that, so what happened to her when she got away first? Like maybe she went back to Winterfell, and is that right? And then eventually the Boltons took over, and she had to deal with Roose Bolton. Now, poor the other, he's not a Baratheon, is he? I guess we don't have time for every character, but so Sansa ends up having to be married to Ramsay Bolton, who's the worst person. I'm trying to think of the many worst people on the show. At least Cersei has some redeeming qualities. Ramsay's one of those characters who's just not redeeming. But so what happens? So eventually, I don't know. I'm trying to think of Sansa's journey because she does. So she has to be married to Ramsay. She keeps thinking that the people in the North are loyal. I think she gets out with Brienne of Tarth. Would that be when she goes back to her aunt's place? That kind of makes sense. And then meets up with Baelish. Maybe that's how everything happened. I don't know exactly. And eventually she comes back with Baelish's army at the same time. Let's go into Jon Snow. So is that right? Jon Snow in charge of that? I guess, yeah. So Jon Snow's trying to deal with everything in the north. Then he meets up with Stannis Baratheon after he meets up with the northern people. And I don't even know, like, yeah, I'm a bit lost. Like Stannis, he like, I think he tried to recruit the northern people to go to King's Landing. Maybe not. But Stannis ends up like, so at some point, I thought he forged a pact with Jon Snow. Maybe he didn't, though. I don't know. And no, he did. Because I'm trying to think how Brienne of Tarth got involved. Because eventually, how is Brienne of Tarth in there? Because she ends up seeing Stannis. But Stannis ends up like going, like helping try to take the North back. Does this sound correct? With Jon Snow and some of the northern people, and it doesn't work well for Stannis. Then Jon Snow's in charge, and maybe with some of the other northern people, I don't know. But eventually Jon Snow tries to take Winterfell back from the Boltons, and then what comes in and saves the day is Sansa with Baelish's army. Sansa comes in and saves the day. Now, maybe that was a message she sent out. I don't know if she was still stuck there. But I think I could see her on a horseback, but whatever. They take back the north, Jon Snow and Sansa. And that's how, like, a season closes, because then eventually Arya joins up with them. And then I think last season was spent with, like, Bran, you're right. So then Bran at some point, they have to get out of Winterfell when they lose Winterfell. So Bran, Rickon, they sneak out, and eventually Bran realizes they've got to head north because he's a three-eyed raven. He keeps having these dreams. I don't know if this is accurate, but so eventually they head north, and Bran actually becomes a three-eyed raven. Like, oh, so Raven. He's so Raven, three-eyed Raven. But so eventually we realize that, what do we realize? So eventually they get the Winterfell back. And then Arya comes from her adventures. Oh, the three-eyed Raven. So Bran goes north, becomes a three-eyed Raven, which gives him powers. And also he realizes there's trouble in the north, too. And so he comes back to Winterfell, and they're all trying to figure out how to protect. They say, well, there's this coming from the north with this supernatural stuff. Isn't that more important than our infighting? And then it's kind of last season is like all of the Starks like trying to come together again. The family. The remnants of the family, I guess, try to like come together to protect all of Westerosian humanity from this oncoming supernatural threat, and uniting people and working together, getting Khaleesi on board, trying to convince Cersei and them, and leading towards this season where it looks like, oh boy, the odds are stacked against Westerosian humanity. And they kind of catches up where Khaleesi was. Like, so Khaleesi's got Varys. There's also a Red Woman comes in and out. I'm not sure about that. There's Missandei, who's the interpreter, who's that's the character that makes my heart flutter. But there's also Missandra, I think, the Red Woman, and that's another kind of supernatural. And it's trying to tell where they're at is really confusing. But so at this point, it looks like Khaleesi is joined with Jon Snow to try to protect the North. Is where we kind of left off. Is then back in King's Landing, Cersei has been through a lot of political Game of Thrones. So she's been playing the Game of Thrones. She says, that's the title of the show. I don't know what everybody says. It's not Game of Dragons. It's not Game of Walkers. It's not Game of Freedom. It's Game of Thrones. Me and Stannis are really the only ones that get this. So she's actually been playing the Game of Thrones the whole time. Now, I wouldn't play with her, by the way, because then if Cersei's son becomes Tommen becomes king, and Tommen marries whoever the people are from Highgarden, whose names I can't remember. Then in 2 seasons ago, maybe this religious movement crops up. Tommen, charismatic but kind of religious movement, which threat is another Game of Thrones. You say, well, it's not just in the throne; that's a throne too. Which also becomes that was the season before last, I think, because that seems to threaten Cersei's power. And so towards the end of that season, Cersei pushes all her chips in on Game of Thrones. She says it's the name. Again, the game of the show isn't Game of Parents. It's not Game of Mom. It's not a game of Fair. It's Game of Thrones. And that's how that season ends. She says to Tom and his new wife, the charismatic religious movement, and they play by their own rules too. She says to them, well, I think it backfired on her. I think she tried to use that religious movement, but she's got a lot of crafty people working for her too. But she says this is Game of Thrones, pushes all her chips in again. And as the last season progressed, at least initially, she was in the throne. She had her own crown. She was in charge. She was putting Jamie to work. Jamie was torn, of course. Then, she was playing Game of Thrones with the Khaleesi until the Khaleesi was pulled north. And she was working with that Reaver dude, Euron. And she has that mad scientist. She has a blue-faced man working for her. Jamie's also I'd say, I mean, I don't know who the most tragic character is that's made it through all 7 seasons. I mean, you got a lot to pick from. And I don't mean like heroism and tragedy. I mean, just pure tragedy. I mean, say like Ser Jorah, Jamie Lannister. Cersei, she might be too unredeemable to be tragic, I guess. Who are the other most tragic characters? There's got to be. I mean, maybe the Red Woman. I don't know. I guess we don't have enough character for her. I mean, could be Tyrion. We could see something with Tyrion. I mean, a lot of the Starks have been through a lot, which they've dealt with tragedy, but this is more like where you just it's like Jamie's the one character that just can't get in Jorah. They can't get anything right. You say, what are you thinking? Every time you say, can we sit down for a second? I mean, with Jamie, it makes a little more sense because he's just devastatingly handsome. Which says, well, I just got to look at me, man. I make my own decisions. I don't have to think about it. I say, okay. And Ser Jorah does have a rugged handsomeness to him, but he has he has a bit of handsomeness to him, too. I don't know. Could it be Khaleesi? I'm trying to think of what other... I mean, Sansa's definitely had her journey's she's had ups and downs, where, I don't know, Jamie and Ser Jorah have had moments, I don't know, I just think about him so we'll see. Other things I missed, other characters that had the smaller journeys, Brienne of Tarth, of course, the Hound. So the Hound was one of the Lannisters' lackeys for a long time. And got on Arya's bad list. Then eventually hooked up with Arya at some point, and they were a crew, which was a cool crew. Then he hooked up on again and off again with the Brotherhood of Banners. And then at some point he took a quick visit to the big farm in the sky. Then he hooked up with the Brotherhood of Banners again. Eventually hooked up he's in Jon Snow's crew. With the Brotherhood of Banners, which is the best. I mean, right currently, even before Khaleesi got there, that's probably the best crew to be in. So there's that. And in that, I guess I'd have to rewatch those episodes. I don't even know who's like around. I'd have to watch that last two episodes again. But I'm sure I missed a lot. Of course I did. I mean, we had Tyrion's journey. Kind of Tyrion's been around, like in a very similar way. You have Bronn, who's kind of like Jaime's. He was originally Tyrion's sidekick. Then he's become Jaime's sidekick. I'm sure maybe he'll return to being Tyrion's sidekick again. Bronn's a sellsword. Tyrion's the smarter, but more conscious, like makes his decisions. Now, I guess there's moralist. He's just he's the most intellectual character, I guess, probably. I mean, Varys, maybe. Khaleesi, she's like, but yeah, so like eventually Tyrion's gone from being a Lannister to in the Khaleesi crew. But at the last episode, I say, well, what's going to happen to Tyrion next? Bronn was like for a short time in Catelyn's crew, but then he joined up with Tyrion. But he's kind of like it's the character. We have the characters in the South we haven't really heard from. I don't know if we'll hear from them again. I don't know, like the Bravosi. I don't know if we'll hear from any of the Bravosi again. I mean, we get to deal with that dude, Euron. Sooner the better for him. And he's from that island. I forget about that character. Theon Greyjoy. Who's that? That name just popped in my head. Is that who I'm thinking it is? Is Theon like, there's another tragic character. Is that who Theon is? It's Theon Greyjoys. Yeah, there's Euron Greyjoy. So Theon, I think, he's like, holy cow. He's another one, but he's unlucky. No, he makes poor decisions too. So I guess like for me, the tragic characters are the ones that make the worst decisions. I mean, because the characters are trying to make the best decisions they can. They're just always terrible. So you have a triad of Jaime, Theon, and who's the other person? I already forgot. Ser Jorah. So yeah, Theon is like, he was just it's complicated, but he was kind of like a living with the Starks as like a guest, and like as a bargaining guest, but kind of part of the family, but never totally part of the family. He definitely had an inferiority thing. He wasn't as handsome as the Stark boys. I mean, just a fact, or quite as skilled. So he's always trying too hard. And then he had like those issues where he wanted to go home, but he wasn't welcome at home. And never good enough. So he's gone on quite the journey too. I mean, just a brilliant show overall. I mean, I guess like trying to put 6 seasons or whatever and remember them all in 50 minutes isn't easy. But yeah, that's a little bit of the tale of the tape of what I remember of the first 5, 6, or 7 seasons of Game of Thrones, just to get you caught up for this season that's about to start soon. Good night. All right, hey everybody. Tonight's episode is I think it's been a little while since I've done one of these. It's a tale of the tape episode. And normally, usually sometimes these are seasonal, but this happened to be, I'll kind of walk you through the structure, when this came up, and then, yeah, like, so structurally what I'll do is the tale of the tape episode is basically taking a movie I used to watch as a kid, and to some of you, these will be movies you have no familiarity with, and you could check out in a movie I haven't seen in a long time, and then try to remember the plot of the movie. Basically, it's a movie that had great meaning to me when I was a youth, and say, well, Scoots, if that movie is so important to you, what happens in the movie? And say, well, good question. And I kind of found by accident that this structurally works. And then we kind of, as we'll see how it unwinds, if we have time at the end, I'll kind of look up some facts about the movie or the plot and kind of some articles and see how it matches up. But to start with, I like to go in mostly with a little information, though there has been times that, that hasn't worked out. But that's the beauty of editing and pausing it.
And here's the first thing I'll misremember, but this just happened yesterday, was I was driving. I was coming back from a road trip, and a song came on, and now I can't think of who sang it, but it's an 80s song, and it's We Are Young, I think is the, and there's a couple of songs, We Are Young, so this might not be the one you're thinking of. And it's not sang by, oh, good boy. Well, so this is already, maybe I'll think of who sang it. It's not Debbie Harry, but it's but it's an 80s songstress. Maybe Linda Ronstadt? No, probably not. I know who it is, like in part of my brain, because this was literally yesterday. This song came on, and I said to myself, this is a song from the movie Legend of Billie Jean, which comes up on the podcast. It was one of the movies I saw in my formative movie watching years, it wasn't my formative years, going from a boy to a man. I was still a boy because my blooming was later than most. That's how I keep such a youthful attitude now. But so, was it Linda Ronstadt? I don't know. It's not. Who sings that other song? Really great song. Who sings the song that I used to make up a ton of parodies of it? I don't know, like I Love Rock and Roll. I don't think it's that person either. That's Joan Jett. But you know what? I'm in that. It's somewhere in that ballpark. I'd say very Joan Jett-esque, or if Linda Ronstadt is who I think it is. I think today you'd call it power pop, maybe. But so that was one of the songs from the movie, and it made me think this movie, The Legend of Billie Jean. And I have great fond memories of it. So we'll get into, we'll talk about it. I guess to start, let's get to it, right? Okay, so The Legend of Billie Jean, I don't think I saw it in the theater because I was probably too young. I'm almost positive of that. But then, like I've talked about on the show, there was this great period in my life where there was some special for HBO or whatever the package is, that we had HBO in my house for like 2 years. And this is when I was exposed to a lot of things that would permanently impact my life in a positive way. Not necessarily the news, Kids in the Hall. And I watched a lot of movies. I think they're probably on during the day. And we would either tape the movie or we just watch it over and over. So this movie, Legend of Billie Jean, and again, I don't know how it holds up, but it really is an interesting movie, zeitgeist-wise. I think, and in a powerful way when you think about, how I remember storytelling. But I think in some way, at least in my memory, I say, this is really a forward movie for the 80s. And maybe not in what I'm exactly thinking. I'm thinking in some different ways. Just because the 80s were kind of a time of like vanilla ice cream only. And so you say, would you prefer saltine crackers or vanilla ice cream? Even if you were talking subtextually, you'd say, like French vanilla. So I don't know. I guess I'm mixing up my metaphors. But so whatever age I was, it was like a late grammar school, or what do people call it? Elementary school, grammar school age. And this movie it starred two Slaters, Helen Slater and Christian Slater. And I believe this was probably Christian Slater's first film. And I think Helen had been maybe in one or two movies, like in a starring role, but she was the star of the film. And it did have I don't know all of the cast, and I'm not but it did have Peter Coyote and, Yeardley Smith, who plays Lisa Simpson, I think. Or maybe not. Maybe but anyway, yeah, I may be wrong. So I could be wrong on that one. Maybe, or maybe, I'm almost positive she's a voice of one of the Simpsons. Maybe it's Marge. Because I think whoever plays Lisa Simpson was in another movie based on a TV show that's about to be rebooted. But I could be, I've been wrong before. Also, the actor who was also in Back to School, which must have come out before this, because I already had an affinity for him, just because he was a relatable. He's not the lead in this movie. He was a lead in that movie. Because he's not like a big, hunky male. So I said I could relate to him. But it was the Slaters that, were the features, I guess, of the film. Oh, did I say Peter Coyote was in it? He kind of was in it. And then one of the secondary characters from Top Gun was in it. I want to say his name's Hobie Cat, but I think that's the name of like a pontoon, like a sailboat. Maybe his name is Hobie, though. Hubie was his name in the movie. I don't know. We'll look it up later. But so Helen Slater and Christian Slater, who I continue to have great affinity for, and particularly Christian Slater, he went on to be in Gleaming the Cube not that long after this movie, which is another movie. I don't know if I watched it quite as many times. It was a movie I liked a lot. A couple of my siblings love it. And I think I would love it if I'd watched it more. But I guess I just loved this movie a little bit more than that. And I don't know what else to say. I mean, I said, particularly I'm proud of Christian Slater just because of, he's interested in Mr. Robot, and he kind of had like a career with a couple different lives where he was expected to go one way. Then he kind of had a period where he was a little bit absent, and then he came back in a different direction. And he was really good in The Contender. I think that was a movie, which was like his kind of comeback. Then I'm not exactly sure because I don't watch a lot of TV, but then I said, is that Christian Slater and Mr. Robot? Holy cow. But maybe Helen Slater's best known to people. I think currently is in Supergirl. It was originally in the movie Supergirl. I think it was also in the, what was that one Superman TV show that was like a rom-com? Clark and Lois, maybe it was called. I don't know. Lois and Clark. The New Superman. I think that's what it was called. Yeah, but so, what was my point? I don't, I'm a big fan of the Slaters. That's, I guess, what I would do. So I guess we could talk about the movie now, if I could remember how it opens. And there is a bit of irony because one of the focuses of the movie is a scooter. And this was back in the 80s. And so scooters in the 80s are different than they are today. They didn't have, probably at some point they did have the foot power scooters or the electric scooters that people, especially in cities in America, you say, okay, well, you may be a subject that it brings up feelings for people. And at some point, like in the 80s and the 70s, people had things called mopeds, I think was what they're originally called. And when you would see romantic things like in Italy, people had scooters, which were like lower powered, like a less than a motorcycle, but still you could get around. And now that I'm kind of thinking of the opening images, I'm pretty sure this is just where I get a bit mixed up. But I'm pretty sure the opening images of the film were Helen Slater kind of returning home from work, like whatever her job was, in a beach town, which I'd assume was like a service job in the beach town. Maybe they showed her working or getting off of work. Yeah, maybe she worked in some cool beach-related thing. And then cruising and kind of seeing that she was a very, well-liked person, maybe. And then going back to a beach house, which you say, well, what age range was? Then that's another good question. And I'd say, I honestly can't tell if, like in the movie, I'm trying to think if she was like the adult, like maybe in her like somewhere between 18 and 22. There didn't seem to be an adult figure, but I could be wrong. But she goes back to the house and her brother's there, Christian Slater. She's Billie Jean. Her brother is maybe Pyatt, or is Pyatt one of the, I don't know, but I can hear her saying it. And she gets home, and I'm pretty sure right away it establishes that she's very close with her brother. She loves her scooter. But now I'm thinking that maybe her brother had a scooter. So this is one point where I'll just definitely admit I'm probably wrong. This is why it's the tail of the tape in my mind. But I'm almost positive I could see her on a scooter, right, in the opening of the movie, cruising and driving along. Though I could also be remembering a movie with Linda Hamilton, and maybe getting Linda Hamilton from a movie she was in with the Governor. And she's, I probably am. I'm probably picturing Linda Hamilton riding back on her scooter to her house, in equating that with Helen Slater. So that could be, this is where the tail of the tape, to say, well, those tapes were, we dubbed over that and accidentally, we had to, this was back when you had to use a VCR. But so the movie opens with Helen Slater. We'll just say that. Then we see her brother, maybe Pyatt, but I'm not sure about that. Then we find out that, her brother, Christian Slater, his pride and joy is his scooter that he saved up all his money for. And really loves, and then very quickly, I guess, to keep the action moving, maybe the other characters are established, which are two friends, neither of which's name I'm going to remember, but two young women that are, I guess, friends and neighbors, and I don't remember their names. One had longer hair, one had shorter hair. One was probably played by Yeardley Smith or whatever, whoever's name, and the other actress I just honestly don't know. But those were the two friend characters. I don't know if there was any other friend characters. There definitely isn't that I'm remembering. But so what happens next is we learn that something happens with Christian Slater's scooter. And what was I thought of that dude's name, and it ends up that it's this, maybe his name's Pyatt? No. What's his name? Hobie? That's the actor's name. Hubie? Maybe that was his name, maybe that's his real name. Maybe he's Pyatt. I don't know. But this total surfer bra, no offense to anybody out there, just this is a caricature of it. Caricature. He gets I don't know if he was jealous of Christian Slater's scooter or what, but they borrow it, I think, and or something, and the scooter gets totally ruined. And they think it's all a big thing because this kid is rich also. And also, Christian Slater's feelings, more than his feelings, get hurt. And I think he goes to try to stand up to them, and they say, well, we didn't do anything, And at some point, that's when Peter Coyote gets involved. He's like the town sheriff, like the beach town sheriff. And he kind of says, what's going on here? And they say, well, we don't know. There's somebody is it's a mystery. And he kind of stuck within the bounds of his profession. He says, but Helen Slater, Billie Jean is not having it. So she goes up to this, maybe he is Pyatt or is he Hubie? I don't know. But she goes to him, the surfer, and she says, you got to pay for this. And he goes, no. Now, his dad and him own some store that like sells trinkets to tourists, so, overpriced T-shirts and stuff like that. So she goes to the dad and she says, your son destroyed my brother's scooter and he needs to pay for it. And he says, no, I didn't, Dad. No, she's lying. And Helen Slater says, no. And, this is like, you'll pay for it. And the dad is played by an actor that usually plays like slime balls. And so, but he says, sure, I'll pay for it. And then what happens is quickly becomes apparent that he doesn't intend to pay and puts like Billie Jean in a position where she further has to assert right and wrong and her boundaries. So then I don't know what happens next, except that this was before Christian Slater was in the movie. Was he in that movie? Right? Like young. The Young Cowboys, I think it was called, with Billy the Kid. But even in this movie, he fantasizes about being a Billy the Kid type character. And so at some point he gets involved and he pretends he's Billy the Kid. So I don't know if they take the money, which was rightfully theirs, and then like Billie Jean's saying, hell no. To the dad, but I don't know. I think it goes like I don't know. It quickly goes like awry because of Christian Slater pushing everything up a notch, and they have to bail. Oh yeah. So I think. Oh yeah, because the dad of the main sleaze, he bumps his elbow, and he says, "Oh, I bumped my elbow because your brother bumped into me or something." The usual. And so they have to bail. And I don't know if they got any. I guess they didn't get any of the money. Yeah, but they still have to bail out of there, because at this point it's like the town rich guy and his bratty son. And so they bail. They go back to their neighborhood. Maybe they lived in I guess they did live in a trailer park, because maybe that makes sense. Like a trailer park near the beach. It just because they say, well, that'd be to make sense with the two of them. And they're just closeness to their neighbors. Also, okay. Now I'm remembering a couple other things. But basically what they do is they start packing up, the two of them, because they know they're going to get busted soon. And then their two best friends are like, what are you guys doing? Why are you so worried? Maybe they were even hanging at the house or at their place. And they say, no, we got to get out of here. They ask the one friend with the shorter hair, can you drive us somewhere? Because we got to get out. And she says, sure. And the two friends are like, we're coming with you. And, the one friend, she's younger, with the longer hair. She's kind of like wanting to get away anyway. And so then they all end up going, they're forced to, this call to adventure. But they go on this call to adventure. And they pack up a station wagon. Now, this is where I guess my memory gets mixed up, whether the station wagon was a station wagon for, what's that place called, mini golf, or if they go and they spend the first night, or maybe this is just a dream of mine. I mean, it is a dream of mine. The first place they go to hide out is like a mini golf place that I guess would be closed down, maybe because it's the end of the summer. I don't know, but that they're hiding out inside a mini golf place. I mean, that would make sense that there is a mini golf place, or if they're just hiding out in the what do you call it? The station wagon, and it's just full of mini golf balls. But so I'm not sure about that, but at some point they hide out, and then suddenly it becomes like this big deal. Like, because the dad, I think the dad puts up his own reward for busting Billie Jean, because Peter Coyote's like, okay, we'll catch, I mean, whatever, like, and the dad's like, no. So he kind of makes like a big reward to catch Billie Jean. And this is one aspect of it, that it was like this would be the rest of the movie becomes what people now call going viral. Like over the whole rest of the movie, it becomes the legend of Billie Jean, that she becomes viral. I don't exactly remember how, though. Like, I remember, like, what happens next is, like, they go to, like, 7-Eleven and get food. They talk a lot, and you really establish that the four of them care for one another. So there's that part. Then they have to keep hiding out. So then somehow they end up trying to sneak into this house. And I don't know how they decided that, or where, like a really fancy mansion or something, that they said, oh, nobody's here. It's just a rich person's beach house or something with a nice pool. So they go in there. What they don't realize is the guy that was the actor from, what do you call it, Back to School, lives there. And he's kind of like a recluse and an introvert. And so then, you know, there's like some rising action, but it's more of like a misdirect. And he says, oh, I know who you are. And then for some reason, it just happens that a Joan of Arc movie's on. So they watch a Joan of Arc movie. And Billie Jean's thinking about, like, how there's been already 2 levels of injustice, or 3 levels. I mean, literally at the hands of the patriarchy. I mean, in the, like, especially this upper class, patriarch and his son, future patriarch. And it was all done in a kind of a straightforward, I mean, I think, like, without trying to bury it in subtext, and I think that was a good, like, I don't know, that's what I'm surprised for the 80s, was that part of it. Well, one part was that surprised is, that it wasn't like for me, whatever grade I was in, I was like, oh, okay, I get this. I get the message. And it's being delivered to me in a straightforward way, but not spoon-fed to me at the time. But again, it might just, I don't know if it stands up to time. But another thing I thought was great was the casting, because I really thought, and again, this is just my memory, is that the 4 leads, were, even though I don't remember everybody's names, were like the friendships were very believable, and that it wasn't like I mean, I realized they were all actors and actresses, but that they weren't professionalized. Like, there's something about like the more people get into acting at a young age, the harder it becomes to get good performances from child actors and actresses. I mean, I don't know if you know what I mean, but like you see movies where every kid, I mean, I guess would be a little bit younger. These were like high school to young adults, but the performances were, at least at the time, I found them very relatable and believable, and without being like they seem like real people. And so they're staying at this guy's house, and I think there's a ticking clock, maybe because his parents are coming home or something in a day or two. And they watch Joan of Arc. He kind of tells Billie Jean that, he believes in what she's doing. Then she kind of goes into this introspective mode. Also, the younger, long-haired character, she experiences her own personal change and growth. And then, so Billie Jean's in her own kind of figuring introspective mode, but also like a planning mode, in an accepting mode of her, needing to stand up. But also to get this counter message out, because this patriarch dude was I'm going to put up a reward because Billie Jean's a jerk. And So she cuts her hair. I guess that was another point of the movie, was that she had long blonde hair. And that was part of her identity up until this point. So she sees Joan of Arc. She cuts her hair. Also, they didn't have any change of clothes. So she was wearing, like, at some point they all go swimming, which I think probably happened earlier. And there's a water slide from the kid's bedroom into the pool from the second floor, which was like this dramatic and cool thing. But so she cuts her hair. She like gets this like some sort of what is that called? She starts wearing a wetsuit top, which just like makes her look cooler. And then the guy tells her about the power of media. Like, I think they had there's like a 25-minute Marshall McLuhan, like, think piece in there. It wasn't even resolved. They were like, well, is it, you know, and he said, well, now we have these cameras. We can get to, like, this would have made sense on the internet because this doesn't make sense in the movie. But at this point, for me, my belief was suspended or whatever, my disbelief. But so she films this thing where she says, here's what really happened, or I'm going to or she says, let's settle this like it's two honest people. She says to the dude's father, like, I'm willing to settle this. You pay for my brother's scooter or something like that. And she sets a time again, like, I'll meet you here. I think that's what happens, because then it becomes this, and she also makes a speech where she says, fair is fair, which is basically like, your son damaged my brother's scooter, needs to be replaced. Now you're making up all this BS to cover your son's tracks, you know, and karma's coming. Now, meanwhile, because of this, the father figure trying to hype all this, it becomes even more hyped. And what happens is, like, everything becomes viral. Like, Billie Jean becomes viral in this positive way. The dad keeps hyping up his reward, and she really does become this legend. And she becomes this inspiration for people standing up to old white dudes. I mean, basically, and just a self-actualization. I don't know if that's what it is. Like a bit of standing up for yourself and saying this is wrong. Fair. I don't know if it's fair means fair. Yeah, I think it's fair means fair. So, you know, they have some montages of them. Wait, there's another point where they go somewhere to eat and they meet a bunch of kids who know who they are. Maybe they go to a party. I don't know if it must have been after the video came out. Or they go somewhere. Yeah, but I think they went to a pizza place. They got free pizza. And maybe a bunch of other free stuff. Maybe they went to a store. And the kids that ran the store said, oh, well, my parents own the store. Like, maybe something like that. So they start to get, like, this groundswell of support for Billie Jean. And again, it might seem tropey, but then even the dad starts to capitalize, selling Billie Jean T-shirts because he like to exploit, like to commercially exploit her rebellious image. And I think then a radio station even offers to give them a scooter that's in. The brother's like, well, we should just take a scooter from the radio station. And they say, Billie Jean, just come get the scooter. It's waiting for you. And Billie Jean's like, no, we're getting the, we're getting the scooter. Then I think the dad even, I don't know if it's the dad or somebody else, erects this giant, like, paper mache, but a 20-foot statue of Billie Jean. Yeah, there must have been another, like, plot twist, but at some point they have to go down to the beach now. At this point, it's viral, so there's tons of people at the beach waiting for, it's like Billie Jean Day, like Legend of Billie Jean. We see everybody's, like, she's become a fashion icon. And then, of course, like, the hype that Billie Jean's, like a subversive force because of the dad. So there's a lot of, like, Peter Coyote stuck in the middle. And also the two friends get dropped off with Peter Coyote. He says, okay, what's going on? They say nothing. Billie Jean just like, but then like Peter Coyote loses like jurisdiction. So then it becomes this whole big thing. And then they say, well, will you meet with her? Like the dad, like, and then we'll just, then we'll bring her in or whatever. Or are you really going to give her the money? And of course, the dad, he's like slime. So I can't remember what he does, but he says, oh, yeah, I'll give her the money, and then you can bust her and then give me my money back or something. Or no, he refuses to. So Peter Coyote has to put up the money, maybe. Yeah. So, but I don't know. So they basically, it all culminates at the beach meeting. And the dad pulls some stunt at the very end. And it ends up like, I don't know, ends up like with this very dramatic ending. I don't even like, where I think the dad hopefully gets, and his son get busted. Billie Jean's kind of shown, I don't know, maybe he tried to turn the tables on Billie Jean one last time, but she kind of says, well, this is exactly, I think you like in the court, like right in front of everybody, she says, well, this is exactly what happened. And I don't know. Then the dad pulls something that was stunting one last time. Then Christian Slater bumps his elbow. I think just because the dad pulled something. So then Christian Slater bumps his elbow. Peter Coyote's trying to keep everything calm. Then everybody worries about Billie Jean. Then her statue gets knocked over. And the dad, all his merchandise gets wet, like a giant wave comes in, basically. And it takes out his merch tent, which is great. And he said, no, I'm losing my Billie Jean T-shirts. And I think that's how it ends. But let me look up some stuff just to get some facts here. Because I really don't think I'm doing the movie justice. So there's two, let's go to Wikipedia first. So it came out in 1985, made $3.1 million at the box office. What rating was it? I don't see what rating it was. Let's see. Rides with her younger brother on his Honda Elite 150 to go swimming, and Hubie Pyatt. They wanted to live in Vermont too. That's how it ends. But Hubie takes the scooter, and the friends' names are Putter and Ophelia. And she goes to Peter Coyote, but he says, just wait till the scooter comes home with your brother. It's just kid stuff. Then Billie Jean tries to go get the money. Then Binks is a brother, escalates everything. Mr. Pyatt bumps his shoulder. Then Peter Coyote, Detective Ringwald, realizes he should have intervened earlier. Billie Jean just, now Billie Jean's like, Mr. Pyatt has to own up. So then they meet Lloyd, who's, he's, okay, so there's an extra layer with the video. And Lloyd, because his dad is the DA. But they still film the video and everything. Billie Jean becomes a teen icon. Young fans follow her every movement. She brings Putter and Ophelia back. Ringwald, they cover, like they use a bunch of Billie Jeans for distraction. Well, now it says Mr. Pyatt puts out the reward. Maybe that's where the culmination is. Her and her brother go undercover. Then her cover gets blown. Binks bumps his shoulder. Billie Jean gets Mr. Pyatt, gives Mr. Pyatt his deserved comeuppance. And everyone saw it. Everyone sees it. And, and then they take out his store. And then later, Billie Jean and Binks are headed to Vermont, and Binks looks after a red snowmobile. Okay, so I did remember it. Let's see, soundtrack. Invincible was Pat Benatar. Did I say Pat Benatar? I don't think I did. We will be invincible. We are young. But it's Invincible is the name of the song. Okay, so let's look at Rotten Tomatoes. See how I did there. On the tomato meter, it got 40%, but the audience score is 75%. Let's just see if there's any critics we know. I don't see any famous critics here on the first page. Let's just dig deeper. I'm trying to find actual reviews around when it came out. Not seeing anything earlier than 2005. So we'll skip that. And Film School Rejects actually has a post about watching. Well, I'll read it. 28 Things We Learned from the Legend of Billie Jean commentary. Let's see, a paraphrase. There's a lot of talk recently about the lack of female superhero films, and great ones in particular. But one of us is one people have missed out on stars Helen Slater, and it's not Supergirl. It's Legend of Billie Jean. And, has sidekicks and nemesis and a catchphrase, fair is fair. Not fair means fair. Okay, so let's see. The story and character beats silver, fun and excitement, set to a catchy 80s soundtrack. Roster of familiar faces: Christian Slater, Yeardley Smith, Peter Coyote, Keith Gordon, and Dean Stockwell. And the dude from Top Gun. And, oh, wow, I might have to watch. I might have to find this on DVD. Helen Slater and Yeardley Smith are the commentators. Yeardley Smith says she still gets approached by people who ask, who quote, because she became a woman in the movie. She had her first period, and it was a big deal for her character. One of her catchlines is, when can I get a diaphragm? Helen Slater's first comment is that Christian Slater is not actually her brother. Holy cow. She says people always assume they're related, to which I can only reply, guilty as charged. Oh, that's the thing. I thought they were related too. Holy cow. Both actresses joke about their terrible Southern accents. They said it might have been hard for Christian Slater because the three actresses kind of hung out, but he didn't have anyone that was his age. He was 15. And he had to go to school during it. Let's see what else. They were the film was rewritten a lot of times, so much so that the original writer, Walter Bernstein, ended up uncredited. They both liked working with Peter Coyote. There's it's PG-13. There's a lot of F-bombs. They said they were surprised. Because Helen Slater was like, maybe my daughter's going to watch this. I don't think it's okay to swear. They talk about Richard Bradford, who may be the dirtbag in the movie, the dad. They talk about the other actress, Martha Graham. Helen had to do a lot of shots in a wig because of reshoots after her hair was cut. Smith still has the stuffed bear that her character loved in the movie. Oh, they were shooting this movie when Supergirl came out, and some of the cast went to see it on opening day. They shot it in Corpus Christi, Texas, and that's where it's set. And that they would go to the mall during their time off during shoots. Helen said that was cool because there weren't malls in New York City. Let's see, Yeardley Smith was 20 when she shot the movie. Her character was 14. Let's see. Both were watching the film for the first time in a long time, and Helen seemed very taken with the various themes woven through the simple plots. She comments on the power of media, truth, and betrayal through the whole film, while talking about the writer Bernstein's struggle. Billie Jean's transition from long to short hair happened off screen. Talk about the haircut. Let's see. They have Smith's most regrettable scene is Putter's first period. Smith asked Helen if Keith Gordon was a good kisser. I don't know. I don't remember that scene. Smith asked Helen. Oh, I guess Keith Gordon is the he must be the guy from. Sorry, Keith. Keith Gordon is the actor that was in. I can't remember the other movie. Back to School. Helen says she still gets fans, people that approach her, referencing this film more than any other. Let's see. Putter's haircut protest scene initially called for Smith to cut her incredibly long hair, but she resisted or protested, so she wore a wig. The Big Beach finale strikes both actors as a mystery. Neither remembers what happens. Same here. And then they remember that Christian Slater's wearing a dress. They regret not keeping any swag from the movie. Helen wishes she kept some of the Frisbees they had. But they said the one item Helen did keep was a sweater from the last scene in Vermont. And the final thoughts from Film School Rejects. After seeing it in 3 decades ago, it became one of those movies that I never sought out but would watch again on the rare occasion I came across it on TV. But since picking up the new Blu-ray, I've watched it twice more. Once to reacquaint myself and once with the commentary. And both viewings were good fun. Commentary shows Slater and Smith in good spirits, even though as they humorously struggle to remember the movie they're commenting on. They recall plenty of small details, but Henry having them wonder how the movie ends priceless. Well, I'm glad I'm not alone. And it sounds like it stands up, so definitely a movie to check out. I guess it's like on the R side of PG-13 as far as language goes, but I don't know. I feel like... it was a movie I watched a lot as a kid. Thanks, and good night.
All right, hey, everybody, it's Scoots here, and tonight we're doing a Tale of the Tape episode where I try to remember a movie that I watched a lot as a kid, and I'll try to make the movie accessible to everybody, because I know sometimes this movie might be new to a lot of people. This particular one, you might be more familiar with the merchandise and some of the other movies related to in the series. And also talk about some personal connections I have with the film. Now, this was a movie I did not see in the movie theater. I think the first movie in this series I saw was the third in the movie theater. And it's definitely the movie that has been overplayed, and I did do an episode about it. So the movie we're talking about tonight is National Lampoon's Vacation. It may be called I think it's just called National Lampoon's Vacation, and not Family Vacation. And it's a movie, if you're unfamiliar with it, you might have heard of National Lampoon's Christmas Vacation. Or if you've scanned the cable dials occasionally, you may have seen this movie, or its European version, the sequel, National Lampoon's European Vacation, which I have seen bits and pieces of in the last few years. Just these are not movies you really want to see on TV, but normally you do. Just because the flow is interrupted by the commercials, some of the comedy may be edited out or made into something vanilla. But this is a movie I've seen maybe 100 times, maybe not that many times. And so it's a movie about a family going on a road trip. So it's a genre film, and I think there's like a TV show or two recently that I didn't see, like series kind of about families on road trips. It's a popular genre. I want to say it's a John Hughes movie or an Ivan Reitman movie, but I'm not sure on either one of those. I don't know who else could have done it, but I guess I'll look that up if we have time to look up any actual facts about the movie. It stars Chevy Chase, Beverly D'Angelo, Anthony Michael Hall, and I think that's as far as I get with remembering things. Randy Quaid's in it. Actually, the dude, the actor from the Karate Kid reboot with, something, Forrest Friend Kai, Kai. He was Johnny from the original Karate Kid movie. He's in this movie before. I think this was well before Karate Kid. Maybe not. Incredibly handsome performer. And I don't know when this movie came out because I think the first time I saw it was on HBO. And I don't think the first time I saw it was necessarily complete. Like, this is definitely a movie that unfortunately I haven't seen. I've seen more in chunks than start to finish. Because as start to finish, I haven't seen it in a long time. But I will say that I would guess it holds up. But it does suffer from being on cable TV so much that the scenes that you have seen, you may grow tired of. So that's what's nice about seeing the beginning of it, because I think the last time I saw it was probably 10, 12, 20, I don't know, years ago. But when I did see the whole thing, I said, wow, really, the beginning of it's a very, very funny. It probably would be a good one to see it in the movie theater again. So if anybody's doing a revival of it, hit me up and let me know. So I think that's it for this family vacation movie. Those are the stars. If you're not familiar with those stars, comedic actor, and then an actress with the comedic range and dramatic range. And then Anthony Mike. So it starts in a Chicago suburb. So that's why I say, is this a John Hughes movie? I'd like to see a John Waters version of it, to be honest. That would be absolutely amazing. Can you imagine? That would be really cool. John Waters' National Lampoon's Vacation. I guess you could do it as a musical. Maybe this movie has been a musical. I'm not sure on that either. And I'm not sure. I guess the soundtrack is very 80s, so I don't know if this movie came out in the 80s or the late 70s or the 80s or the mid 80s. I just have no idea at all. Because I would guess National Lampoon's Christmas Vacation came out in like 1990, and that's just a ballpark of a guess, or 1991. I'm just guessing it when I would have gone to that in the movies. Okay, so I guess that's a basic setup. So if you haven't seen the movie, don't worry. I'll cover what I can remember. It's a pretty long film, and the star of the movie, the main character, I guess, the character, I don't know if you're supposed to identify with him because he's not super sympathetic, but the foil, so if there's like, what is that called? When, if it's not zeitgeist, it's the other big word I know how to use sometimes. Oh, if you're going to, pour some Schadenfreude on it, it's Chevy Chase plays Clark Griswold. Ellen Griswold is played by Beverly D'Angelo. Rusty Griswold is played by Anthony Michael Hall. And I don't know the name of the actress who plays the sister or her name this second, but it probably will come to me because I can hear them talking in the car. And Clark Griswold has dreamed, he plays it back in the 80s, this is the mythology of mansplaining, I guess, if you want to put a cultural dot on it, because you say, he was supposed to be the every person, and, I guess this was the 80s, because it was very unicultural, I guess, or whatever you want to call it. So he lived in the suburbs, of Chicago. He worked for a corporation. I know in National Lampoon's Christmas Vacation, he works for like an additives company. So maybe a cereal additives company, Ceral. Maybe he worked there in the regular movie. And I don't really totally remember how the movie starts, if he's at work or if he's at home. But there's a couple big scenes at the beginning of the movie. Well, you know what I'm remembering is I think I'm wrong. Oh, boy, am I wrong. The guy from Karate Kid's not in this movie. I just realized that. So first mistake right up front. Oh, I just almost remembered the sister's name. You know, the kid, Rusty and his sister are played by different actors and actresses in every movie. So Johnny Galecki played Rusty in National Lampoon's Christmas Vacation. Maybe my memory's incorrect though. But so in this movie, the guy from Karate Kid's not in it. So forget all about that part. No one from Karate Kid is maybe not in this movie. Maybe they are. But so, okay, so Clark Griswold is like, I don't know, so he's a dude, like average dude, basic, holy cow. And he works for somebody, he's a corporate droog or drone, I don't know which one. And he's a bit of a buffoon, which is kind of a typical Chevy Chase character. Big ego, but, no self-awareness, and clumsy and goofy. So, and Beverly D'Angelo as Ellen, she tries to manage him, seems to love him for some reason, and their kids are just put out the whole movie. They say, geez, we got this dad who's too much. And so not surprising that I identified with the Chevy Chase character a lot as a kid. Let's get to the movie, right? Alrighty, Scoots. So the movie starts out, I don't know how the movie starts, but it has a song called Holiday Road that's at the end of the movie that maybe there's some themes from that, I don't know if that's a Kenny Loggins song or not. There was once upon a time at the end of the movie, so there's the song Holiday Road during the credits, and I was in a basement of my friend's grandmother's, and we had been, I don't know how old we were, too young, but not old, and we were kind of, it was like just me and a couple of my friends, and I guess we were PARTAYINGing or something, but not really, because it was just 4 of us. In his grandmother's basement's house, and it was late at night, and we were all singing along with the movie at the top of our lungs. So it was like a high point of my like a childhood or teenagehood. But this was after we had seen the movie thousands of times. So the movie starts. The scenes I remember from the beginning of the movie is like, one thing is like nothing ever goes Clark's way, and he always has unrealistic expectations. So he's going to buy a new car for their family trip. They're going to Wally World. You say, Scoots, what's the goal? And what are the needs of the characters and stuff? I say, well, I don't know about any of that stuff, but I do know their goal is to reach Wally World in California. And that's the reason I was thinking of this movie, is because I went to Six Flags Magic Mountain and Knott's Berry Farm with Ray a while ago. And I think the movie was shot at one of those theme parks, but I think it was Six Flags Magic Mountain, just the end of the movie. Also, yeah, John Candy's at the end of the movie. Not that's not really a spoiler. So the movie starts with Clark trying to pick up his new car that he ordered or had purchased, and he goes, I don't know if Eugene Levy's in this movie, but I don't think he is, but I don't know why I just saw it. Eugene Levy just popped in my head. I said, hey, Eugene. I saw Eugene Levy across the room. I was too afraid to approach him, but at some event the last fall, I was in the same room as him, one of my heroes. But anyway, who else was in there? Some other famous, like I said. But I said, well, I'm just going to sit here and stand here with my sparkling water alone Don't talk, but I did, anyway, where was I? So he goes to pick up his car, and they have the car order wrong. He ordered the family truckster, or maybe he ordered some other car, sport package. I think it was a sport. He ordered, so this is going to be new for a lot of you younger listeners. You probably heard of these things called station wagons. And before they had minivans and SUVs, they had station wagons, which was like an extra long car, pretty much like a hearse. The only difference was the bodies packed in there were with the family. So that was the only car other than a van you could buy that you could fit like more than 6 people in, or you could fit a ton of luggage and stuff. So Clark had ordered some other car, but a station wagon. He drives up in his car that he's doing a turn in or whatever they call that. I've never done that. All my cars have been driven to the end of their time, or it was a lease. But this one, like, is where you exchange, you get your credit for your car. A trade-in, that's what they call it. Thank you, car dealership brain. So he turns in his trade-in, and they already start taking care of that. So you see that car being mushed up to go bye-bye. And then Clark gets strung along by the car salesman saying, oh, this car's even better than what you ordered. Costs more money, but it's, so much better for driving cross-country. And the car kind of doesn't ever become a character in the movie, but it's like a vehicle for some jokes at Clark's expense, including this time, because he, folds. He doesn't, he says, well, he doesn't, again, is like in this Rodney Dangerfield as a comedian in the 80s. I don't get no respect. So you try to cultivate the every person feel that when you go to get a car, it's always a hassle. It never works out. And people are always trying to pull fast one on you. So by the time Clark gets a car, it's not the car he wanted. It doesn't. It's horribly ugly. It's like green. It has like 6 sets of headlights. The station wagons back then used to have this fake wood paneling. It's got all that stuff. And plus his son's with him, I think. And he's like, Dad, these guys are messing with you. Aren't you going to stand up to him? And then he demands his car, but they had already, which I don't understand because they usually sell used cars, but I think it was just for a joke that they had put his car into a cube. So he says, I'm leaving here with my car, I don't want it. This isn't the car I ordered. And they said, well, here's your car. It's a cube because he's leaving the next day on the vacation. So I guess that's kind of what happens. So that's one scene in the movie. Then there's other scenes. I think there's a scene with him driving. The car's not working right. Then there's a scene where they're planning. And again, the family just wants to go to Hawaii, which I think in the 80s was I think people still go to Hawaii a lot, right? But like in the 80s, it was like the promised land. Like that's where everybody, especially, I guess, I don't know if that was the thing in Chicago, but it's like, oh, you're going to Hawaii. That's the fancy place. And Wally World is kind of like, it's not as hyped up as Disney World in this movie, but for Clark, it is like this mecca of family purity and unity. That he's chasing after. So then there's like a planning scene where he's like over planning. He's super excited about all the stops they're going to go to, the world's largest ball of yarn. And this one, I think, kind of sets up that our likability of Clark. It's like, oh, okay, you can pity him, but he seems genuinely excited for this. And his family's like, Dad, this is so lame. Then his kids start playing video games over. He's using a computer to kind of show the route. And Audrey is the daughter. Audrey and Rusty make computer games go over and take out his car and everything. So it's a little bit more comedic. Shows the family. Shows Beverly D'Angelo's character was. I can't remember, but so she's trying to say, like, Clark, come on, like, we could still go to Hawaii, we haven't spent any money except on the car and stuff. And he's like, no, this is going to be the great vacation. And then they head out on the road. I guess this is where you'll probably get lost pretty quick. because I don't really remember where they go or what happens next. So they leave Chicago, and let's see. They, I don't know what, so they have a ton of luggage. I remember this much, but I think this must have happened later in the movie. So I don't know. So they set out, they say goodbye to their neighbors, and they hit the open road, right? And then what happened? And then what happens? That's a great question, because I know there's some of the places they go, but they don't go to those quite yet, because it's like in this, like in the next. So they set out, and we get a feel for them driving. You know, Clark is happy on the open road, and the kids are in the back. And at some point, we get introduced to a character played by Christy Brinkley, who was not, I don't believe, you know, the term, there used to be this term supermodel. I don't think it's used anymore. And she was one of the original supermodels, I believe, or like right around that era. And for me, as a young male, like, I mean, I was like a prepubescent male. Like, this was like one of my first internal stirrings, I'll be honest with you. And not just, well, anyway, we don't need to get into details. So this was part of my formative experience, this film. And I mean, I don't know, I mean, it just was. I guess that's why I'm having trouble speaking. It just really was a part of my formative experience, and probably in ways that was not exactly realistic, because she's driving like a Ferrari, a red Ferrari. And I believe she makes like 3 or 4 appearances in the film. And she's kind of plays this very, like, this fantasy character where she goes racing up next to Clark, and then she sees Clark, and I don't know what draws her to Clark. Because, again, this movie's probably written by people that identified with Clark, so they were like, oh, she's definitely finds him attractive or likes to flirt with him. So she's kind of flirting as they're driving side by side, and Clark's sweating. And that's just one scene that's like, you know, I remember, because they said, holy moly, does this really happen? I don't even know how to drive a car yet. Like, because they try to pass notes to people I have a crush on. They won't give me the time, you know, like during Spin the Bottle. Remember, I told you this on an episode. It's like, no, I mean, it's just true. Like, no one wanted to kiss me. And then the one person that did, I was friends with, Julie, she said, remember, this doesn't mean anything. It was a good thing she said that, because I probably, like, I was like Ralph Wiggum. So I guess, like, it skewed my view of, they said, oh, one day someone will just drive by you in a car. That's how you become, you transition from boyhood to, you know, the one day someone will just pass you by in a car and say, hey, you know, let's drive fast together. So just in case you're listening and you understand any of this stuff I'm talking about, doesn't, you know, that's just a movie. Okay, so how does the movie start out, though? Holy mackerel. It's like they get on the road. Where do they go? They go to, like, I'm trying to think of the places they went alone. I mean, I would think, like, I know at some point they stop at Dodge City, and it's just the 4 of them. Like, so we see Christy Brinkley, Clark sweating, then he's driving, then they go to Dodge City, which is like this, I don't know where it was. Maybe that's Dodge City maybe that's, I don't know. But it's like an Old West style town, like a movie set almost. And they go and they're doing tourist stuff. Clark kind of overplays his hand with the bartender. Clark and Rusty kind of have some bonding, but it's kind of like Clark plays a bit of a buffoon. And I know that was a scene. So I remember that one. So that happened. I'm trying to think what else happens. I know they lose their luggage. I thought that was later in the movie. There's a point where Clark's driving. I'll just go not in order because of what I remember, but trying to put it in order. There's a scene where Clark's driving and everybody's a little snoozy poo. And I think this is when they lost the luggage, and Beverly says, well, I almost remembered her character's name. But she says, Clark, honey, turn out the TV, go to bed. He says, okay. And then they accidentally just drive into a motel parking lot. Then they get 2 motel rooms for mom and dad and the kids. And then they just they have one of those vibrating beds, the parents, where you put 2 quarters in. And Clark is kind of like a charming goofball in this movie. So he says, hey, honey, rub-a-dub-dub. I got some quarters for this bed he had champagne. I think this is all in this part of the movie. And then he says, yeah, let's get, let's drink some champagne, that's what Scoots thinks adults do. But then they do then the bread breaks and it's vibrating out of control. So they move to the floor. They're just holding hands, the kids. And then the bed is making so much noise. The kids come in the room. They're under the covers on the floor. And the kids are like young enough that they're like, you guys are just so weird. What are you doing? But it was pretty comedic and funny. I don't know. There must have been more scenes in there. Like I remember another scene where they're lost in another city. I think St. Louis. And maybe they went to the St. Louis Arch. I remember them driving through St. Louis. They ask for directions. They lose their hubcaps. Maybe they lost some tires. Let's see. I don't think there's anything else in that scene. So there's St. Louis, Dodge City. They lose their luggage. Then Clark goes to a hotel to try to cash a check. Oh, because they had like he had this was before ATMs in the 80s or even credit cards. Most people didn't have credit cards, I think, when this movie took place. If you want to go to episode 99 PI, what was it called? Something drop. Where's Hangtown Fry from? Because it was wherever Hangtown Fry's from. I don't know the name of that city right off the top of my head now. But anyway, that's a good name of that's a good episode about credit cards, but I can't remember the name of it. 99% Invisible. That's the name of the podcast. I just can't think of the episode. But so they have to cash a check, and of course, no one's going to cash a check, out-of-state check from a stranger without credit cards. So Clark borrows some money from a cash register, leaves a check behind. That was definitely after Dodge City because he was kind of feeling rebellious. So that happens. At some point, they go and visit Uncle Eddie, who's like in his family, played by Uncle Eddie's played by Randy Quaid. And I guess I still try to figure out in the movies who's related to who. Now, Clark's not related to Uncle Eddie or his wife, Ellen, and I don't know. And I don't think Uncle Eddie's related to Ellen. So I think Ellen's sister is married to Uncle Eddie. And they had a few different kids, but they also had a daughter and a son that were the same ages as Rusty and Audrey, close to it. So we get some comedic scenes where Audrey and the daughter of Uncle Eddie and I can't remember the name, but so she teaches Audrey about the cannabis business. But this was back in the day when all she did was, keep it in under she grew her own cannabis. She was way up decades and decades ahead of her time. So she teaches, the joy of for Audrey that's 420 somewhere. And so Audrey gets to realize for part of the trip, which probably would be handy. I mean, not to encourage it, but, if you're Audrey's age, to have it be 420 all the time in that car with the family. She was not old enough to drive anyway. And then, Rusty, it kind of is a little bit, this is a dated movie, so there's jokes at a lot of other people's expense that probably, you'd be like, oh, I don't know about this. Problematic. I would say there's lots of problematic scenes. Like the earlier scene in St. Louis is definitely problematic to me. And I guess I would say this one because it's kind of just making fun of their circumstances. But, I mean, there's some cool things where they twist it because then Rusty is with the son, and he's kind of like, oh, you guys don't have video games. You know, life in the city's so much cooler. And then he kind of says, well, I could teach you about, did you ever hear about Jocelyn Elders and what she wanted to teach kids, which is totally natural. And Rusty said, I have never heard of Jocelyn Elders. And he says, well, have you heard of Masters and Johnson? And he goes, it's like something like that I could tell you about. He goes, you don't know about it already? You didn't naturally discover it on your own? And I don't think Rusty did. So he learned about the joys of that with some material to visual aids. And that was more subtextual, but they definitely talked about it, which is, a little bit progressive because it wasn't making fun of it or shaming it. It said, hey, this is something I like to do to pass the time. And it said Green Day wrote a song about it, 20 years later. So that was, so then they have like dinner at the farm or whatever. I think it was a farm at this point. And, the one line in the movie, so they're making, the young daughter's making Kool-Aid. She's stirring it with her hand, or lemonade, which Clark didn't like. Then they're having, and they're not in great financial straits. So they say, Clark was eating a sandwich, but he goes, geez, is this a real hamburger helper, Eddie? And he goes, oh yeah. He goes, hamburger helper does just fine on its own. And I just always remember that line. It always sucks to me. I always love to say, it does just fine on its own, which is probably a misquote. Then at some point, they kind of say, there's two like moments. One, they say, hey, can you give us some money because we're having trouble with paying the bills here. And it takes a while, and then they say, Clark says, geez, how much do you need? And they needed a lot of money. And I think Clark loaned them the money or gave them the money. And then they also say there's Aunt, is it Aunt Edith? Maybe, I don't know what her, Aunt something. I think it's Aunt Edith. She says, geez, have you told them the good news? Have you told Ellen and Clark the good news? And they say, no, we'll tell them later. And they say, well, what's the good news? And she says, you're taking me to Tucson or Phoenix or something to stay at her son's or something like that. And so they're like, what? This is our vacation. And so they're not happy about that at all, especially Clark. Like Ellen's much more generous. So she says, oh, okay. And they also has the Aunt Edith. I don't think that's her name, but I'll think of it maybe. She also has a dog. And I don't think the dog's name was Farfel. That was from like a Seinfeld movie. But it's some dog, and it does not like Clark. This dog does not like Clark at all. So that's everything. Then they set out the next day. And let's see what happens. There's a couple different scenes. They drive... for a while that day. They stop, and we see Christy Brinkley again, and Clark sees her. Also, we find out that the dog went to number one on the picnic basket. So Clark is like eating a bologna sandwich and kissing it to Christy Brinkley, who's dancing while pumping gas. I mean, I didn't even realize that subtext when I was a kid. I just was like... one day, all I'll need to do is sit here in the park staring across and someone beautiful and but so he's kissing a dog-peed sandwich. So then he spits it out. And we don't see her again for a little while. She drives off. And there's like different music playing during these different scenes. Then they go to like what would be considered now glamping, but back in this one, it's like, so it's canvas, pre-set up canvas tents that they stay at. And Aunt Edna, that was her name, not Edith. It just came to me. So they say, oh, okay, this one smells like pee. So they say Aunt Edna could stay there. They were really excited about this place because they were going to swim at the pool. And it had a great brochure, but it ends up the pool's like not swimmable. And it's another flop. And then even Clark, and then again, Clark and Ellen have a moment alone. So they say, well, let's share a sleeping bag. And then I remember she calls him Sparky. Ellen calls Clark Sparky. And she goes, oh, Sparky, wild animal. And he goes, there's just some lines that stuck with me. He goes, oh, yeah, Ellen, I think I'm going to go for it. Which I said, now that I said, what is he talking about? Because I thought they were already kind of like holding hands, and I thought he was like, well, I was like, well, you're already holding hands. How are you going to go for it if your hands are interlocked, right? But so then she goes, Sparky, wild animal, but it ends up it's a dog. So dog interrupts that. And Clark's not happy about that. So then the next day, they get in the car, and Clark's distracted. It ends up that after they start driving, they get pulled over because the guy says, geez, he says, you're on the highway to heaven. Your dog is. And Clark says, well, my goodness, I had no idea. He goes, don't worry, I'm kind of like the Michael Landon of the dogs on the highway to heaven, the big farm in the sky. But when they get pulled over first, like Aunt Edna's like, what did you do wrong, Clark? And then Rusty had some visual aids for his, Masters and Johnson's class, and Audrey had a whole shoebox full of cannabis, so everybody was like, what the heck? And I think there was even jokes about the magazines that Rusty had, and I think that was it, except that Aunt Edna had no idea that her dog was going to, going on the highway to heaven with this, Michael Landon character, so she was not happy. And I don't know what happened, what else transpires, if there's any other scenes that I'm forgetting. But so at some point, they're driving. It's kind of a low point because Aunt Edna's not happy. Everyone's like, Clark, this is a failed trip. It keeps getting worse and worse and worse. Why don't we turn back? Or why don't we just drop Aunt Edna off or put her at an airport? Oh, I think maybe the next scene. Okay, I don't know which scene is which. I guess, let's just guess that the next scene is that Aunt Edna is, she goes to there's two possibilities of the order of this, but let's just say Aunt Edna decides, you know what, my dog went on the highway to heaven, I'm going to go on the highway to wherever they put me and go to the big farm and see if I could see my dog there. She just does that while she's sitting in between Rusty and Audrey. And so they figure it out, and then they end up, this is the low point of everybody for the movie. They end up, that they're not comfortable with that, so they're like, we got to bring her to, I think, Ellen's brother's house or Aunt Edna's son's house, and so she gets to ride on the top of the car, which is played for a visual joke, which is pretty funny because it's just so and they get to her son's house and he's not even there. So they just leave. They say, well, she wanted to go. So they leave her there with a note saying she went to the big farm to join her dog. Here's, we're on vacation. This is kind of stuff. I mean, I don't know. You look back at it, you're like, geez, I can't believe they did that. But then you're like, it kind of can. If I was but so, yeah, they say, okay, she's already at the big farm. There's nothing more we could do. And at this point, everything is pretty much, I guess, I'm trying to think, maybe this was the second thing that happened, but maybe not. But then so the other scene that happens out there is out in the desert. They're driving. I guess this one like was before this scene, but these are like Clark's on his way down, you know. So yeah, I think this was the lowest point in the movie. So this probably scene preceded it. So Clark's driving. I guess he wasn't paying attention. He doesn't know where he's going. He says he doesn't know where he's going, or he's not looking, or maybe he was looking at Christy Brinkley, who was drove by again. I can't remember. But he ends up driving off the road into the desert, gets 4 flat tires, and they're at a closed road, and he has to go, like they're in the middle of the desert. And so he drinks a beer with Rusty, and he has this moment, which was kind of a good moment. He said, "Jesus, this isn't going well." And Rusty says, "No, it's not going well, Dad. You're really, this vacation stinks." And he goes, "Now you're stuck here." And he goes, "You got to be in charge of your mother and your sister and Aunt Edna." Yeah, because they crack some jokes about how Aunt Edna smells like mothballs or whatever. And he goes, "I'm going to go look for, somebody to come tow the car." And then he goes out wandering in the desert, and it's kind of like, I guess it's like just a scene where he's like loses it. He's like, I guess it's like for him to vamp a little bit Chevy Chase, because he kind of sings and mumbles and wanders around. And then he finds his way, or somebody helps him find a gas station where the car already is, and they overcharge him, of course, for like 4-ball tires. And now he's out of money. I think he's like giving money to Ellen's sister and Uncle Eddie, and that much. And then, and then they go with Aunt Edna. And actually they say, "Well, is there any money in Aunt Edna's purse? Because we have no money." So not only do they leave Aunt Edna at her son's house after she's already departed the earth, but they take her money because they have no money left. And now this is it for Clark. Everybody's like mad at Clark. They're like, "We got to give up." He's like, "We're not giving up. We're going to Wally World no matter what." During when Clark decided to loan Eddie the money or give it to him, he said, "Eddie, you have really nice shoes." Eddie had these like white leather, like kind of dress shoes. I don't know, like you'd see like someone wearing a leisure suit with or something. And Eddie's like, "Here, Clark, I got your own pair of my shoes." So at this point in the movie, like everything's not going well. Everybody's at the low point, or almost the low point, right? They get to this hotel and they get 2 rooms, and Ellen's like, "You know what, Clark? I loathe you." And the kids are like, "Dad, we loathe you." So he's like, "Okay, fine, I'm going to go out and have a drink at the hotel bar." And he puts on the shoes. He kind of like is like oblivious, right? He's like, "Okay, I drug my family on this trip, and I made all these mistakes." And so he goes down to the bar for a drink, and who's there but Christy Brinkley? And again, this is a very like deceptive, because she's immediately like, "Hey, what's up?" And he's like, "Hey," and he can barely carry a conversation. Which I said, "Man, he can barely carry a conversation like I can't barely carry a conversation." But it went really well for him. And she says, like, "Yeah, let's go swimming," like, hold hands, like totally hold hands in the pool and other places. And he's like, "Really?" And I guess just because he was already like pushed over the edge, but he goes he has to go further, I guess. And so he says, "Okay, let's, and she even says, "Are you going to go for it?" Which kind of harkened back to the other one. And again, this was like, this was all PG, I believe. It was all, maybe this movie was R, but there was nothing to see. I can't remember, but she gets in the pool, and then Clark gets ready to get in the pool. I think he strips down to like his tidy whities, and then he's like I'll never forget. This is another scene that I just really remember comedically. He's like on the cusp of like saying this is just a bad idea, like, and he's saying this is crazy, this is crazy, this is crazy. And then he goes to jump in the pool, and instead of anything, he just yells because the pool is so cold. and he yells so loud that his wife and his kids come out. They like are in their rooms and they hear him yelling about how cold the pool is. And she's like, "What are you doing, dude?" And the kids are like, "What?" And he goes, "Oh, this is a swim up waitress. She was taking our drinks." And she's like, it's obvious that he was up to no good. And Ellen's like, "I can't even believe this. This is, you got to be kidding me." And even Rusty and Audrey are like, "Man, Dad, this is it. You ruined it all." And then what happens is, I guess Clark says goodbye to her, and she says, "Well, sorry." And she's got to be like, "You got to be kidding me, right, dude?" And then he goes back to his family. He apologizes to Rusty, maybe to Audrey, but and they say, just go apologize to Mom." And I don't know. I mean, I can't imagine his apology. So she's of course upset, and I guess he gives some sort of somewhat genuine apology or whatever. But I can't believe that. But I'm just trying to think of how they move the story forward. So he must have given her enough of an apology that she was like, "Okay." But I guess I'm like, man, really? Maybe. And then I think they end up getting in the pool. Yeah, that's what happens. Like, he gives her enough of an apology that she says, "Well, if you want to get in the pool and hold hands with someone, why not me?" And then he's in the pool. She jumps in and yells, "That's cold." And then that kind of signals, that the story can move forward. And the kids are like, "Oh, okay." Some tension is relieved. Then I believe the next scene is them going into California or whatever and approaching Wally World. And it's like morning, and there's the music from Chariots of Fire is playing, and they're like, the parking lot's empty. And Clark says, "I'm going to park closest to exit." He's like, "Why am I doing that, Russ?" He goes, "Because we'll be the first people to leave when the traffic's bad at the end of the day." And then they run across the parking lot, and it's like this, the families reach the Mecca, and everyone's happy. And it's like, and then they get to the thing, and there's like the sign with this automated moose, and it says, "Hey, the park's closed for refurbishment." And the Clark's like, "You got to be kidding me." And they're like, "No." Like, the moose says, "Sorry, folks. This is Marty Moose," or whatever. Marty Moose. Also, at different parts, they sing the Marty Moose song. But so they says, "Yeah, just sorry, park's closed for whatever, 2 or 3 more weeks, the whole summer for refurbishment." And, anyone that's gone to a theme park and their favorite ride's closed, you kind of feel like that. But this time the whole park's closed. And Clark's like, "You know what? I'll just go talk to somebody. There's no way. We drove here. I'll explain it to someone, and they'll let me in." And then we see John Candy is the one who's a famous comedic actor in the 80s and 90s. And he says kind of like, "Sorry, folks, there's a moose out front. Should explain to you, but the park's closed." And they're like, "Well, yeah, no, we got to get in." And then he says, no, the park's closed. We can't let you in. And it gets to where Clark says, no, we're coming into the park no matter what. And you're going to take us on a tour of the park without a choice, even though you might get fired. And so then we see them trying to pretend they're happy and riding all the rides. And they kind of do have some high points, and they ride all the rides. Then, of course, I guess they only had one person working that morning, but by the time the afternoon comes, they find out, which I guess this has become, I don't know if it happened in the second movie, but it happens in the third movie, where all the authority figures come, and they say, "You can't come to this park and, force us to open it." This one guy riding all the rides, it took cost electricity and stuff. And it just so happens that this character, based on Walt Disney, like Walty Wally or something, Roy E. Wally, I think, he comes because he's got to see. I can't believe his family got into my park and rode the rides. He's so outraged, and then he says, "What?" And then I think it's Ellen at first who says, can we explain to you what's happening? We're reasonable people. And like Clark kind of tells her, he's like, have you ever gone on a family? He goes, I can't believe the park was closed. And the guy's like, well, yeah, we'll close it sometimes. And he goes, well, have you ever gone on a family vacation? He goes, yeah, to Florida. And he goes, what if Florida was closed? They can't. And he goes, we can't close the whole state. They don't do that. And he goes, well, what if it happened? And he goes, well, it's a pretty miserable trip, so I can see what you're saying. And then all is well. Then they all ride the rides together. And I think that's just how the movie ends, like with Holiday Road, like them riding the rides, like Walty, Roy, Wally, John Candy. And then we kind of see this like postcards and scenes from the whole movie with all the performers. And everything from Holiday Road. So I guess that was the movie, yeah. And it was like just a movie I watched a lot as a kid. I really enjoyed it. And now I'll probably watch it soon and see if it stands up. But if you've seen it lately, let me know. But yeah, it's definitely a movie if you're younger that you might want to check out to see if you enjoy it. Thanks so much for listening and good night. All right, hey everybody, this is Scoots, and this is a style of episode called Tale of the Tape. This is a style of episode called Tale of the Tape where I try to remember the plot of a movie that supposedly had a big impact on my life. And those always kind of go interesting because they say, wait a second, how did this movie that changed my life, what happened in that movie? And this one also has a potential for me to talk about some of the sequels to the movie just because I don't know if I'll do it. I don't think I would do a Tale of the Tape of the sequels. And this is I think it's the last big movie I saw as a kid when I was older, like a mid-kid. I don't know what you call that. I wasn't quite a tween yet. I guess technically I may have been a tween. I still played with toys, which, I mean, I don't think there's any age that kids should stop playing with toys. No, I mean, I still watch Saturday morning cartoons and played with toys. So the movie we're going to be talking about tonight is called Raiders of the Lost Ark. I guess that's not that bad a word, Raiders. And it's a movie featuring Indiana Jones. I think it came out in the 80s, but again, in my mind, and those of you that listen to the podcast since the whole podcast since the beginning, you'll have to indulge me because some of this might be, I don't know if it can be repetitive when when I don't remember it, but this was a big, big moment in my life. And I didn't see Raiders of the Lost Ark in the movie theater. So it wasn't a big in my movie theater going life, but it was a huge moment. And really one of those just unforgettable moments in my life where my mind was literally blown, my childhood mind. And so I'll set that up, then I'll talk about what I can remember about the movie and maybe its sequels depending on our time. So, okay, so I'm the oldest of 6 kids. And I don't know if all 6 kids, I guess one of my brothers probably would have been a baby or 2 of them would have been young. But my brother Carl and my sister Sheila, they're only, I think, just under 2 years younger than me. And so traditionally, the 3 of us, we're closer in age than my brother Ted is, I don't know, a few years younger than me than that. And then my next siblings, but so this was when those kids were, I don't think Ted was a toddler, Ted the toddler. But so, let's see. So we would get up on Saturdays. This was a very idealized thing. We would eat cereal and we would watch cartoons. And when I was a kid, we didn't have streaming services, but there was 3 or 4, probably 3, maybe 2 or 3 TV channels coming in over the air. I don't know if we had cable or not. It didn't really matter because the broadcast networks kind of dominated Saturday morning cartoons. And Saturday morning cartoons were a really big deal, not just to kids. I think it was a pretty big industry. I guess I wonder if there's any the history of Saturday morning cartoons. I guess I could do another episode about that because I don't want to get too caught off on a tangent. But they usually ran from somewhere around 8 in the morning till 11 or 10, maybe from 7 to 10, like usually a 2 or 3 hour block of cartoons. And as the day wore on, the quality, and you'd probably change channels depending on what your favorites were. And again, we'll go into that. But so we were, hardcore Saturday. That was part of our Saturday morning for years and years and years. And a big part of the podcast, obviously, was a foundation for me. But so then what would happen is, because kids, like, even back then, kids love screen time. It's just, I don't know if it's because of whatever. I don't want to get into the anthropology side of it, but we love screen time, even though it was a tube. We called it tube time. And it was, so as the Saturday morning cartoons wore down, we weren't allowed to watch WWF, which is now WWE, which I think came on after the Saturday morning cartoons. My dad was very against that. I don't think from a moral or a philosophical standpoint, just from a logistical standpoint, because then we, like me and my brothers and maybe my sister, we would start enacting what was going on in the shows. So it was more of a child management thing. And at some point, we would usually have chores or other things to do, depending on the day, or we would go play. But after watching Saturday morning cartoons, transitioning to play is not easy. And you always kind of felt forlorn, like, oh, I wish there was another hour or two of cartoons for us to watch. Oh, and I guess we did have cable because, okay, so, and I talked about this in My Life with HBO a bit, which is an episode that came out and was rebroadcast like a little while back. So I guess I don't need to talk too much about HBO, but so let me talk about the Saturday morning cartoon part. So usually as Saturday morning cartoons ended, you had a decision to make because that's when like sports came out, like golf or football. Or some other sport where you say, well, this isn't, or something else. You say, well, I don't want to watch this. I want to watch cartoons. It's funny as a consumer now, like that they're basically like, that's it, kids, it's over. Like sometimes they would have something that transitioned. Maybe I don't know if they have the new news on the weekends back then. But yeah, sometime around then, like around somewhere between 10 and 11, TV became anti-kid, basically. I mean, I don't know, like they said, well, now it's time for adults to get up and sit down and sit in front of the TV for a while. Or it would become a land of waste where it'd just be like, we don't have anything because the sports aren't starting till 1. I guess that's when sports started on the East Coast, huh? And so usually as a kid, and I grew up in central New York, so it might have been rainy. Now, this particular day, it didn't matter. We were literally, I think the blinds were closed. We just got through a good batch of cartoons, and we had a free HBO, because every HBO would run a few different times a year. They would have a thing where it's like, oh, HBO's free for 2 weeks or whatever. And, other things do it even now. Or maybe it was a free trial, but so or maybe we just had HBO then. I talked about that on My Life with HBO. There was like a period where my parents were paying for HBO, I guess because they were watching it at night. But so we turned on HBO. Now, usually, like, there was like a Saturday movie that was not aimed at kids or youth. It was like, at this age, you're not really interested in that many movies or films. And we hadn't developed any taste. We were like, to go from cartoons to a non-animated movie is a pretty big jump. But a lot of times we would check or we'd just be running the TV. And I don't know if this is planned out or a spur of the moment. In my memory, it feels like a spur of the moment thing. And I feel like it was a spring or summer day. It was a Saturday for sure. And we changed it to HBO at either 10 or 11 or 12. And maybe they have, like, HBO used to have this build up with the HBO thing, and like a movie theater going into a town, launching into outer space, just like the start of a film in a movie theater. because it was creating a home box office feel. And then it would be, say, special presentation or Saturday movie or whatever, like feature. And this particular Saturday, the movie that started was the movie Raiders of the Lost Ark. And to say we were riveted, well, I can't speak for my siblings, but to say I was riveted and it was like all time in existence stopped for the next 2 hours or hour and a half, that would be an understatement. And again, I think I'm just ballparking that I was somewhere around 8, somewhere between us, even though I have a child, like I was somewhere between 8 and 11 years old, or 7 and 11 years old. I could have been 14 or 18, I don't even know. And I have no idea what year it was. I don't even have the slightest clue. And I think Raiders of the Lost Ark was a PG movie. And again, they kind of supervise it by like, oh, we'll play this PG movie during the day. That's all right. And I don't know what was going on with my parents. Again, we were in the basement where our rooms were all in this basement, and in the center of the basement was like a common room where there was a couch and a TV. And if we weren't making too much noise, it was like out of sight, out of mind for my parents. So, and then my parents had their hands full, at least my mom did, with, my dad probably was doing yard work or something. And then my mom had 3 real little kids to deal with. So we were there, we were riveted from the moment this film started till the moment it ended. And I'll talk about after it ended first before I get into trying to remember the plot, because I can just remember being shocked in the most positive way of where this film had just taken me. It was the first time I saw a movie like this. I don't think I'd seen any Star Wars movies, so I'd wanted to. And I'd probably seen some grown-up movies, but never something like this that was just targeted right as an adolescent youth, or pre-adolescent, whatever age, like a Saturday morning thriller or serial was what they were trying to recreate with that film. And that, I could tell that it was just such high quality, and the story was great, the acting was great, the action, the sets, the set pieces. And maybe I had heard about it, because it would obviously already been in the movie theaters, and probably some of my friends or kids in my class had seen it. There was probably there was already toys and stuff. I didn't have any toys, but I remember playing with some of the toys because they think their toys were different. Their action figures were a little bit different. A lot of them had, I don't know, but anyway, so I didn't have any of the toys. So it was all new to me other than some of the marketing that might have touched me. And I just remember leaving my house in the days, and it was it was nice outside, and it was really sunny. And I remember actually being in a daze, being like, holy cow. And then the kids that lived across the street from us were our friends. There was a brother and sister that was my age, Dave, and his sister Erin that was a year older. And then Brian that was a little bit the same age as my brother, Ted. And I remember seeing Dave and saying, holy cow, we just watched this movie. I can't believe what we just saw. And then wanting to live out the movie and reenact it and probably doing that, or me and my brother and sister probably doing that. And I think it's instructive because it was one of those moments I wanted to keep with me, even though it was transient and it was already gone. As a child, I wanted to carry that moment with me and hold on to it as long as possible, which is probably a good lesson. It was that movie took me on such a journey and it impressed me in such a way that I just didn't want to let go of that experience right away. And again, this would be a couple of years after that where I was old enough to go to the movies by myself, which is probably too young, but and that's when I had that summer where I was seeing a bunch of movies over and over and over again because I could pay for it myself because I had a paper route and it was only $2 or $2.50. But I just remember it literally changed my life. It's like, I can't believe, just like the first time I read really good fiction, it was like, I cannot believe this experience that was just provided for me, that I was just taken on by this thing that I totally underestimated. So, okay, so let's go through the movie, I guess, of what I can remember about it. So, Raiders of the Lost Ark stars Harrison Ford, and that's who it starts out with, and I'll already be not remembering much. So, I'm pretty sure it has, like, I don't know if this is what a cold open is, but it opens already in action, but not high action, in mystery. And they don't show Indiana Jones's face, I don't think, for a little while. Like, there's a slow build where he's adventuring with a bunch of other people, making his way through kind of a jungle setting into a temple. And I mean, I think another thing is, looking back on it, is a very problematic culturally, that he's like taking. Yeah, but I mean, I know it's fiction, but I just thinking as a kid, you didn't have that context to be like, should we really be rooting for Indiana Jones? And I mean, I guess he's a professor of antiquities, so you'd say, well, doesn't that balance it back out? So eventually, first you just see that he has like a leather jacket, hat. He's got his his trusty like thing that he uses to swing on, his like his Devo, we'll call it, where he Devos it good. And I don't know how soon we realize what he doesn't like. Is that? Oh yeah, that's not yet. I don't think. But so he and a couple of companions are like adventuring into this temple, and then he has to overcome these different, booby things, booby steps, as like a Data. I don't think Data would even say that, from Goonies. But so he goes into the temple, he loses some of his companions. One gets lost, one disappears. Oh, no. Okay. So he loses one, I think. Then he gets they have to jump or swing over, something. And he does it, the other guy does it, and he says, Indiana Jones says, hey, give me my turn to swing across on my Devo. And the guy says, boink, and he takes off. And you kind of see, this combination of adventuring and deduction, at least, that's he's like a bit of a mystery solver, too. And eventually he overcomes that obstacle. Then he catches up. He finds another booby thing, and he realizes, oh, the other guy went to the big farm through this portal. So he gets through that one. And there was just so many layered on top of one another that as a kid, you're like, holy cow, does this really exist? Like, this would be so cool. And as like a kid, like a story has stakes right away, like big stakes for the hero and the hero's sidekicks, which, they said, well, we'll prefer to visit the big farm instead of hanging with Indy. Or the one guy said, well, I'm going to go ahead of you and leave you behind. And so then eventually he gets by one thing, and then he has to go across this path, and he says, oh, this is impossible. I have to run, I think. And then he gets this golden idol, and then he even has to, weigh stuff out. And this is, been in, there's been Simpsons episodes about it and everything. And he's trying to figure out how to do it, and then he thinks he's successful. But really, he triggers this part, and this is on the Disneyland ride even, and then this giant, again, you say, was this real? Did this and I don't know, historically, did this kind of stuff exist? But this 10 or 20 foot diameter, sanded down boulder rolls after him. He has to run out, and it chases him out, and he's like, again, it's like high adventure. And then he gets out, and it's like, oh boy, he's made it. He's accomplished his victory. And then he heads down to meet up with his buddy. And I think you see his buddy, he's like waiting in a seaplane. And then you see Indiana Jones again, and he gets caught by the anti-Indy, I guess. For some reason, I usually remember his name, but right now I can't. But he says, like he's waiting there, and he's actually kind of like co-opted some indigenous people to like corner Indiana Jones. Some like warriors, and he says, "Hey, give me the like title." And there is a famous line that says like, and I don't know the line exactly, but he says, "You know, there's nothing you could possess, Dr. Jones, that I can't take away," or something. So you get the idea. This is a competitor. It kind of, it's so strong at the beginning that I guess like, and it's so impressive that like, even though he plays a part in the later part of the movie, you almost want him, I don't know, I guess there's a thirst for me to have more of him. Oh, I just heard Indiana Jones say his name in my brain, but I couldn't hear what he said. Because now all I can think of is Moriarty, but it's not Moriarty. But a very similar type relationship, like I can outsmart you. So he takes it. Then Indiana Jones says, he makes a right. He says, well, I might as well get out of here, at least with my stuff. And he heads out to get away. Then he goes to the seaplane. We realize that the person that flies the seaplane has a forest friend, a swamp friend, actually. Or no, in this case, like a friend from the jungles that believes in constriction, a pet constriction pet. And Indiana Jones says, I don't like those things. And the guy says, it's my pet, man. Like, but then they take off. They just barely get away. And even as a kid, you say, wow, that's how you open a movie, man. Holy moly. Like, wow. And then you see like a little serialized thing where I think the movie opens, but they also show Indiana Jones traveling on a map, which was cool. And so there's that. Then now I'll get mixed up because I think there's two different sets of scenes. No, I guess there's the next scene. Maybe there's a transition scene, but then we see a college. I don't know. Is this like the 1920s? I'm guessing, and then or 1930s. I don't know. I'm not. You know, history. Nothing's my strong suit except for lulling, soothing, creaky dulcet tones. But so we see, again, now we see Professor Jones. So he's like a button down now. He's got like a blazer with leather patches on the elbows, glasses. He looks more down to earth, but obviously he's very handsome. You say, oh boy, is this guy handsome? And he's kind of talking again about, I guess, like artifacts and stuff. I can't remember. He's like a professor of archaeology, I guess. Yeah, archaeologist and a professor of antiquities. Then class ends and this guy's waiting for him, who's like a little bit, not quite a mentor type of figure, but he says, and I want to say this guy's name is Llewellyn, but I'm not positive about that at all. But that name popped into my head, and he says, hey, man, let's talk. How'd things go? Oh, well, I got busted by, the jerk face. Oh, yeah, totally. And then I think he says, hey, like, there's a couple people from the State Department or something. I don't know. There's like a weird thing where he says, yeah, like, the State Department's here. They want to talk to you, or we could use your advice on something. And then they like have this meeting, and I guess we start to see like some of his adventuring supplies. We see his office and stuff like that. And then the people from the State Department are there, and they say, "Hey, we're dealing with the the worst of the worst." And he says, "Oh, and he goes, "Yeah, them." And he goes, "Oh boy." And he goes, like, AXIS? And he goes, yeah. And he goes, oh, okay. And he says, what's up? And they go, have you heard of the Ark of the Covenant? And he says, of course I heard of it. It's that's the Ark where the Ten Commandments were held, but it's also rumored to have all these powers. And that it could be like used to used in a like they could unleash a lot of power that's not like good or that someone could use. And they say, yeah, we're thinking they want to use it as a WAR. What's it good for? Absolutely something. In this case, do you think that's possible? And he says, yeah, I mean, if probably look at these pictures I have. And they say, well, where would you find it? And he goes, well, I think I'd have to find it, out there, somewhere out there beneath the sun and stars. And they say, what? And he said, never mind. Sorry, Scoots just slipped in a Fievel reference. And he says, I think I don't know. And then they say, well, we heard that they're doing this dig in Egypt. Would you look into it? And he goes, well, first I'd have to look into something else. And then I think there's some transition scene, but then we get some scenes with Karen Allen and those that are amazing. She works somewhere high up in the mountains, maybe the Himalayas. I don't even know. She runs a bar, and she's having a drinking contest. But apparently she can, hold her own, against anybody. So she's having a drinking contest with, a gentleman that's much bigger than her. And they're gambling. And then, it's like you see kind of that she's an adventurer, too. But does she have sad eyes? But she has a victory, and she's happy. At this point, she's like, this is my place. Maybe I have some sad eyes, but I'm also happy running my place here. And she has her community. And then who rolls in? But this dude in a black raincoat. And he's he's kind of representative. And again, I guess they layered these antagonists. I don't know if there's one, two, maybe there's three kind of representative antagonists, or is there two? I can't remember off the top of my head. And then smaller antagonists, but he comes in. I have no idea what his name is, and he says, "Hi." And you can already sense, I mean, this guy exudes not antagonism, but in a subtle, sour way. And a lot of people excuse themselves, and he's kind of spending time walking around. And he says, yeah, I heard you have, I'm looking for this thing that you used to find this other thing or something. Oh, we also learned that Karen Allen's father was an adventurer as well. I forgot about that part. Because that's kind of, and they say, we think your father left it behind. He was supposed to be working for us or something. And she goes, I don't know what you're talking about. And then he says, I think you do. And she says, I don't know what you're I don't. And he says, I think you do. And she says, well, I think I don't. And he says, well, I think I'm going to close your place down for business then. And gently write you a strongly worded letter. I'm going to sit down and take this pen and write a strongly worded review of your restaurant and pub and put it out on the door because they didn't have Yelp back then. And she says, why would you do that? You're not even a customer. And he says, well, that's what I need to do to teach you. Otherwise you could tell me about this artifact I need to find. Now, somehow she either had it on her or something. And then all this trouble starts. And then Indiana Jones shows up. And the sound effects, that's the other thing that stuck out to me. I've seen this in the theater a few times, too, as an adult. Is just the level of sound effects and realistic or not, just the way what they add to the film. But so starts to dance, she says, no, I'm taking the pens and paper away from you. Then Indiana Jones shows up, and they have this whole thing where they're like trying to write, and he says, all my minions write nasty reviews of this pub and restaurant. And they almost lose, like the artifact. Then he tries to grab it, and he actually he put his hand, it had fallen in ink. Then he put his hand on it to grab it. And it was like the real ink, like the stuff that doesn't come out. I mean, without a lot of wash. So he was holding it in his hand, thinking he was going to get away with it. And Indiana Jones takes it away. They say, oh, these letters were just a distraction so you could take this artifact. Also, maybe Indiana Jones had already come and she had kicked him out already, and then he came back. I can't remember, because then they all leave because they chase him away. Because they say, you didn't just hear your guy called for dinner. But he had picked it up with the ink on it, so he actually had a version of it on his hand in ink, stained in ink. Yeah, then Indiana Jones says, hey, sorry about the time, I thought, I didn't bring money for our date. And then and she goes, yeah, well, forget the whole thing. And they say, okay, well, remember, and they say, well, okay, anyway, what do you want? I'm frustrated with you. And he says, well, I need that, your dad was looking into something and I need to look into it. And she says, well, we'll look into it together, partners, or something like that. And then they fly to Cairo, I believe, all as a group, or the two of them. But so they go there. I think that's where they go. But they go to meet, Indiana Jones has a friend there, played by John Rhys Davies. John Rhys Davies plays his friend, Sala. So they go there and they meet up, and he says, what are you looking for? And he says, yeah, this is what I'm looking for. And he says, okay. And then we realize that there's somebody else, there's multiple people watching for Indiana Jones. And we see Sala has already figured that out. And he says, hey, this guy was trying to give you sour grapes. And Indiana Jones goes, I hate sour grapes. It gives me a headache. And he goes, yeah, good thing I had helped you with that. Then Karen Allen and he says, okay, well, I think I know they're doing it outside of town somewhere, so we'll go over there. And he goes, okay, let me just have an action sequence or something. He goes, maybe I'll go down to the market. And then we see Karen Allen comes out, and she looks beautiful. And so we kind of have this romantic moment. And he says, oh boy. And she says, oh boy, if you like it, put a ring on it. And he goes, okay. He goes, let's go for a walk or something. They go for a walk, and then this is one of the more famous action comedy sequences. And again, you get the sense that this is a movie that does not take itself too seriously. It's a serious movie, but it also uses a lot of comedy and high quality acting with, comedic acting. Because there's this action sequence in the market and in around this town, around the city, and Karen Allen and Indy get separated, and they have to deal with a bunch of people that are hired to take, oh, actually, they get away with her. I didn't even think about that. I guess that's what happened. Yeah. And then Indiana Jones just barely gets away. He kind of there's just a lot of action comedy. So he can't find her. Then him and Sala meet again, and they say, okay, well, they think what happens is they say, let me get to the bottom of this. Let's go figure out what they're burying or uncovering first. And we... he says, this is actually the only time we're going to be able to find it is we got to go down to where the dig site is. We need this thing, and we got to translate this. because they think it was like a headpiece, the item that Karen Allen's character, Marion, had, like it reflects the light. So he says, okay, we got to go down. Now, meanwhile, Marion's become the guest of all people, Belloc, who's Indiana Jones's rival and working for not good people. And so she says, you're working with these this is like, not good. And he goes, well, highest bidder, baby. And she goes, that's a mistake. And he goes, well, that's a mistake I'm willing to make to get to the bottom of this. Where's the thing in Indiana Jones? And she goes, you'll never find them. And he goes, well, we're trying to get to the bottom of something because we had this thing with the ink on the guy's hand and we still can't get it to work right. Oh, and that's the difference. So then Indiana Jones, they have both sides, like only one side printed on the guy's hand because, it was only on one side. So they realize, they're using the wrong size staff. So then Indiana Jones goes down. Is this what happens? Yeah, I guess he goes down there and, again, he has to deal with some things that he doesn't necessarily like. He has to overcome that. Then he finds I may be doing this out of order, but that's pretty typical. But he goes down, he says, well, let me get this thing free. Or let me find out if the Ark of the Covenant's down here. I wanted to say there was one more scene, but I think that, I guess there's like two more locations. So he finds it. And then I think Sala joins him, and then they start moving it. And I think they eventually start raising it up, and then they say, hey, thanks, you're going to stay down here. And then Indy has to get out of there, which I think he finds his way out somehow. But again, they say, oh boy, I have to overcome the things I'm not comfortable with. But they thought he was stuck there. So he gets out, and I don't know, Sala, maybe that's it for him in the movie. I guess, can't remember if he comes back in the movie. But basically, then Indy says, okay, they got Marion, maybe they have Sala, and they have the Ark. Now I got to figure stuff out. But I think he says, well, first things first, I got to rescue Marion, in this case, Maid Marion. And then she says, I don't need rescuing. He goes and finds her tent, and then she says, okay, let's get out of here. And she's the one that does that. Then they have to, then they get on this thing with this biplane, or like a plane, not a biplane, but a single-winged plane, which is very advanced for the time that the not good team has. And that's when there's all sorts of action, like that actually the stunt show in Florida has. So there's this big action sequence, tons of cool stuff, and like a whole thing of one-upsmanship and him, Indiana Jones, trying to outsmart and outdance and all that. And then I think right when, at least my memory serves, like right when they're about to get away, something else happens. I can't remember. I guess maybe I'm missing a sequence, and maybe some of this is out of sequence, but like they don't manage to get away. And Belloc, and maybe that dude in the black raincoat, and maybe one other, I'm pretty sure there's one other, or maybe it's just Belloc, says, nope, you're busted, B-U-S-T-E-D, busted by the antagonists, and so sorry. And then they say, okay, you're going to come with us because we're going to actually test this out to see if we can use this Ark of the Covenant as a WAR. What's it good for? And I think Indiana Jones tries to reason with Belloc. He says, listen, man, you're talking about like a spiritual item can't be used for what's it good for? It's good for doing good. And if you do this, it's just not a good idea. And he says, you know what? I work for this, and we believe in use, like we're co-opting spiritual forces for our own means. And Indiana Jones says that's a bad idea, man. So then they go to this remote location where they have all these like lights set up and energy boosters and all sorts of stuff like that. And Indy says, you're making a big mistake. And they say, well, I don't think we are. And he says, okay. And then they set it up, and they kind of like Indy and Marion and maybe Sal are there. And Belloc is like, gets all dressed up, because he says, well, I have to be in a fancy headdress and stuff to co-opt this energy. And it becomes this great build. And he's like almost like he's weaving spells, because he's like reading all sorts of stuff, I think. And then there's like this slow build up. And then Indiana Jones realizes, okay, like he's still deducing or unpuzzling one last mystery, I think. And he says, okay, don't like close your mouth, your eyes, and your nose. And don't open them for any reason, because that'll counter the spiritual WAR try. And because he says, you're unleashing something, power you don't understand, which ends up happening. And then Belloc releases his power. And there's a lot of special effects. It's a bit like so they had all these, they ended up, for some reason, they were also collecting candles. So all their candle collections got melted, which is frustrating to all of them. And they say, booty boo boo, man, all our candle collections got melted. So we're really unhappy. And so is we were going to use those as part of it, and they all go away. They're so frustrated. They say, we're going to the big farm where we could have, I don't think they were going there, though. They're probably not going to the big farm, if you know what I mean. And then, Indy and Marion and maybe Sal are left, and they get away, and they say, okay, well, let's bring this thing back. And then they return, and I think he says, I don't know, maybe we should go our separate ways. I don't know how they end things, but he ends up giving the Ark to the U.S. government, who just, I guess, in another piece of a think piece or a comedy piece, they put it in this giant bureaucratic warehouse, and they just store it away in the middle of nowhere. That's like, oh, this is this great discovery, and it just gets put away to never be used or discovered again and forgotten. And I think that's how it ended. And this is coming soon, another movie. And then the movie after it was called Indiana. And I guess the movie started as Raiders of the Lost Ark. Then it became Indiana Jones and the Raiders of the Lost Ark. So then the next movie was called Indiana Jones and the Temple of Achu. And that movie was the first movie that had a rating of PG-13. And I remember that just because it was a big, big deal back then. And I don't know if it impacted the box office of the movie positively or negatively. But that movie was a little bit different. Some of the main cast was not there. And I haven't seen it in a long time, so I'd have to rewatch it to kind of get a sense of, is that movie good or not? So I'm curious to rewatch it. I mean, I think it was not quite on the same level as the first movie, but again, how are you going to capture that again? I mean, I think it had some interesting parts and stuff like that. But so I guess I can't really talk about it other than I remember that I wasn't allowed to see it because it was PG-13. I was definitely not 13. I don't know. It might have been even 11 or 12. I wish I knew what ages that was. But I just remember that it was a big deal. And that all the kids were talking about, especially kids whose parents let them go see PG-13 movies, or were like, oh, I'll take you to the movie. Because up until that time, there was just G, PG, and R. And PG meant you could go. You're supposed to ask your parents, but you could kind of go. And then R was like under 18 or whatever, under 17, not admitted. And then they said, well, we need something. And again, this was the 80s. It was a very different time. Like, I think as we were kind of trying to decide, hey, what are our value systems? And there was a big push at that time for traditional value systems. They said, well, I'm not sure about this new world we're moving into. And so some people, and I don't know if that's what caused this or not. To be honest, I have no idea. But that's just my memory of the 80s saying, well, we need something that's a little bit more vanilla. We like vanilla and saccharin. Do you have those two things, like in saltine crackers? We'd prefer a film like that. Or as far as the rate, we can't have, wait, does that have sugar? Like, you know what I mean? Yeah, that's my memory. And then I remember the next sequel, what was it called? I don't know. The movie after that, the third movie had Sean Connery in it. I saw it too many times. Like one of my friends was like, the first time we all saw it, we loved it. Then one of my friends was like trying to dig into, we went to the library because we were so obsessed with like the cookies that were in the movie. And then we went and saw it again, trying to like be like, what does that painting mean? Like we were all obsessed with like the different hidden symbols in the movie, which now you could just look up on the internet and stuff. But there was a lot of hidden symbols in the movie that would pay off later in the film. And then I just saw, it was one of those movies I just saw too many times in too short a period where I don't think I've seen it in a long time. And I don't know if I can, I don't know, maybe something like associated with some other thing where I'm like, oh. So I'm not sure. It's been a long time since I saw that, but Sean Connery always makes everything great. And Harrison Ford obviously is great in all three movies. Most other cast, Denholm Elliott, I don't know if he's in all three movies or not. Is that who that is? Yeah. But really good. I don't know. And again, just a big experience as a kid for me, the first one. And interesting, too, because like Steven Spielberg talked about kind of trying to capture that Saturday serial type feel from like Buck Rogers or other stuff. So it's just like the positive echoes of childhood, how it's like, oh, well, this impacted me somehow and how I viewed the world. And then maybe this led to me making the podcast. And you say, well, you also remembered the movie, and I say, yeah, you're right. I totally misremember the movie as well. So I hope you enjoyed that, because I enjoyed telling you about it. Good night. All right, everybody. It's Scoots, of course. I'm here, and tonight I'm going to talk. It's going to be a tale of the tape. And recently, well, it's a few months ago for me, I recorded an episode about a movie theater. So I guess you'll be hearing this a few months after that, but I'm not positive when you'll be hearing this. But I talked about this second-run movie theater that had a huge place in my life. And maybe I've done this movie before, but I can't picture it. Now that I've done over 900, probably recorded like 930 episodes. Maybe I have. So maybe, I don't know, maybe this will just be a bonus of me trying to remember. But this also happened with Princess Bride, where I said, I thought I did this already. But then I said, well, I kind of didn't. But this is like one of the movies that really has a lot of meaning for me. I really love this movie. It's been a few years since I rewatched it. I'm pretty sure I rewatched it since I entered adulthood or sobriety in 2013, but maybe not. I remember watching it pre those days, but on a day when I was just kind of kicking back, I guess taking a break between wedding events for one of my brother's weddings. So I don't know if this was in the turn or the aughts, but so I remember watching this movie then, and I'm pretty sure I've seen it since then. It is rated R, so I'm not sure. Don't worry, though, if you're a kid listening. Don't worry. But I just love this movie, and it is a movie that, I don't know. So I guess I'll get into it and see where things go. The name of the movie is, it's Original Beverly Hills Cop. As with most movies I talk about, I have no idea when it came out. It was somewhere between 1987 or 6 and 1992. Though I'm guessing at the end of the 80s, 89, 88 or 89. I do wonder how well this movie stands up. I mean, I guess the movie is probably, there probably are problematic things that I'm not remembering. But the movie is a little bit about race and systemic racism. So, I wonder how that's portrayed. I just, because it's been a long time. So we'll have to see. Hopefully, usually the last few times I've rewatched the movie after I've recorded these, I would like to watch it with my daughter. And I don't know where this lands in, because I'm not good with dates, but I would, if I had to say, my personal opinion is, this is probably, and maybe, again, it's just memory, but one of Eddie Murphy's best performances, and actually where he probably doesn't get enough credit for the amount of range that he shows in a movie. And one of the main reasons is he's a little bit, for most of this movie, I don't know, I really, because I can picture it vividly in my mind, he has to do a lot of, he has to have a lot more range, and it's a comedic action role. And I guess for a lot of us, I mean, I know he did Metro. I remember seeing that. I don't remember much about it, but it was and I don't know if there was 2 or 3 Beverly Hills Cops movies. I think I was old enough to see 2 in the movie theater, but 1 I was definitely not, maybe not even 2. Or maybe 2 they made into a PG-13 movie. Again, not sure on any of this stuff. But a couple of reasons why this movie was a big deal. 1, it was R, so I didn't see it for a while. 2, it was a very different Eddie Murphy than the Eddie Murphy of the late 80s and the 90s. He's in 48 Hours, which I think was before this, and it kind of started to show his range. His character was similar and different in some ways in that movie. It showed his confidence. I guess maybe that's part of it, is that it was almost, you'd say, you wouldn't use understated in Eddie Murphy, especially 80s, early 90s in a lot of things, but this was almost an understated role comparatively, because he was just playing a cop, and I don't know. I just really think very, very highly of this film. So I'm hoping when I rewatch it, I retain that. And I guess you could check with me before we rewatch it and say, Scoots, should we rewatch it? Is it especially those of you that are younger that have never seen it, or maybe you're more familiar with the kind of overtop Eddie Murphy comedies of the aughts, and where Eddie Murphy was playing more characters and makeup based roles and CGI. I mean, this was a very young Eddie Murphy, but a very handsome, suave, but again, understated, casual suave, I would say, role. And I don't know, so almost like a softer leading man. I don't know, for me, you'd say this is the strangest thing you've ever said, but a very relatable. And I would say much more, I would put it up against a movie that was in a similar time frame of a cop, detective investigating, which would be Fletch. And I wonder, I know the Fletch source material we had at work, so I know that's based on a book. I don't know if Beverly Hills Cop was. But this one is much more straightforward, and it's very funny, but I don't know, it's not forcing the humor forward, and it is a little bit of a social commentary for the 80s, though I don't know, again, since I haven't seen it in a while, I don't know how deep about racism and classism. So if you haven't watched it, it's a movie called Beverly Hills Cop. It came out in the 80s. So that's kind of all I remember. The reason the reasons why it's so important to me. So I saw it in the, I don't know when I saw it, maybe years after it came out because it was R and I was a kid. So it was definitely a no-no. Though now remembering the movie, I'm wondering why it was R. Maybe strong language. Maybe, I mean, it definitely has some action sequences, but nothing like what a superhero. I mean, there's superhero movies probably have a lot more stuff going on. I mean, I do know that a lot of a lot of the 80s and 90s movies do have a lot stronger language because, then, I don't know, I feel like I was just like, holy cow. I don't know, maybe there were some other adult sequences. It's tough for me to remember. So the movie takes place, it opens in a very structural way, very similar to popular, really well done movies today. It opens very fast, and that's a plus. And it opens getting to know our hero and putting him in a situation. And again, I forgot what they call those. I don't know. Is it a set piece? But it opens very, very quickly. So Eddie Murphy is a police officer in Detroit, a detective. I guess he's a detective, because I said, well, what is he detecting? But in the beginning of the movie, what he's detecting is people who would buy a truckload of, what do you call those? Not counterfeit cigarettes. Oh, this was also a time where everybody smoked. Even, I don't know if they smoked on screen in this movie. That was already starting to lose traction. But cigarettes were a lot bigger deal, and they still have a lot of taxes on them. Back then, they probably had less. They don't call them counterfeit. What do you call it when you bring someone smuggled? A cigarette smuggler. So I think he was posing as a cigarette smuggler. And again, none of this may be accurate. So Eddie Murphy was on his own. He was undercover, so he's an undercover detective. And he's pretending I think he was pretending to be the seller. And I'm sure he was working his way up an organization, right? Because he was trying to get to the bottom of who was buying this or who was selling it. So I don't know. I'm pretty sure he was a seller, but because he's so funny, like playing these kind of like roles, I feel like he's improving, like that he's really a detective and he's improving, like being undercover. So he's trying to set up a deal, and he's really close to making the deal happen and catching the smugglers or the smugglees. And it's a whole truck of cigarettes. So, and why would you smuggle cigarettes, you say? And you say, well, taxes. So I would assume these were questions that probably came up as a kid that I had to figure out. So if they were in Michigan, maybe the cigarettes were from a state or from Canada where there was less taxes. And they said, well, we could sell these for much lower. So I guess like maybe, I don't know, maybe there's a message in there. No representation without taxation. Like people, come on, no smoke, no exhalation without some taxation. But so I don't remember what goes wrong. I can kind of remember, I think he was like, maybe he wasn't, maybe he was just observing. Because I think he had like a red, so, and also talk about being ahead of times. I mean, people say that the old Social Network was the one that invented wearing hoodies. Like hooded sweatshirts, especially zip-up hoodies. But holy cow, Eddie Murphy was rocking a hoodie sweatshirt through this whole movie. I think in the beginning of the movie, a red one. And then I guess Trading Places is a pretty big range. But the Trading Places, again, is a little bit, that just popped in my head because I think that's where he has a red hooded sweatshirt. But he has a blue one or a black one through most of this film. And it also reminds me of Adam Sandler for some reason, because Adam Sandler's like constantly casually dressed, and he kind of says, "Yeah, this is like I get to like this is I'm wearing what's comfortable." So I don't know if that was a big deal at the time, where like as the lead of this film, I mean, I guess Eddie Murphy really looks stylish, especially in this film, in anything. But well, what I was saying is like, don't get it twisted that Zuckerberg was the first person to wear a hooded sweatshirt of, that fame. It was Eddie Murphy in, was this movie called Beverly Hills Cop? Oh, I forgot to fill in. Well, I talked about it in another episode, but why this movie was so important. We'll get back to the sequence. We'll be back to the movie soon. But so the reason it was so important, so by my house was this theater, a Genesee Theater. And I think that's what it was called. It was so Genesee Theater. And it showed second run movies. And it was by my house. It was also in a plaza where we would go a lot. We didn't go grocery shopping at this plaza, but a couple things we would go to. There was a bakery there where you could buy individual sized pizza doughs that were kind of like pizzas. They were half baked, and we would, for a lot of birthday parties, we would buy these little pizza rounds, and then everybody would get to make their own pizza, and you felt like you did something, and that was pretty cool. And then there was a used bookstore and magazine store that we would go to, or at least me, my brother, my dad, maybe my sister. And me and my brother would go there and get old Mad magazines and Cracked magazines. And we would, like, literally, maybe I talked about that in the episode. One of my happiest memories. And then I think we went there one time with somebody else who said, look at, there's magazines that kids aren't supposed to look at right by these kids' magazines. And that became a little bit distracting because because you could go there. I mean, this was really a used book, and I don't know if they had comics, but we could buy Mad magazines from like 5 to 10 years earlier for nothing, including the specials. And it was just the greatest thing. And then we could read those all summer long or all break and Cracked. And a lot of times we didn't know what half the jokes meant. Sometimes there'd be National Lampoons in there. But those are definitely from older kids. But they'd be like TV shows that would already been canceled, or that we didn't watch, like Magnum PI. But maybe something like that's canceled that we didn't watch. I don't know, like Falcon's Crest. But also that's where the theater was, and so I'm positive about this, but I've never looked it up to find out. But I'm pretty sure that at that movie theater, Beverly Hills Cop was at that movie theater. It felt like for a year. And to me, it's however old I was like, this is got to be the most successful movie in second run cinema of all time. Because it kind of felt like it was always there. Like other movies would be playing, but they'd have like a 10 o'clock showing on their sign out front and then on their newspaper ad every single week. And of course, because I couldn't see the movie, I guess that was it's just always. I said, this movie must be amazing. How come not everybody's talking about it? Like this should be they should be leading on the news. And for some of you, that might sound over the top, but I'm not kidding. Like I would have thought, like they'd be like, yeah, this is who was that? Dan Rather reporting. And we've got some stuff about oil and other stuff, but we wanted to lead again with the Beverly Hills Cop Watch. It is still playing at the Genesee Theater and, second and first run theaters worldwide. It has generated, billions of dollars and is the most beloved film, but it's still rated R. So kids, you can't see it. One day, when you're old enough to see it, it won't be in the theaters, but, don't worry. Don't vet this thing called streaming. So I just watched a movie that was already the seed, the forbidden fruit. And when I actually tasted the fruit, it was not a letdown. And I think it was a while. And maybe it was that I saw Beverly Hills Cop 2 first and then saw this movie. And I was like, holy mackerel. And I'm pretty sure on the poster, it's like, oh, and he also had kind of like a varsity jacket, I think. Now that I'm picturing Eddie Murphy like sitting on the hood of a car, just looking cool. And I also accept the fact that all this could be wrong. But so back to the film. So there Eddie Murphy is. I almost had his name. I forgot the character's name. It'll be interesting me trying to remember anybody's name. I can hear his like, what do they call that? His superintendent or whatever yelling at him. Oh, I almost had it. I think it's 3 syllables. Well, some of you are already saying, Scoots, come on. Billy? Is that what it is? Billy Rydell? No, that can't be it. But so, no, Billy, is Billy the, well, anyway, okay. So he's trying to make this deal, and then something goes wrong. Something alerts the smugglers to the fact that he's on the job. And I'm not sure what it is. It wasn't his slip up, of course. It was someone else. Like maybe they were listening in, or maybe, and then he even tries to ham that up, like, and he says, almost pulls it off. But then, of course, there's an action sequence, and then we see, okay, whoa, so this movie's funny, and we have a hero, clearly, and our hero is very confident and skilled, but also likable, and there's going to be action. So there's an action sequence with the truck, and he's in the back of the truck. I'm sure there's a car chasing behind, and he's trying to defuse the situation, and eventually he does, and he succeeds. But he has to do it, of course, in a way that, however he resolves things a lot of times, is too over the top. So however he resolved it, or whatever tactic, he uses some tactic, of course, that's not okay with the authority figures. And I'm not exactly sure what it was. But so he goes back to the office. Of course, he's like in with the like regular, like other working officers. And you can see that he's popular and has like a sense of humor or whatever. Like they say, wow, you're really somebody we look up to. But then his boss is very upset with him. And his boss is like like uses loud words. Because, this was, I guess, an 80s trope. It's like, the cop that can't follow the rules but gets it done with style. But this was I don't know. Like I said, this has had a little bit more range than those tropey movies. And I think it was, personally, I think it was those softer moments, which gets followed up very quickly. In this, like, inquisitiveness, I think with some other strong of these detective comedy performances that I really like, there is no, like, it feels like a blank mask, where this character really felt like a human being. And it is because those softer moments, and it is like what happens is I think it's what happens, I don't remember. He goes back to his apartment, and his buddy's there, or his buddy calls him to get dinner, get some drinks, like his old friend he hasn't seen in a while. And none of this could be correct. No, none of this may be correct, but it's like at some point, I'm pretty sure he gets there with his friend. Oh, wow, I just remembered somebody, who's in this movie is, oh my gosh, holy cow. I just remember one of the characters in the movie, I'm pretty sure, is one of our friends from Better Call Saul and Breaking Bad. I'm 99.9% positive. But not 100%, because there is 2 sets of villains, and then there's the villains, Heavy or whatever, who is, we'll get to it. I'll look it up on Wikipedia to resolve some of these questions later. Okay, so you get and so distracted. So he meets up with his friend, or yeah, he runs into his friend. I think his friend like is at his house or his apartment, or they go out to dinner. And his friend says, "They said, man, I haven't seen you in a while. What'd you show up for?" And his friend says, "Well, I miss you, man, and I love you." And his friend, now he's like. Axel Foley. Axel Foley. Bronson Pinchot is in this movie. I just remembered. Okay, so he says, so Axel's the one that, like, became a cop, made something of himself. This is his childhood friend that couldn't get anything right. It's always in trouble. So he says, what do you got going on? Mikey. So he says, what do you got going on? And he says, well, look, I found these things when I was working. I think this is what happens. And he says, you can't do that. You got to bring them back. And they're like, this is the thing. I'm thinking of they're German bearer bonds, that's what I thought they were, bearer bonds, which is, think of the same thing that happens in the movie Die Hard. But I'm not. I guess we'll have to do that for the holidays. Yeah, I think that's what. Like, and I thought they were bearer bonds, bearer bonds. Like the bearer of these bonds gets paid. And actually, I think they take place in the Jason Bourne books when I was rereading those. But so he says, "Oh boy," and I don't even know if it happens really fast or it takes a while. But all of a sudden, the door opens, and the people that own the bearer bonds say, "Hey, these are our bearer bonds. They belong to our boss, and Mikey, you shouldn't have taken them." And it's Jonathan Banks, beloved actor. Though you'd be surprised. You say, "Whoa, holy cow!" So they say they speak strongly to Mikey and Axel, and I think, it happens fast, so Axel can't really react or something, and then they say, "You're gonna have to come with us, Mikey." And I think then Mikey goes to visit he goes his bearer bond is cashed. He gets cashed as a bearer bond. So then Axel says, well, and they just take off. So he says, what is this? How did these tough guys just show up? And they had they sent my friend to cash his bond at the big bond bank in the sky. And they say, holy mackerel, I can't believe any of this. He says, like, so I think what happens is, his interest is piqued. And again, these are the small moments when he's with his friend. And then he just says, something's not right here. In addition to the fact he said, well, my friend stole this stuff from, I don't even know who these people are. And maybe he can't find his friend at first, but I'm pretty sure they say, well, you bringing this into the big farm. And so basically I think he goes and meets with his boss, and he says his boss was already mad. And I don't know if he asks for permission or he just says, my friend went to the big bank in the sky, so I got to take a break. I'm going to take a vacation. But his boss is already on to something. He says, well, just don't go do anything brash. He says, well, no, I'm going to take a break or go to California. And he calls, I think he calls his friend Jenny. Wait, can't think of it'll come to me, but, and I don't know if he calls her or just goes there, but there's a couple sequences, of course, that I'm going to remember out of order, but they're so cool. So basically the next thing you know, he's in Beverly, like Los Angeles. And again, and this is the 80s, so if you think Hollywood and Los Angeles and Beverly Hills was La La Land now in the post-aughts, back then it was a legend. I don't know, there's just a lot of mystique, especially with Beverly Hills. So you see, like he goes to Beverly Hills. That's where his friend worked, at a warehouse of an art dealer where his friend Jenny works. And at first he's just trying to figure out, he's just trying to get to the bottom of it, right? I don't think he's connected even all those dots other than his friend worked there. So he goes to Beverly Hills and he checks, I don't know where he first gets the idea or how he pulls this off. And I'm also not sure where he gets his car from, but at some point he goes and checks into the Hollywood Beverly Hills Hotel. That's what it's called, right? And he checks in there and, I don't know, I'm missing some sequence, and he gets brought in and he goes into the police station and he's like, first of all, he's like I think the first people that take him in are these Taggart and Billy Taggart and, oh man. But there's a young cop and like an older, gruffer cop, and they go into the station and he's like, holy cow, look at how much funding you have and how fancy the station is. And then he meets like the head of the department there. And he basically, at first I think he like pulls a fast one. He says, yeah, I'm like on a case, so I'm working. But maybe he calls his boss and, yeah, but immediately within 5 minutes, two of the three main characters take a liking to him, and the third character still a little bit gruff until he sees his Axel has to like win him over, and I guess it just shows a lot of echoes of the current times. Because it's like it kind of ingrained in the system, I guess, like say, well, shouldn't you just treat me with respect? Eventually he's like, first he says he's just on vacation. And they say, oh, okay, well, enjoy your time then. Sorry about the mix up. Also, we talked to your boss though, and he says, if you're investigating anything, don't bother coming home. So I guess what I would call that sequence, like, so there's a couple sequences. There's like the shine of L.A. and then the fanciness of the hotel. And then there's a lot of comedy with him checking into the hotel and like whatever, all the over the top Hollywood, Beverly Hills, Bel Air stuff. Then there's him dealing with the problematic police department and overcoming that. And then, of course, he becomes friends, I don't know, pretty quickly, I think, I don't know. I'm trying to just think of, like, what makes things change, like, what shifts things. But at first, there's, like, some skepticism, and they're very problematic authority figures, I'd say. Then there's a sequence either before or after this where he's looking. So he meets up with his friend Jenny. That's when he meets our comic genius Bronson, of course. And then, so he goes to art gallery. He says, hey, let's just catch up. He drinks an espresso because they have an espresso. Like, I think Bronson runs the espresso counter at the art gallery. And his friend Jenny is like the manager. Then he meets the owner, who is this guy, Victor Maitland, which I still think is one of the best villain names, Victor Maitland. And he says, okay, this, like, you could tell just by the casting that this guy's, like, up to no good. But, he acts all pleasant. And then Jenny says, well, I love working here. Nothing strange is going on at all. And Eddie says, no, there's something I can't put my finger on. And then he says, let me look around. So then he starts digging a little deeper and he gets into the warehouse. And that's where he finds, like, again, smuggling or something. Like they're smuggling bear bonds and maybe other things in the art, but he definitely doesn't have any proof. And also they're following him. Like, so then he constantly has to like work with the like at some point he stops like going against the authority figures. He has enough fun with them that he just like gets in their car. And he again, at first it's like he's kind of like trying to get them to buy into what he's discovered, even though he's still on a hunch. And I guess it happens pretty fast, but maybe we'll see when I look up the plot. And then I guess yeah, there's something. There's a big hole because eventually he finds some clue that Victor Maitland, but like not only is Mikey, but there's something else involved. And so they start to come around on his police work, but they're still doubtful and they don't want him involved. And whatever. And then there's like the big 80s action sequence at the end. I guess there probably is one like action sequence in the middle of the story. There's got to be. But like at the end, it's like the older cop, the gruffer cop with the mustache, the head of the department is like he's bought in. Like he says, wow, this is great detective work, but he's not involved directly. Then there's Judge Reinhold is one of he plays the younger, what do you call that? Like a green or naive Beverly Hills cop. He's an actual Beverly Hills cop. But he's the one that's kind of like trying to soften the other ones to be like, I think this guy has a point. And he's like, his name's Billy. Billy, I think the other guy's Taggart and he's Billy, but he could be Billy Taggart and the other guy could have a totally different name. But so eventually those three end up, there's some sort of big chase or multiple chases, and then they end up at Victor Maitland's mansion. And they have to get in there and so I guess maybe in the 80s, like smuggling and that kind of stuff was like, holy cow, it's like a real thing. Oh, but there's like also, yeah, now I'm remembering other stuff from the movie. They say like, I can't believe that. Like, so it definitely exposes like embedded problems in our culture. Okay, so let's see what it says on Wikipedia, because that's all I can remember. Oh, so it was produced by Eddie Murphy Productions, Ann Simpson, and Bruckheimer. Let's see. Daniel Petrie Jr. wrote the screenplay. Stories by Danilo Bach and Daniel Petrie Jr., produced by Simpson and Bruckheimer. Directed by Martin Brest. I'm pretty correct on the poster and the hoodie. Let's see what it says. Trying to see what the poster says. Like the quote, he's been chased, thrown, and busted. Oh, yeah, he gets thrown out of, I think, a bank or Eddie Murphy is a Detroit cop on vacation in Beverly Hills. But I want to kind of figure out the stuff that I forgot. John Ashton, Ronnie Cox, and Steve Burkoff are some of and Lisa Eli Bacher. Oh, I forgot about the music. And I don't know if the music is so good, but that might be more Beverly Hills Cop 2. We'll see what it says. It came out in 1984 for the holiday season. Wow, it was released distributed by Paramount. Just 1984, I'm way off. No wonder I never saw this movie. It's 105 minutes long, so it is a quick one. I mean, comparatively now. $13 million to make, made a $316 million. So I could be right. 234 in North America, and it was the highest grossing film released in 1984. And that would make sense if I saw it in 84 and it was still in the movie theater in 85. Let's see. It was nominated for Favorite Motion Picture, People's Choice Awards, Golden Globe for Best Motion Picture, Musical or Comedy, Academy Award for Best Screenplay. It was a blockbuster. Okay, so yeah, let's see. The plot, it goes, this is from Wikipedia. Then he meets up with his buddy, Mickey Tandino. Oh, then he ended up working, for Jenny Summers. Shows him some German bear bonds. He wonders how he got them, but chooses not to question him. Oh, yeah, they go to a bar, then they go to the big bank in the sky. Axel asks for permission to look into it, but Inspector Todd says, don't worry about it. So then he says he's going to take a vacation. Oh, because it happened in Detroit, of course, yeah. He finds Jenny working in an art gallery, learns Mickey's ties to Victor Maitland, the gallery's owner. Oh, he poses as a flower delivery person. And that's where he meets Victor Maitland. That's where he meets Andrew Bogomil and Sergeant Taggart and Billy Rosewood. Billy Rosewood, yeah, that's another really great name. John Taggart, Lieutenant Bogomil. They follow him. Taggart, he uses a banana to trick them. Oh, no, first he gets food delivered from room service. It doesn't say, I don't know how he, pulled off maybe just put everything on a credit card. Billy and Taggart do not get along with Axel first, but then they develop a mutual respect. Because they solve something else. Because one of the things that's a contrast is that they try to make some of the problematic behavior they show is like a programmed, like that the Beverly Hills officers have to follow these rules by the book, and that they can't think for themselves, and that Axel is trying to teach them, hey, you got to think for yourself and trust your instincts sometimes, and loosen up. Okay, then, so they foil something, and then they say, wait a second, especially Taggart says, oh, wait, you're he says, oh, cop to cop now. Sorry, I was problematic, which is, well, that behavior was not okay. Okay, so then that's when he sneaks in. He finds coffee grounds. She says, okay, you know what you're smuggling when, and that they're circumventing customs. So then again, he goes to Bogomil, who Bogomil kind of buys into it. But then there's another person, Chief Hubbard, who wants him out of town. Oh, yeah, he says something, the buffet at the brunch at the Beverly Hills Hilton or something. But then they say, okay, we got to go to Maitland's warehouse where there's a shipment. That's when they find the evidence. Then Maitland takes Jenny with him, and they're going to deal with Axel. So Axel and Jenny get caught by Maitland. Maitland's going to take Jenny, and Billy has to save the day. Taggart had given up, but then they come to it, and then that's when they figure it out at the end, and they get in. So I didn't miss too much. Then at the end, they say, Axel says, can you smooth things over with my boss? Paul Reiser's in this movie, Jonathan Bank, Damon Wayans is, that's funny. He plays a small role. Bronson been shown. Let's see, 1977 was when they first started pitching the movie. Luckily, it sounds like a couple of people they had lined up were definitely not Eddie Murphy. I mean, famous actors, but only Eddie Murphy could have pulled this off, I think. It did receive critical acclaim upon its release. Janet Maslin of the New York Times said, Eddie Murphy doing what he does best. I don't know. No one says that he had, range, though. I mean, they say, oh, yeah, he's fast-talking, hip, shrewd. Eddie Murphy exudes a kind of cheeky, cocky charm that's been missing from the screen since Cagney was a pup. Axel became Murphy's signature role. Oh, yeah, other people say, yeah, this was a flawless masterpiece. Though some people said, someone from the National Review said it was a contemptible film. It's got an 82% on Rotten Tomatoes. Came out at the holidays at 84. It was in first place. It made $15 million in the first 5 days. And it stayed at number one for 13 consecutive weeks. Returned to number one in its 15th week. And tied Tootsie for the most weeks at number one. So, yeah, 15 weeks is like half a year. That's at number one. So it could have been in the second-run theater after it came out for almost a year. And, yeah, the soundtrack had like this instrumental song that's really popular, Axel F, for Axel Foley. That was by Harold Faltermeyer. And then Neutron Dance by the Pointer Sisters, which was, holy cow, that was like an unbelievable song. And I think that's it, Legacy. Let's see what it says about Legacy. Oh, it was 2 sequels. I don't remember Beverly Hills Cop 3. Reinhold was in both movies. The second film had mixed reviews, but was successful in the box office. The third film, neither critically or commercially successful. Sean Ryan pitched a pilot in 2013 with Axel Foley's son, but it was not picked up. Brandon T. Jackson. And in 2019, Netflix licensed an option for a 4th sequel. So we'll see if that happens. That would be interesting. I mean, I think without Eddie Murphy, it's really tough for me to think about it. But yeah, so that's a little bit about a movie I barely remember. Let me just, before I'll slow it down even more, before I let you go, I'll just check the entry for the other 2 plots. I know the first plot, or the first, second movie, whatever you call it, first sequel was like that something like whoever was the lieutenant, he has to go to turn in a bear bond, but I don't know what else is there. It was 1987, so I still didn't see this either in the theater. Directed by Tony Scott. It has a pretty sweet poster at sunset. Let's see if anybody else is in it. Reinhold, Ronnie Cox, John Aston, Dean Stockwell, Paul Reiser. Oh, Paul Reiser's like his partner, I think, in Detroit. Made less movie than the first film, but it still was successful. 157. Oh, there's oh, wait, doesn't this have, is this the same movie? Yeah, Bridget Nielsen's in it. Okay, so I remember this one. It's like a couple mysteries within a mystery. So it wasn't, yeah, it kind of, so I guess I kind of remember it. Dean Stockwell. And then let's see, I don't remember Beverly Hills 3 at all. So Beverly Hills Cop 3 came out in 1994, so it's a pretty long break. It was directed by John Landis. They had worked together. Let's see what we say. Axel Foley returns to Beverly Hills. Counterfeiters this time, who had dealt with his boss. He teams up with Billy Rosewood. They go to an amusement park known as Wonder World. Has a lot of cameos, including Robert B. Sherman, Arthur Hiller, John Singleton, Joe Dante, Barbet, Schroeder, Peter Madak, Ray Harryhausen, and George Lucas. And let's see, plot. Let's see. Yeah. Oh, they go. Yeah, same kind of thing. They're on the trail. So maybe that's another thing that didn't work. I don't know. But so anyway, the first movie meant a lot to me, and it still does. And so I wanted to talk about it. Thanks so much, and good night. All right, everybody. Scoots here, and this will be interesting. And so I realized today, I had it like over the weekend and then today, I spent a lot of time kind of keeping an idea of like what I'm going to record during the week for the Tuesday, the random style episodes, that we have a couple different styles we do. And I thought of one thing or a couple things we'll be covering in the next year or so, but I said, wait a second, so I thought, like I said, we've covered a lot of the seminal movies of my childhood, and in my like middle school, like late grammar, elementary school, middle school, and high school, and beyond years, and some formative movie-going experiences. I don't know if we've covered them all, but we covered the Roger Moore James Bond movie with Grace Jones and Tanya Roberts and Christopher Walken, A View to a Bridge with Zeppelin. And while that wasn't a beloved, that was just an important movie for me, I think it was the first James Bond movie I saw in a theater. And I believe we've covered Goonies and Back to the Future. All three of those movies were related to a period in my life when I still played with toys. But when I became aware, that was just a big summer of movie going for me. And where I became aware that movies were made, that there were people that worked on movies. And it would follow up with another big summer, which maybe we'll talk about because I don't think we've covered any of those movies. Then another big movie-going experience for me was Beetlejuice. Another, movie memory I had that we covered was Pee-wee's Big Adventure. And we've covered Beverly Hills Cop and Indiana Jones and the Raiders of the Lost Ark. Dustbusters. So all really important experiences for me. But the foundation was built on the first, there's the first three movies that I'm aware that I went to the movie theater and saw. Two of which were animated movies, The Sword and the Stone and The Fox and the Hound, which is interesting that their titles are similar in a sense. And then this movie, which I should have total recall of, but I don't think I have, and that is the first Star Wars movie I ever saw. And I don't know which episode it is. Episode 6, I guess? Star Wars Episode 6. Why do I always want to say it's Episode 3? 3, 4, 5. Maybe it's 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So I think it's Episode 6. And it's called Return of the Jedi. And I think it'd be interesting for me to do a tale of the tape about that. But I guess I'll talk a little bit more about my going to the movie. I've talked about going to the movie before, even in the Beetlejuice one. And I can remember. I think this is like a kind of an idea of the power of Star Wars. So in this period of time in the 80s. Was that I don't know what year Raiders, or what is this movie called? Empire, no. Ewoks Make a Village? No, it's called Return of the Jedi. Okay. I can't even remember that. Or Jedi, as it may be called. But so I played with Star Wars toys, but I never saw Star Wars movies until Return of the Jedi. And I'm not even sure if this was on the first or the second run of Return of the Jedi. And this may be my imagination, but I thought that Star Wars, A New Hope, and Empire Strikes Back were so popular that they even had revivals before the third movie came out. So whatever they came out, then it came out again, then Empire Strikes Back came out, and then Empire Strikes Back came out again, and then Return of the Jedi came out. And I'm not talking about reprints or anything, but I'm not sure if that happened or not. But like I can remember seeing, especially Empire Strikes Back, I can remember seeing the commercials on TV, all the cross promotions, and then the toys, but not being able to see the movie because I don't know. They said, "Well, you're just too impressionable and young. We don't need you go. You can't go into. We don't need you trying to go a long time ago and far, far away. You're already far, far away anyway." And, we don't need to, we don't need this, these, I don't know. I guess it's like just too intense. Plus there's 6 kids in my family. I would have been old enough. And I don't know if my father or mother. What was interesting is I saw a lot of Star Trek movies with my father. Again, not on the first run, but on the, at a historical theater. So I don't know. Maybe I don't know if I ever talked about that, but I'll talk about it another time, maybe. So at some point, Return of the Jedi came out, and my father decided that at least my brother Carl and I, and maybe my sister Sheila, were at a place where we could go see this movie. And again, my expectations were not based on reality. I guess I had been to 2 movies, so I don't know why I thought this, but I thought that they would give away free toys or they would have a toy store. And in some sense, I don't want to brag, but I guess I was a visionary. I thought they would have a pop-up toy store selling I thought they'd be steeply discounted because you paid for the movie, or they would just give you a free action figure. But if they would have had a pop-up toy store at the movie theater, they would have made even more money. So, not to give anybody an idea, because I don't know if any other movies are driving that kind of toy purchasing. I mean, I will say, I guess nowadays people do, it would be hard to track, and people would just keep the boxes and sell them on eBay. But I said, well, if you gave away a troll doll at one of those movies with every ticket, that would be pretty fun. So, I don't know. I guess it's like I wouldn't need the kid behind me saying, hello, could you comb my hair? I'm a troll. I'm behind you. I say, I'm trying to watch Trolls, Throwback City or whatever the next, I don't know. I haven't seen any of those movies. Probably would. I don't have anything against them. I think it's Justin Timberlake and Anna Kendrick. I don't know. Is that who's in those movies? Okay, but so when I went to Star Wars, I was like trying to already plan out. I know they had, I didn't know anything about the movie, but I'd seen the ads, so I know they had the Grammarian Guard. And I probably wrote my brother in with him and said, well, what toy are you going to pick out for the movie when they give away the free toys? And I wanted the Grammarian Guard. And I don't know, my brother imaginarily picked out, but it ended up there was no free toys or toys for sale at the movie theater. And I have no idea what movie theater we went to, because whenever I think about it, and I'm like, oh, that's probably the movie. I picture this actual movie theater that we didn't really go to the movies at. The same movie theater, out in the suburbs of Syracuse, where most of the movies I saw, well, maybe Camillus Mall would have been where I saw most of the movies. Anyway. Where was I? Interesting stuff here. Oh, boy, or is this interesting stuff? So let's see. Okay, so, yeah, let's cover the movie. I'm trying to think any other memories I have. Just wanted to see the movie. So we were probably pretty excited. Other than being disappointed that you didn't get a free... I mean, I remember really enjoying the movie and the experience, but I don't remember... And I also remember let down because I had unrealistic expectations of getting a free toy or trying to talk my dad into buying a discounted toy. Just an action figure. That's all I was asking for. I wasn't asking for a, play set or anything. But at this point, I understand how the world works. So, okay, I accept it. So, what is the movie called again? Return of the Jedi, which is pretty important. So here's what I know. And again, you might say, Scoots, come on. There's no way you can't remember how this movie goes or the major plot points. And I say, do you want to bet? Because I bet you I can not remember. because I can't remember. So at first I thought it opened on the Ewok, on the moon of Endor, but now I realize, I said, no, it couldn't have started there, because why, what are they doing there and why? So I said, you're right, where does it begin? And they said, well, where did the last movie end? And I said, with the Lando double cross. And they said, okay, so that's where it ended. And like they get like Han was placed like in a state of suspended animation, and Luke was had dealt with some of his father issues, which caused great emotional, impact on him. But he was rescued by, I think, by Lando, Leia, C-3PO, R2-D2, and Chewbacca. And I guess Lando had parlayed that. So in some sense, like, we can't hold anything against Lando, because really, he said, this is the best I could do. I didn't really have a choice. They got here before you did. That's in the other movie, though. So it opens, I'm pretty sure this is how it opens. And actually, when you think about the opening, at least, and you think about genres in films, you say, well, this is interesting, because, and I didn't look at it this way, but it's a bit of a, like a caper style heist type setup. But it already starts, the beginning of the movie starts when that has already been implemented. And I say, wow, like, I really like those choices, because it has a lot more impact than if you showed the planning of it. They say, okay, that's not a way to start a movie. That this is just going to be a segment of, but then you say, well, okay, then what purpose? Well, that's where we left off. It's like a Saturday morning serial, so you need this sequence. And I say, well, it's a cool sequence. I'm not criticizing it. I'm just saying, and it says in like the overall arching plot of the three movies, how does it fit in there? And I say, okay, well, I guess one, it demonstrates where Luke is on his progression. So you say, okay, you're right about that. That stuff's impressive. And then it kind of tells the story of Han and Leia. Okay, fair enough. And then something happens, but you don't remember. Like, are you just buying time because you don't know what? And I say, no, I know what happened. I'm pretty sure here's how it happens. And it reminds me of Wizard of Oz as well. There may or may not be. I think what happens is, and now I don't know. Like, I think maybe, do C-3PO, is it open with C-3PO and R2-D2 and they go to the door, and that's like kind of the, maybe that is what happens. Interesting. So this is what I think happens. I guess I thought something else happened, but I said, wait a second, that doesn't answer all my questions. So now I think what may have happened is, so R2-D2 and C-3PO show up at the desert Tatooine, which we've seen a lot of, maybe, somewhere outside of Mos Eisley Spaceport. And we go there, and we're at the palace of Jabba the Hutt. Oh, you know what? They start off with the crawl that fills you in. So the crawl, the movie said, okay, chapters 1, 2, 3, 6, Return of the Jedi. Star Wars, the Empire's working on, I don't know if I read this, but like it confused me later, but I think they were working on a new Death Star. Rebel Alliance has been trying to get, scattered across the galaxy. Luke Skywalker hints, but somewhere the crime lord, Jabba the Hutt, what'll happen next? Just something like that. Darth Vader is at the height of his powers with the Emperor Palpatine. And soon, they have a crushing grip. It won't be long till they have a crushing grip on the galaxy. So that didn't help us. But so I think R2D, so it opens with maybe some desert shots. So then let's just say this happens. In my mind, it did. It didn't though, but I'm trying to remember. they show up at what do you call that thing? Jabba's palace. And like very much like the Wizard of Oz, something asks them, what do you want? And they say, we're here to see Lord Jabba or whatever, Lord Hut. And then just like C-3PO says, how rude. I don't appreciate your tone. Because it has like this camera eye. And then it says, eventually they say something. They said, let us in. Because, we're very, very valuable and we could be, we've been gifted to the Lord Jabba. So I think they go in and we go into Jabba's palace. Jabba's got rockin' band and eats a lot of stuff. He's got, what do you call those, like something that laughs at all his jokes, the pets. He's got people that work for him. And you can see that Jabba lives in the world of Vice. And at some point, we see Princess Leia working undercover. And I don't know how long it takes to reveal that also, and this was one of the cooler action figures, is that Lando Calrissian is also working undercover. So I think that's slowly revealed. And C-3PO says, basically, I'm here to work for you. I think a gift from Luke Skywalker or something, or maybe a trade. I can't remember, because your majesty or whatever. And then I think there's a sequence that goes by, and maybe R2 is like serving drinks, and C-3PO is like has to run as a protocol droid, can speak whatever billion languages. And we saw this palace at the end of the second season of Mandalorian, which was cool because it was a similar sequence. We see the Gamorrean Guard, who are like the guards of Jabba's tough guys. Then at some point we get this mysterious sound effects and doors opening, and then in comes cloaked, just like I guess is similar to the end of the second season of Mandalorian, Luke Skywalker, cloaked undercover. So at some point, here's a spoiler. At some point, Mandalorian and, this is in the few, wait a second. I'm confused about the timelines now. Because at the end of The Mandalorian, it's a younger Luke Skywalker, younger than the Return of the Jedi Skywalker, right? Is that correct, or am I way off? Or is Luke Skywalker older? Oh, yeah, Mandalorian takes place after Return of the Jedi. Okay. So that was just my mistake, among many. Okay, that solves that. So Jabba's having a party or whatever. That's all, Jabba's, putting on Vice. Then this cloaked figure shows up and has no trouble with all Jabba's henchmen and says, hey, I'm here for Han Solo and my droids and all that. And the Jabba says, your tricks won't work on me because I'm too smart. And Luke says, well, I'm pretty tough. So, and then Jabba has a secret door where Luke goes to visit Jabba's pet, who's this dog that keeps drooling. And Jabba says, if you can't, if you don't want to be covered in drool, because I heard that grosses you out. And I think this was a stop motion sequence. So then we have, I haven't seen this movie in a long time, but we have Luke dealing with the in the stop motion sequence, dealing with the dog and trying to get the dog to just say, hey, if they give the dog, you just got to brush the dog's teeth, really. So Luke figures out if he brushes the dog's teeth, the dog will stop drooling. Problem solved. But it takes a while. Now, looking back on it now, I say, did Luke know this was going to happen because of something that happens later? But I don't know. So, but also Luke's trapped because it's a secret door. Meanwhile, Lando goes and tries to rescue Han Solo. Like, I don't know if I guess he defrosts him. And Chewie's down there, too. Or is Chewie... Yeah, I can't remember if Chewie's with him or not, because Chewie's pretty mad at Lando. But whatever, he defrosts Han, but Han can't see because it takes a while for your eyesight to come back. So that happens, and they get discovered, so they get caught too. Now, I don't think Princess Leia got discovered, though, so she's still undercover, I believe, but I've been wrong about everything else. So then Jabba says, okay, I got a better idea for all these, all these punks. Now, it could be that could be that Lando's still undercover, though, and he doesn't get caught. I can't remember. I'm feeling like Lando is still undercover at this point, so maybe, it's just Luke had rescued, Han and Chewie. So I don't know, but those, let's just say those three are busted. Everybody else is still undercover. So they say, okay, we're going to take you out to the desert to the Sarlacc, which it turns out the Sarlacc, dealt with the Krayt Dragon. The Krayt Dragon dealt with the Sarlacc at some point. I think, because I think that's how, Justified got the his armor, Boba Fett's armor. But anyway, not important yet. So they go out there. They're on these like skiffs. But Jabba has this giant party barge. Now you could get this. I don't know if you could get the party barge, but you could definitely. At least somebody I played with had that skiff, which was cool. And it's kind of like a pirate movie at this point. So that Luke has to walk the plank, and they're going to make Han and Luke walk the planks. Yeah, so I believe all that stuff happened. So then they're on the skiff. Boba Fett's there watching over, because Boba Fett was the one with Darth Vader, one of the people with Darth Vader that busted Han Solo. So they take him out, and they're going to make him walk the plank and meet this Sarlacc, a pit of Sarlaccian pit or something. And Jabba says, oh, boy, is this, this thing, this is exactly what you deserve. They're probably making bets on it. Great action sequence. I'm not doing it justice, obviously. But Luke had already thought of this or something, because he has like his lightsaber inside of, what do you call that thing? What's that thing called? R2-D2. So R2-D2 at some point throws Luke his lightsaber. He does you see over these sequences of how he's progressed as a Jedi, and his powers increased, his abilities have increased. And so Luke does a bunch of moves. And also, I think even in this scene, we see that Luke has become somewhat he's become a little bit of a cyborg. Meanwhile, there's like one sequence where Han can't see, and he has to free Chewie or Lando. Then Boba Fett and a couple other people go and visit the Sarlacc. So that was like, we thought that was it for Boba Fett. But a lot of good action. And C-3PO probably runs around talking too much. And Princess Leia deals with Jabba. I don't know. I felt like that was back at the palace, but maybe it happened on the barge. I wonder if El DeBarge was on the barge. But so, whatever, they get away. Basically, spoiler, they get away. Now, I'm not exactly sure what happens next. Surprise. But I think they all get out. They must have parked somewhere nearby. Somehow Lando pulled all this off. So I don't know how many years this took, this deep cover, because Lando was in deep cover, so was Leia. But I guess somewhere they had the Millennium Falcon and Luke's X-Wing parked within the region. And I think maybe they cover this by phone call or something, but Luke says, I got to go to Dagobah. I got to go to the Dagobah system with R2. Got somebody I got to deal with. And they say, okay, we got to go meet with Admiral Akbar and everybody else that knows what they're doing. And they say, okay, to talk to you, we'll meet up with you at some point in the future. So they go, so then the sequence splits. So if we follow Millennium Falcon, we have Lando Calrissian, Han Solo, Princess Leia, Leia Organa, C-3PO, and Chewbacca. I'm pretty sure this is when Admiral Akbar is still functioning as the Admiral, but it could be, I think so. So they go and they say, okay, they say the Death Star's almost fully operational. Maybe it even is operational. And I think as a kid, even though they said it multiple times that they were building a second Death Star, I still kept thinking, is this an old Death Star just got damaged and they're repairing it? And I'm not even positive, but I think it was a new Death Star. Which, I mean, again, I'm sure there's been comedy and even Clerks, but even in the season of Mandalorian, I mean, that's a lot of investment. I remember the movie Contact with Jodie Foster, and that movie had a similar but Earth-based premise about, like, investing all this money in a spaceship, but at least they kind of explained, oh, no, like, this is a spoiler, but they said, okay, we also are building a second one secretly in case this one didn't work out. So I don't know if that's how the Death Star worked. But anyway, they say, yeah, they're building this Death Star, but they learn, while they're building it, it's covered by this shield that's based on this moon on Endor. So we can't get to it to deal with it unless somebody goes, it's this powerful shield. You got to be on the planet to get rid of the shield. So they say, okay, well, Han Solo and Princess Leia and Lando say, well, was Lando there? I think Lando comes in later because Lando has his own sidekick. Now, that's what I'd like to see, a standalone Donald Glover Lando movie. Or TV show, or whatever program, starring Donald Glover, directed by Donald Glover. But, so, I don't know. So, because I say, well, who's that dude? He was a gill-based being. Or what was Lando? I don't know. He couldn't do it. Maybe he could do it. Let's see. Where was Lando? I mean, how did Lando become head of Bespin? I'd like to know that too. Okay, but so back to wherever I was now. Where am I? Okay, so that's Endor. That's the moon. Forest moon of Endor. Or the forest moon and Endor. Forest moon. That's where the shield is. That's protecting. And it's going to be fully operational and have a view of like... I don't know, the central, wherever Admiral Akbar is based. But Admiral Akbar is actually in the, I don't know, wherever the Rebel Alliance is, they can't let this thing go fully operational. But, the Empire at this point is at full strength. Also, at some point, I don't know if it's during this movie, I guess it is, because Luke's realized that Darth Vader's his father. We do learn that Leia is Luke's sister and the daughter of Darth Vader. That's revealed at some point during this film. Okay, so they say, yeah, we'll lead the team going to, we'll land on Endor undercover. We're going to wear camouflage and stuff. And then we'll go deal with these, We'll break into the place of shield. We'll try to time it, shut the shield down. Meanwhile, Luke returns to Dagobah, the Dagobah system. And I think some of this was in the Timothy Zahn books. Maybe I read some of these Star Wars books other than those. But Luke returns to Dagobah system. ostensibly to complete his training that he abandoned in the last movie. And I can't remember what Yoda says, but Yoda says, basically, let's have some soup and tea and talk about it. Try you must, patience, the grip, he tries to give him, he's trying to tell him the truth teller. I don't know. I think he was more accepting the fact Luke wasn't there. And maybe he trains more. Maybe he did all his training in Return of the Jedi. Empire Strikes Back. I'm not sure, when he's riding around on his back and all that stuff. But so, Luke returns to talk to the teacher. I think in this movie is when he has to go into the cave. And he goes in the cave. And again, Rey did this in a different part. I guess she did it in that blowhole, the Nakulele blowhole. And when she went down there. But I guess it has to do with the Force or Jedi stuff that you go to this place where you kiss mysticism in some sense, or maybe you're kissed by the mysticism. And so Luke goes in there and kind of shows you, because the one thing about being a Jedi is you can't be consumed by your fears. So you have to, can't be consumed by wanting what you want or wanting to be released from your fears totally. And also you can't turn to anger and hate. So for the most part, good stuff. And I think this cave is supposed to train you or whatever, or show you. But I guess that would have been in the other movie because it shows Luke inside Darth Vader. And that freaks Luke out. So that probably did happen in Empire Strikes Back. So I don't know if he goes to the cave in this movie. Now, the Yoda toy from Return of the Jedi I had. Now, it had the cool things about the Yoda toy was Yoda had a pet that he wore around his neck. He had his cane. And he had a cloth robe. All of which were very easy to lose. So you'd lose the pet first, or the cane first, then the pet, and then hopefully the robe would stay on. So I have no idea what happens on Dagobah, other than that at some point Yoda says, listen, buddy, it's been great, but I got to lie down and go to the big big macaroon or macaroon in the sky and, meet up with Obi-Wan, and maybe Luke talks to Obi-Wan. I don't know. But he says, put a blanket on me and comfort me, Luke. And Luke says, oh, boy, that's tough stuff. So, and then I don't know what happens to Luke after it. So I guess I'm missing some stuff, so hopefully I'll remember that. And now it makes sense why we had such a big sequence at Jabba's palace, like that two different good action sequences. Because otherwise I wouldn't have remembered anything. So now we're back on the forest moon of Endor. And we got a team there, right? We got, now I don't know if they didn't land in the right place or what their plan was. I can't remember any of that. Other than that they have to disable the shields, so it's Leia, Han, Chewie, everybody else. So they're supposed to be running undercover. And this is, again, a new effect sequence, great sound design. But at some point, the stormtroopers, or these were something else, scout troopers, they were called. They rode these things called speeder bikes, which, again, we get to see in The Mandalorian. But at this time, these effects are really top of the line. And in some sense, probably still stand the test of time against some of the other, because I don't know if it's a balanced practical. Beautiful forest. I mean, you're talking like Northern California, redwood forest. If you ever want to relive it, it's not an easy hike, but you could do the one-way hike. It goes from... it's called the Steep Ravine Trail. It goes from Mount Tam down to Stinson Beach. It's a pretty long hike, but if you do it one way, you could get a taste of, and that way you're going downhill. You really get a taste for Endor. But so, what else do we need to know? Okay, so Leia and Han, I don't know about where Chewie or everybody else is. C-3PO's with them. But so they get into chases with these speeder bikes. I want to say Luke was there at this point, but because, yeah, Luke was there at some point because he had to have a face-off with them. Maybe he wasn't. No, maybe he wasn't. I don't know. Anyway, yeah, cause I don't know. So who knows what happened to Luke? I guess I thought I remembered. But Hans, also Darth Vader knows he's visiting to do an inspection or talk to the Emperor. Maybe they just were living there. Because you say, why not? It's a powerful space station. It's protected, by a shield on a moon that we didn't even investigate everything on the moon, but, good enough. But so they deal with these speeder bikes, right? And that was a really cool sequence. I do remember the front of a speeder bike getting cut off that I thought was by a lightsaber, but maybe I'm wrong. But so whatever. I don't know. Maybe was it Luke, Leia, and Han? Yeah, no, I don't know. But so it's cool action sequence. Pretty sure Luke wasn't there, but maybe he was. And I just don't remember it. And then I don't know why. Maybe there was some other. Did they have to go on any other adventures before they got to the moon of Endor? I don't know. But so whatever. They end up. They deal with the speeder bikes. I think one person got away. At some point, they're all split up. It takes them a while. They eventually all get back together. Then they're looking, and Chewbacca tries to grab something. They get caught in a net. And the next thing they know, they're with the Ewoks. And the Ewoks, this is their home world, this moon. And so they say, who are these people? We don't like them. And they look a lot like the Empire, which is causing us trouble. So I think they're going to deal with them. There's a communication barrier. But then they realize they have some belief system where C-3PO has like a godlike status to them. Okay, but Luke is there. So I guess Luke was there the whole time. So I was wrong about that for sure. So maybe there was some sequence. Maybe there's just like Luke said, I'll meet you at Endor or whatever. Find my friends, and I'm going to go to Dagobah. Then I'll meet up with you. Because, yeah, so then they think C-3PO is a god. Luke uses the Force to play that up. So he says, free my friends. And then they realize the Ewoks are actually dealing in they're constantly getting harassed by the Empire. And they're way outnumbered. So they say, okay, let's work together to deal with these Empire, because we got to get to this bunker where the shields operated out of. So, interesting. And so, yeah, and I don't know. So then they come up with a plan. The plan is really cool. And they enact a plan. So they say, okay, we're going to capture this bunker. And we're going to do it together. And basically, like, it's like one of those ones, it's a roller coaster, right? They do all this cool stuff. They use more, non-traditional, like they use traditional ways to deal with these, AT-AT walkers, which were new, which like were already, or maybe there was a couple AT-AT walkers in other movies, but they're like two-legged. Oh, no, so they're not ATSTs or something. But they have all this battle, and then it seems like they all is one. They finally get to they end up getting separated. And I think like Leia gets to and a couple other people get to the blast doors, and they're trying to break the code, but they can't break the code to get the door open. Then they think all is lost, but really that Han and Chewie, were like, I don't know, everything works out. Meanwhile, I'm pretty sure Luke just flies up to the, what do you call it, the Death Star, and Darth Vader's like, let that ship land, that my son's coming to meet me or something. So I guess my memories are like worse than terrible about this. So I'm pretty sure, okay, so the battle goes on. I'm trying to think of anything else I remember about the battle. But basically, because I'm saying, okay, they still did everything, but they still can't get in. How do they get into the bunker? But I guess I don't know. So they're trying to do that, but they got to time it like a lot of these movies, like with these shields. The whole rebel forces coming out of hyperspace right at this one time. I guess Luke's already on the ship, and maybe that was after the shield went down. And I'm pretty sure Admiral Akbar is there because he says, yeah, don't worry about it. Like when's the shield coming down? Maybe they were already there, and they say, you got to hurry up with the shield. Now, meanwhile, Luke's on there, right? Now, this is a big sequence, especially for a kid, because this was like serious intensity. And my dad, after the movie, wanted to talk a lot about the Ewoks and this, like, his generation and kind of like where that fit in. But I guess as a kid, I was kind of struck by this. So Luke, I think, goes and says, hey, I got to deal with, hey, Dad. He says, yeah, let's talk. And Luke says, what's going on? And he says, well, I work for the Emperor. What if we just cut the Emperor out of this? So let's go meet with him, but let's just get rid of him. And you and I can, rule the galaxy together, like I said last time. And Luke says, nah, I'm not interested in that. He goes, well, let's just go talk to the governor. Or maybe no, I guess, they go, maybe there's, different pauses, and they're talking while they're having lightsaber interactions. But, yeah, so I guess they're having, lightsaber interactions the whole time. And then they end up in the Emperor's, throne room. And there's all this drama. And Luke ends up besting Darth Vader. And the Emperor's watching the whole time. And even Vader's like, come on, we could take the Emperor out. And then the Emperor's trying to encourage exactly what Yoda warned him about. React, don't think it out, or, feel your feelings and then try to self-soothe and then decide. Just make a rash decision based on your strong, intense feelings. And so he keeps trying to encourage Luke to do that, which would be adios, Darth Vader. Now, and then Luke says, no, that's not how it goes. And so then the Emperor gets really mad. He has lightning fingers. He's kind of like a sorcerer for sure. And he uses lightning fingers on Luke. Then Darth Vader makes a choice. He sees Luke. Luke could let him go. So then he goes against the Emperor, toss it. Now, I guess it didn't work out. I don't know how the Emperor pulled that off, but I wasn't paying, I don't know anything. But he tosses the Emperor, but you can't really toss somebody while they're shooting lightning bolts, because then you get lightning bolted yourself. So he says, oh boy, Luke, I'm totally in rough shape. Let me see your face. Why don't you kiss my face or something, or touch my cheek so I can see you with my own eyes. You're my son. And it really is a heartfelt moment. For the kid, it was the effects were a little bit intense. So I said, oh boy. But I mean, this was before those other movies got made. So you get to see Darth Vader for the first time, which I guess was a key progression. That's oh, this is a human being beneath all this armor. and he's someone's daddy. I guess he was never anybody's daddy, though. He was just like, he's still a little boy. I mean, I guess that's what we learned through the whole arc. And Luke holds him, and I think he even takes him. Now, meanwhile, the shield is down, but things, of course, still aren't going easy. And I don't know if they have to do the same thing last time. I'm pretty sure, and I don't know if Luke has anything to do with it or anybody else. Because I don't know, that's a lot to put on Luke if he had to get off and then go do something. But I'm pretty sure that at the last second, Lando and his Gill buddy come in, and they're spinning around. And but I think that also happened in the first movie, but it was Luke or Han. But anyway, Lando comes. I think Lando's the one who takes out the Death Star. But maybe Luke does something on board. I don't remember. Then everybody gets away. And then it has to get all put back together, which actually did accomplish, especially to the little kids. So then they just have a party with the Ewoks. And the Ewoks are super cute. You know, I think they're Henson creations, so they were popular with little kids, but they didn't really fit as so much with the kind of cold technology of Star Wars. And so I don't know how well it fit for playing, like with your own play acting or your own creations. I mean, I liked the Ewoks, but I didn't have a lot of Ewok toys. Anyway, so the Ewoks have a big party. They say goodbye to Darth Vader at the party. Luke tells Leia that he's his sister. Her hair's down and everything. Then Leia says, Han says, well, I guess you're going to marry Luke, huh? Or whatever, something like that. She goes, no, he's my brother. I love you. And he goes, oh, I love you too. So they say, oh boy, that's tied up nicely. Then we see Luke's dad, Anakin Skywalker, technically, old Annie. You want to know backstory, watch the Annie musical from Star Kid. And then, what else happens? So then, we see Obi-Wan, Yoda, and Annie Skywalker all together. They made amends somehow. I mean, maybe in the other universe it's easier to make amends or whatever. It goes quicker. Or you have total Force knowledge. You say, oh, well, people make mistakes. So they all do that. And then I think that's it. Everybody says, well, this is great. And then it flashes. And in some sense, you said, okay, that was it. That's too bad the movies are over. I mean, for me, I could still had opportunity to go back eventually and see the first two movies. But yeah, I guess that's what I remember from Return of the Jedi, which is not, I would not say it's super accurate, but, yeah, that's the tale of the tape in my mind of Return of the Jedi. Thanks everybody and good night. All right, I want to thank everybody that, supported